Okay.
Кипро, наверное, 8 лет там Кипро, Professionalize Казахстан. И последние 2 года мы поменяли фокус. Не просто на профессионалов, которые, вот, скажем, встретились с первым профессиональным кризисом, когда они там обучались одному, а хочется уже чуть другое. Это был там основной фокус там Professionalize Казахстан, когда мы давали реальные навыки от местных профессионалов, которые уже пережили и давали такую, наверное, путевку в жизнь другими глазами. То, что 2 года назад мы поменяли, мы сказали, наверное, мы хотим теперь поменять на взгляд руководителя. Не просто профессионала, а уже руководителя, который встретился с вызовами. И сегодня он находится в стадии, что в течение 2-3 лет он станет первым руководителем. И тогда он должен быть не просто функциональным менеджером, который был хорош там, я не знаю, в IT, или он там был хорош там, я не знаю, в обеспечении там поставок, или там в HR. Сегодня он должен стать уже первым руководителем, быть таким универсальным, это называется general management, и освоить новые навыки. Мало того, что освоить навыки, которые ему на работе надо с меняющей ролью, но и он должен еще освоить новые тренды. Те тренды, которые сегодня диктуют каждый день, там, технологические изменения, там, изменения в компетенциях, изменения в партнерстве. То есть это были важные вещи. 2 года назад мы поменяли, но сейчас мы смотрим, что рельсы правильные. Это то, что дает возможность, наверное, очень хорошо развиваться, связывать наших профессионалов с их вызовами, которые стоят. Наверное, пока он существует в таком режиме, мы пока посмотрим. Но, наверное, еще 2-3 года мы посмотрим, как это будет работать.
Уважаемые гости, скоро начинаем. Прошу в зал.
Please do take your seats. We will be starting very, very soon. Thank you.
раз. Қайырлы күн.
Good morning, dear participants, dear guests, and the listeners of the stream. Every year, we conduct this Kazakhstan Technology Summit, and I'm happy to welcome you here. KTech is the platform of Growth Forum and Commerce and Centrus Hub organized event, especially by IT department of Centrus iHub. Today, there are new trends that we will be discussing and analyzing at our today's meeting. The speakers of our event, the IT experts, will share their best experiences with their knowledge with you. The companies such as Web Central Asia, Gartner's, Global CIO, Amazon Web Services, representatives are welcome to attend our today's event. We're happy that they were able to make it here. We're very happy that you were able to make it as the speakers of our event. And thank you so much for finding time, all of you, to be here. Let us create and co-create this atmosphere of collaboration and information and knowledge exchange. Please get ready for a very exciting, interesting day. Welcome to Technology Summit, Kazakhstan. Well, good day, dear participants and speakers and guests. We welcome you at Kazakhstan Technology Summit. The organizers of KTech are Kazakhstan Growth Forum, the platform of professional conferences, Commerce, the life insurance company, iHub, IT department of Centrus company. Today we'll talk about the trends, the analytics, we will make the reviews, and we will focus on forecasts and predictions. The speakers of our program are professionals of IT sector who will share their expertise and practice with us. I would like to specifically thank the representatives of international companies such as Web Central Asia, Gartner, Global CIO, and Amazon Web Service. We're very happy to see you as our speakers today. And thank you so much for finding time and making this trip to Almaty, Kazakhstan. Well, let us create this atmosphere of openness and exchange of ideas and have a very fruitful day. Welcome to Kazakhstan Technology Summit. I would like to especially thank our general partners. Creatio is an international brand with local presence in 14 countries. A partner ecosystem of this company is more than 700 organizations and companies all over the world. The Creatio's lineup of products has the open no-code platform, Studio Creatio, and ready-to-use CRM systems in different configurations. Also, the next partner is Soft Creation, our official partner of international company Creatio in Central Asia. Let me also mention our partners, Forte Bank, that is amongst the top 4 largest private banks of Kazakhstan. It's a universal financial institution, very active player in the field of SME, retail, and corporate lending. Bank actively invests in digitization of its client. There is Forte application and the Forte business for business client. Red Mat Robot Central Asia is the fastest growing IT company in Central Asia, according to Central Asian Tech Award 2023. Red Mat Robot Central Asia is a digital partner for your business. PS Cloud Solutions is an independent Kazakhstani cloud provider with 6 data centers in Almaty, Astana, and Tashkent. They offer their own cloud platform, PS Cloud, Security Operations Center, all types and kinds of hosting, as well as registration of domains and licenses for open software. And Centrus Security, the leading broker in Kazakhstan, as well as asset manager for retail futures for funds. Now let me talk about our program, our agenda for today. So we have the main blocks, and those are trends and technologies, data management, people and processes, best practices. In the second part of the day, in the room Ablayhan, we will have speed mentoring. That's a mentoring program. And representative of Forte Bank and Amazon Web Services will have their own master classes. If you find it difficult to locate the Ablayhan room, you can always contact our staff, and they will show you where to go. Also, you can network during our coffee breaks and lunch break. Also, in the afternoon, we will have the Best CIO and the Best IT Project award ceremony. The respected nomination committee has selected 5 applications for the Best CIO and 7 nominations for IT Project. And the nomination committee, by 2 types of votes, have selected the Best CIO and the Best IT Project in the country of, and that will be known this afternoon. Also, please make sure that you share our link to the streaming with those colleagues of yours who were not able to make it to this event. So this slide has a different announcement of our events for 2024. Let me thank our partners, the general partner, Creatio, the vendor of uniform platform that provides the maximum list and easily automated no-code platforms. Let me also remind you and warn you that at the end of our event, we will have a sort of a lottery from our partners, and that will be known in the afternoon. Well, let us start. Let us start and let's proceed with our agenda. And now I would like to invite our first speaker, Master Stefanchik, Sales Manager of Gartner, who will talk about the Gartner Fortran Technologies and Transfer 2024. Marco, please, the floor is yours.
Доброе утро.
Good morning. Welcome to era of Gen AI.
That's as much as I will do in Russian. And I will do nothing in Kazakh. I apologize for that. My presentation today is presentation on top strategic technology trends. And in Gartner, each year, we do a big research project of all our 2,500 analysts. And we try to determine what are the key technology trends that you should be thinking about as a CIO, as a CEO in the next 1, 2, 3 years. And this year, we try to do something different. We try to do something, I would say, that would be more helpful right now. And to do that, we need to go back 2 centuries. Very close to where I live, in year 1848, Austrian Railways started building Simmering Pass. It was a huge project 200 years ago, and they built railway pass over hills, over mountains, with a lot of tunnels. And the interesting thing here is, when they started to build the pass, there was no locomotive that could go over the pass. Not in 48, not in 49, not in 50, but they were still building the railway. They were still building all of the bridges. They were still building all of the tunnels. And then in 1851, they started competition. What will be the best locomotive that could go over the pass? And they build a locomotive, they build 2 locomotives, 3 locomotives. There's a lot of innovation going on there. The pass is still open today, and it's a very beautiful pass. So first, you have vision. You have vision, we will build a great railway, connect people, and then you start executing on the vision. And trends this year are like that. So nobody is ready for the future. Nobody is ready, but you build for the future. So if you look at what Gartner was saying in the last 3 to 4 years, first, we started with trends. We started talking about immersive experience, multi-experience, and we ended up in total experience. Everybody in IT, everybody in organizations is now thinking about total experience. Then we started 2020 with human augmentation, 21 AI engineering, adaptive AI, and then we came last year to democratize Gen AI. Question for everybody, and I don't think you will get this one right. Does anybody know when Gartner first used the term generative AI in its research? 2017. So all of the trends that we are working on today, they were foretold before. So the building of the railways was already done. Cloud, distributed cloud, cloud native, and now coming to industry cloud platforms. So what I'm trying to say is all of the trends are just continuing and enforcing themselves. They are growing, so it's not something new. It's not that I will come this year or next year or in 5 years and they will give you a trend that's completely new. Everything we build up for the future. But the road forward should be the one for you. So each organization, everybody, should have a different road forward depending on what you need. But let's turn to what's trending this year. So the thing that we see, everything is trending, everywhere, all at once. We actually did, at the beginning of research project, we asked analysts and said, what are the key trends for this year? Out of 2,500 trends, analysts, we received 3,000 trends. So there's a lot of things that our specialists, our experts were saying, this should be a trend. But we tried to distill this into 10 key trends. And we distilled these 10 key trends into 3 big groups. First group is protect your investment. You have invested in IT a lot. So everybody in this room, small, mid-sized, large corporations, the amount of money invested in IT is huge. And you need to protect that investment. You need to think about security of AI, security of your systems. You need to think about cloud, and you need to think about then some sort of sustainable technology. And I'm not talking like green IT, but true sustainable technology. Then second one is rise of the builders. IT is no longer just for professionals. IT is no longer just for software developers. Even your sponsors at the beginning are talking about low code, no code. So there are questions about platform engineering, augmented development. And then the last one, the last group of trends is delivering the value. Delivering the value around intelligent applications. So how to embed artificial intelligence in your applications, how to augment connected workforce, and how to use Gen AI. And the last trend, the 10th trend that ties everything together is rise of machine customers. So in Gartner, we see one of the big trends that sort of blindsided everybody is machines will become customers. And not just that, when we poll the CEOs of big companies in the US, Western Europe, they are saying 20% of all customers for my company in next 5 years will become machine customers. So that's everything together comes to then buying something via machine, no longer via your personal emotional self. So let's delve a little bit deeper. And let's start with AI. And I will not start with Gen AI. We will wait for that. So the first thing is AI, artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence as a partner. And this is not something that's new. When we ask our clients and say, do you use artificial intelligence? They say yes. We say, have you deployed your models? And usually for the larger enterprises, it's 100+ AI models that are already deployed in the organization. So AI is there. The question is, how do you do it securely? In Gartner, we talk about TRISM, trust, risk, and security management. When you implement AI, you need to implement it in a way that you can trust the results of AI. In Kazakhstan, you have a lot of different disparate geographical and socioeconomic regions. So the question here is, if you are using AI, for example, for loan origination, are you serving it in a way, are using it in a way that less advantaged communities will get automatically disqualified because the model was trained on data from the city people, city folk. So the question is, how can you trust what the model is saying? How can you manage the risk of the model? And also, how do you prevent new attack vectors on the model? And of course, here the big question is around ChatGPT. And I think the most surprising thing in my presentation is that ChatGPT has come up right now. If we look at what I do, what my colleagues in Gartner do, I think ChatGPT in the last year has hijacked all of the conversations. You go to a meeting about sales management, about sales performance, and you start talking about ChatGPT. You go to a meeting about a client issue, it's about ChatGPT immediately. So ChatGPT is everywhere. And let me put it this way. ChatGPT is being used by everybody everywhere. When we were talking about blockchain, Bitcoin, they were discussed at the board level, at the management level, but people were not using it. How many board members of your company went to Metaverse? 0. How many board members of your company use ChatGPT? Half or more. So ChatGPT is there, and you have to do it responsibly, and you have to do it in a secure way. What we also see with ChatGPT is, last year we asked our clients, how will ChatGPT influence your budget? And 45% said, we will increase our IT budget. We will increase our IT budget. And then we said, have you deployed AI? 48% said yes. And then we said, how many models are you running? 100 plus, which we already explained. So AI is here. You need to work with AI, and you need to work in a secure way. 40% of Gartner clients have suffered from privacy or security issues in AI. And if you're implementing it, if you have it in your organization, the only way to go forward is to use model that provides transparency, control, and explainability. So if you want to learn more about this trend number 1, it's AI TRISM. Trust, security management, and risk. It raises the road to compliance. Second trend is trend around safety. And I think in the current geopolitical world, and especially in this region, this trend should be key for you. It's a question of how to be safe. And what we are saying is, move away from patching, vulnerability management, from old models of security, and go to continuous threat exposure management as a trend number 2. What we're trying to say here is, don't think about remediating vulnerabilities, think about prioritization of exposures. So it's no longer, in your organization, it's no longer about question, oh, are we patching software? Are we on the latest versions? But the question should be, what are the attack surfaces? If I am financial organization in Central Asia, business should be partnering with CIO, CSO to determine what are the vulnerabilities. And you should be addressing those vulnerabilities. You should be partnering inside your organization. And what we expect is, if you move this needle, it will be 3 times less likely to suffer from a breach. And in this current world, this is a huge number. So let me just give you an example of what we mean. In the old world, you had your own network, you had your own servers, you had your own PCs, you had your own devices, and it was easy to manage. Now you're using CRM on the cloud, you're using platform on a different cloud, and you cannot really understand where vulnerabilities are. So you need to then go and say, what would happen if they attack this way, or what would happen if they infiltrate data here? Have a proper program, use new AI tools and models that are available to mitigate the risk. And always start from the business perspective. What will happen with the business if we suffer the risk? Third one, protect the future. Use sustainable technology. And I know some of you were in IT 5 years ago when everybody was talking green IT, green IT. What we are saying right now is sustainable technology is much more. It's two-faced. First is the question of your own data centers. Are they sustainable? Are they using technology? that's sustainable? And second question is, how can you leverage the data you already have to make sustainable decisions? So if you're a bank, and if you're a bank that has ATMs and operations countrywide, then perhaps you can use the data from your clients to drive sustainable decisions inside your organization. What we also see is, if you focus on sustainability, it will drive up digital maturity of organization. And what we also see is, it helps resilience. If you're talking about energy usage, sustainable technology, then you are increasing resilience. And for the CIOs here, we see that 3/4 of CIO will be responsible for sustainable technology outcomes worldwide. I'm not sure if it's true here. When we talk to people in the Western world, we see at least 1 in 4 or even 1 in 3 CIOs already has a metric on his yearly annual performance around sustainable technology. And there are some great examples from bigger companies, from smaller companies that are implementing sustainable technology outcomes. And if we move forward, if you go from this protecting your investment to a rise of the builders, you will see why. If you protect your investment, if you have your IT secure, AI secure, IT secure, sustainable, then you can empower builders in your organization. The first one is developer-driven self-service, or what we like to call platform engineering. This one basically says that inside organizations, there's a lot of current IT. There's a lot of knowledge about it. There's a lot of different software stacks. That's a lot of different hardware stacks. And you should rise above and start providing platforms to your developers. So no longer, if we go 20 years back, developers started working in a programming language and they started working around how do I open a file on a PC or a file on a server. And now it abstracts and goes upwards to a different level. You start talking about platforms. You start talking about databases. You start talking about middleware stack, even some business logic that gets together and empowers developers to build faster applications. What happens? Productivity rises, complexity goes down. So we see some great examples in larger enterprises that are offering developer portals. So you have developers in your organization. Developer goes to the portal and selects the services that he needs for a new application. And the good part here is that all of the developers are using the same services, so you're not rediscovering the wheel. So for the CIOs, you should start having conversations about platforms inside your organizations, how you will join together internal, cloud, as an infrastructure, services into sort of a platform. And you should establish dedicated platform teams. What's the end goal here? The end goal here is to have reusable, composable applications, and finally move to product management culture. If there's one thing that you should take away from this speech, it's project management culture inside IT organization is old one. It's great for waterfall projects that need to be implemented in a very safe and secure way. But everything else should move to product management culture. You should have thinking of product management, you should have thinking of agile development, and this should be embedded in your IT thinking and into your broader organization as much as possible. Accelerate creation. One of the great things in software engineering in the last year was Copilot, GitHub. So how do we empower our developers to work faster? How do we give them AI tools to work faster? And what we see as a trend is this will continue. So McKinsey did a great example. They took 40 of their best developers and they enabled them with AI tools like GitHub or Copilot or something like that. And they learned that they can save 50% of the time for tasks like testing or documentation and then 10 to 20% time for coding, and almost no time for higher cognitive tasks. But what I'm saying here is, if you have developers in your organization, if you have software engineering, you should start thinking about how do we include AI tools into development cycle, and don't let the junior people bring it in. This has to be the senior people that decide in your organization what will be used, how will it be used, and the end result that we see is not so much improved productivity. This will save some money, but it's around retaining talent. So if you offer environment that gives AI tools to developers, you'll be able to much better retain talent. And these are some examples. So code generation, test augmentation, and what we are seeing in Gartner is it will be obligatory for test augmentation, so testing will be done with AI. It will be obligatory in defects prediction, etc., etc. The last trend around tailor your tailor's work is in industry cloud platforms. So cloud went through a sort of hype cycle as everything goes. So we started with cloud. Cloud was first infrastructure as a service, platform as a service. Then we received some software from the cloud, so solutions from the cloud. What we are saying here is cloud is huge, and there's a lot of costs involved with cloud. So most of our big vendor clients are moving towards some sort of composable products on cloud, tailored to specific industry. So they are moving away from selling technology to selling direct business value. So you're no longer buying database, or you're no longer buying servers, but you're buying direct business technology. And if you are in manufacturing, if you're in healthcare, there are some great examples around this. So we are tracking 270 industry clouds over 11 verticals. And the thing here is they are adaptable, they support innovation, and they capture value. What you should not be doing here is, however, you should not be replacing your core with industry cloud. Industry cloud is something that needs to be complementing your existing infrastructure. So you use it sort of an exoskeleton. You use industry cloud for things that are important to your vertical, to your industry. And fortunately, I don't have the knowledge of Central Asian markets so much in cloud, but I expect that you will see a lot of industry clouds. And I expect manufacturing will start first with healthcare offerings second. The last question is, if you're protecting, securing our investment, if we are empowering development, what happens? What are the things that will be deployed in our IT? And first one is around intelligent applications that will be optimizing decision making. So what we are saying here is that AI, Gen AI or different other AIs will be embedded in all of the software you're buying. What we're even predicting is that by 2027, 80% of all business software sold will have embedded AI. And by 2030, each dollar spending in IT will be related to AI. So AI is there. You will have different ways how AI will be deployed. It will provide contextualized experience. So we expect the first big growth around AI will be in user interfaces. So adapting user interfaces to some concrete examples. And the second one will be around generative AI or large language models being embedded in the future solutions. So there's a million examples from Salesforce, Einstein, to Microsoft's work around Copilot. So everybody's doing it. What you need to be careful about here is you have your vendor, SAP, Salesforce, Microsoft coming to you and saying, well, we have this great LLM, large language model, embedded in our software. So you use it. And you use it exclusively as your large language model, which is not how we predict things will work. You will have more than one large language model. You will have more than one Gen AI solution in your portfolio. And don't be locked into just single vendor. This will never work. And now, Trend number 8, Gen AI. That's the one that I started with. So everybody's talking about this. Everybody's doing some pilots. What we don't see about Gen AI is we don't see a lot of usage in production in companies. So there's a lot of talk. You go to anybody here, you have experience with Gen AI, ChatGPT. But the question is, how do you embed this into your business processes? How do you get value from this? And the first thing I'm going to leave you with is around what is it? If Gen AI is just a glorified text search, then we failed. As an IT, as a society with great promise, we failed. So Gen AI should bring together voice, graphic, video, and it should be embedded into your application. So you can imagine a lot of different scenarios when Gen AI will come together, supporting different people in organization, supporting different interactions outside of organization. And it's not about cost saving. So what we are saying in Gartner, and I think we are not alone, Gen AI will not impact dramatically employment market. So it will not happen that you will implement Gen AI and then a lot of people will be fired in your organization. What we're actually saying is, if you are using Gen AI to replace the customer service front-end staff right now, you will be paying the price in the future. It is clear that this is not the way to go. You're not replacing, you should be adding. You should be thinking about increasing productivity, enhancing customer experiences. And the big challenge, I think, for everybody here is new products, new revenues. Who is brave enough to use Gen AI to bring new product to market? If you do it right now, I can guarantee you it's a billion-dollar company immediately. So there's examples in France, there's examples in the US. 3 people get together, start a Gen AI company, and it's valued at hundreds of millions of dollars. Of course, it's hype of inflated expectations, and it will drop down. But right now, for you that are visionary, for you that are thinking about the future, it's this: how to use Gen AI in new products. And of course, you need to balance risk and rewards. The number one, TRISM. So if you're using Gen AI, how do you prevent it not just from hallucinating, but how do you prevent it from being attacked? How do you prevent it from having biases, etc., etc.? And the last one, the last real trend here is pushing the pioneers. So we talked about platforms, we talked about development, we talked about Gen AI. Now the question is, how do we use this? And we see a huge trend of augmented, connected workforce. So AI is not replacing human workers, it's augmenting. And you should be thinking about this in your organization. So you should be thinking about digital employee experience. And the best way to move forward is to have great experience. If you have bad experience, not only will you be not having enough productivity, but people will start leaving your organization. So you need to think about digital employee experience. And here, what we see, the best examples right now are knowledge bases, endpoints, applications, bringing everything together to a worker in a front line. So for example, if I am responsible for fixing things in machinery, there are some great examples from Rolls-Royce, from Siemens, were using augmented vision technology, so like special glasses to bring together information on how to fix things. And what we're trying to say, you have your employees on day one, they don't know anything. And it takes a lot of time to bring them up to speed. If you can fasten this time, so it gets faster from day one employee to employee that's fully functional, then you will have a big impact on productivity. For example, is big American box store. So what they see is they said, when we get a new person on board, like a sales professional on the floor, They don't know how to do stock replenishment. They don't know how to answer questions from our customers. So what we do is we'll provide them with application on their mobile phone, and application will be not for the senior person, but for a day one person. And they can use it, for example, to take a picture of a shelf, and they see which products are missing on the shelf. And they can use it in a conversational model. If a customer comes, they can ask the application for the answer. So basically, it's helping, it's augmenting the worker, not replacing the worker. And it will improve service level, response times, and output quality. So going back one trend, Gen AI, you should not be thinking about how we will replace. You should be augmenting, and you should be looking into your organization to augment your workers and start with frontline. Start with customer service, sales, support, and then go forward. Managers can leverage this augmentation very strongly as well. And there's a learning curve. There's a high learning curve to implement in organization, so you should start focusing on this one and right now to bring some value. And the last one, the last trend that brings everything together is machine customers. So this is not Terminator. This is not like robot will come to your store and buy something. But what we see is more and more companies will start using bots to buy things and to sell things. Walmart in the US, for example, already uses bots to buy non-tradable goods. Carts, shopping carts for the store, they buy it via the bot. And there's some other examples. HP printers, they order their ink when it runs out. So what we expect here is that in the next 3 to 4 years, 20% of all of the purchases of your company will be done by machines. And not only that, in 2027, 50% of all your calls to sales departments will be done by bots. So you should prepare for that. You should prepare for having non-emotional clients, and you should also start to create your own machine clients. If you're selling machinery, then embed this process into your machinery. So I'm leaving you with this. Technology is means, it's not a purpose. It's a railway. It's not something that needs to happen to you. And we in Gartner, we can help you build your story. We have different tools, benchmarks, resolutions, CEO roles that can help you along this way. If somebody is interested in having more of this, we are having webinar on our webpage. You can find me later and I will give you a link, a 1-hour talk that delves deeper into these trends, and we will have also a separate webinar for some of the key trends. So that's it for me. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your presentation, Marco. And we present you a certificate. Take a picture, please.
Thank you.
Так, мы продолжаем.
Let's continue. I would like to invite our next speaker, Digital No-Code Transformation, Creation, Soft Creation, Dmitry Parshuta and Maya Kaygorotsova. Good afternoon, colleagues. We are happy to welcome you all at this summit. Thank you. We'd like to thank the first speaker for giving us an overview of major trends. In our presentation, we will also dwell a little bit on some of these trends, and we'll also take a look at the no-code technologies from 2 points of view, from the point of view of the vendor and from the point of view of those partners who are actually implementing these solutions. More specifically, from the point of view of soft creation. This is our partner in the local market. Good morning, dear participants. My name is Maya Kaygorotsova. I am the CIO of
soft creation, together with our vendor partner today. We'll tell you about no-code technologies. I would like to thank Eldar Sovetovich and his team for giving us this opportunity to join you all today. Thank you. To start off, I would like to tell you a little bit about ourselves. Well, you did already hear a brief introduction, but I would like to say the following. We work with those clients who are using this platform in more than 100 countries of the world, and this allows us to actually be the trendsetters in the market. And also this can be confirmed by research conducted by various major companies such as Gartner, Forrester. In some quadrants of Gartner, we are actually one of the leaders. And so allow me to start by saying the following. I would like to give you a little bit of background information about CRM automation systems. Excel files and other things used to be used here, but back in the 90s, this was used as monolith architectures, and some companies still actually use that, but in time we have all transitioned into a new era, and this is the cloud solution era. And that allowed us and other companies to give more freedom to our clients. Now we're able to work remotely, we're able to scale faster, and everybody is taking advantage of all those things right now. But now we're actually moving into a new era, and this is the accompanied no-code architecture era. And again, this is in line with the research conducted by Gartner, focusing on future trends. And so here we have two important concepts. The no-code itself, those are instruments that allow us, without software, to be able to resolve various business decisions. And also we are able to use existing components and models, and based on that we're able to create new applications, and again we're able to provide solutions to businesses faster. I'll give you an example. This page, it's a pretty straightforward thing. This is a contact page, but this page was created with the no-code component architecture. Not a single code was used here. Certain components were just moved to this page, and that way certain problems can be solved. So why the no-code technologies are important, and they will be important going forward. So the important thing is the following. What will be used if no-code will not be used, is not used? So resources. We need resources, but they are limited. And maybe some of you are familiar with some research studies. I mean, how many developers we have right now? About 20 million globally. On the one hand, it seems a lot, but then on the other hand, we have all those problems that businesses need to resolve. And so the volume of those problems and tasks equals 500 million. And they keep growing. And here we have this question that arises. How can we resolve business problems having this resources shortage? Each and every business have their own additional resources, which are quite important, and those are their business users, company business users. So their advantage is the following. They understand perfectly well what tasks they have to perform. They are specialists in their areas, and what they need is just a certain tool that will enable them to independently perform those tasks that they have in the area of automation, new products, etc., etc. So, to do this, a platform was created. And so it's sort of the foundation of that platform is the nucleus of the no code. It allows to create, without any programming, those tasks that are related to automation, business processes, etc., but not to create what was already created before. And using that experience that we already have, we sort of created various components and products here that will perform key tasks that every company has. Classic tasks such as related to marketing. Also, we have in this area all issues related to business process automation and other things. And another important aspect is the following. Our platform has ready-made solutions for various industries, such as manufacturing, financial sector, logistics, retail, etc., etc. We have more than 20 sectors, industries, that have modules for them that can be used to be able to automate things quickly.
And another important aspect, of course, is the opportunity to use ready-to-use models for different systems, such as connectors, different types of functionality expansion solutions, different models and solutions. An important aspect that I would like to throw in here is that the modern no-code platform, as well as composable architecture, is when we, on one hand, have the tools that are capable of creating all this, but while on the other, we have the ready-to-use tools that can be used. But the inseparable part of the modern no-code platforms is the AI. I mean, we have already mentioned the AI and AI development. I mean, not ourselves, but the previous speaker has. How important it is to develop and grow AI. So the platform allows us to use such mechanisms, machine learning, for scoring purposes, for different predictive analysis of all objects, values, and tasks, as well as solutions on GenAI. Something that allows us to not only use the AI as the customary second pilot or co-pilot, but also use it for the purposes of creating different models of the system. The idea is that no-code tools allows not just create it with the help of designers, but also ask and request the AI to create these models and to create these components upon necessity, or compose it, a kind of pilot up from other components that already exist in the platform. Another important moment is about using the resources of the company from the customary business user point of view. For the development implies certain mechanism and certain methodology. Several years ago, we started studying the market, and we understood that for no-code specialists, there is no methodology that would describe how development on no-code needs to be done by regular business users. I mean, I'm not talking about developers or software developers, engineers. I'm talking about the sales people, IT department people, accounting department people. And it is for them that we have published this book that's called No Code Playbook that explains in a very plain and understandable language the principles and methodology of development using no-code platform. So yes, I mean, we of course are using our platforms examples, but nevertheless it can be used and applied for any other no-code platforms that exist in the world. So, and this gives an opportunity to implement their own solutions and to achieve their own tasks and goals with the help of no-code tools. Well, let me give you an example of the model architecture outcomes and results. This slide shows the tasks which can be addressed in the majority of the companies that ourselves and our partners face all over the globe. There are big blocks that have already been implemented, and there are ready-to-use products, kind of turnkey products, that are currently being transformed into the no-code logic, and they already have several components and several kind of set of components. All the blocks that are represented here, they exist in the form of components that can be used or can be reused or can be reconfigured in some of the solutions, and they're already accessible to be used today. So this is an example for regular kind of current organizations, existing organizations. However, there is an example of how it might look like for a banking sector. We see that there are classical solutions that we're used to, that are customary to us. However, many solutions are done in the project layer. However, now it can be done not as a project layer, but we can already use some of the models. If there's a missing model, they can be created as separate components, separate models, which could then be used for scaling up, for kind of adapting, customizing to the company, and doing prototypes and doing experiments. Actually, another important aspect of no-code tools is that on top of these tools simplifying the life of a user, it also expedites the product to market process, allows to be agile and adaptive, and also allows the businesses to experiment. Whereas because the price of using, the cost of using a no-code and mistaking or kind of error with a no-code tool actually is cheaper than going deep and developing and triggering all different models. So with a no-code platform, the businesses have an opportunity to test, to come up with different hypotheses, to prove or debunk some of the hypotheses, and to find some interesting solutions. And what's more important, to try and test some of the bold, courageous, outstanding solutions, ambitious solutions. And before we move on to the developer side, I would like to talk about implementation, the prototype implementation of the new platforms. So on one hand, the no-code is something that can be used by almost every staff member. On the other hand, we also understand that there are some difficult big solutions in terms of the integration with IT architecture. Some of them can be. So, and let me now give you an example for one of the large banks, the OTP bank, to demonstrate how to guarantee certain kind of freedom, certain maneuver, but at the same time introduce different solutions quickly. So the approach here, so on top you can see the time scale, the timeline. The start of the project, and the bank started this work with the partners. The partner helped introduce the first basic solutions and kind of fine-tuned the integration and integrated it with the architecture of the bank. But at a certain stage, the bank has decided that they want to develop the platform independently and themselves without the partner's support. And then, starting from 2018, there were two parallel developments. There was an internal team. They didn't have any large-scale or kind of usable no-code tools. That is why they had their own AI developers. And the volume of tasks handled by the partner was declining, kind of shrinking gradually. And eventually, they have reoriented their team to use no-code. And instead of the usual developers, they had a certain kind of set of different people, the business users who are familiar with no-code tools, and they were able to solve all of their problems inside the bank without bringing on board any partners or any external resources. It helped us really to respond to any changes in the market very quickly, to come up with new products and promote this integrate these new products very quickly. And what's more important, that actually the volume, the number of tasks that has been handled with the help of no-code has significantly increased once they brought on board the whole team of no-code developers. I remember that, I mean, bankers might understand me, but collection, for example. For example, software hard collection. It was handled very quickly because they had the department, special staff who was trained to do to work on no-code, and actually then they were able to fine-tune their processes to do better collection, both soft and hard, with the help of no-code models. Now I would like to give the floor to Maya. She will talk about the implementation itself. Well, Dmitry actually told you about the Croatia and why Croatia is so important for any digital business. But now I would like to talk about the other side of this work. So let me explain why I'm here. This is not random. I was not planning to become an IT people. With my strategic and financial background, it wasn't something that I really wanted to do. And definitely I'm not hyping. I have worked in a corporation. I worked at DAMU, Fund for Development of Entrepreneurship of Kazakhstan, and I was part of the working group of kind of digitization for the entrepreneurs of Kazakhstan. And back then I came across this no-code instruments of Croatia, and we had a very big joint project. It was the result of a lot of work, joint work by vendor, by developer team, and the partner, and the DAMU team. And what's interesting, I mean, the outcome of that most of the processes that have already been launched online have been optimized. And what's also another important thing is that entrepreneurs now can receive all the support from the state in the shortest possible time. Then, after I became a partner of Croatia, I then understood why it was such a success. Now, let me introduce my team, Soft Creation, and the cases that we already implemented in Kazakhstan. Dmitry, in his speech, has already mentioned different aspects of Croatia. He spoke about the ratings of Croatia product, but I would like to mention such strong aspects or strengths as a freedom to manage and to administer that is granted to the user by no-code tools, and also the international experience that Croatia has. Dmitry has already mentioned that Croatia has 700 partners all over the globe. And for us, as a partner of Croatia, one of the partners of Croatia, and as a user of Croatia products, it is an opportunity to find new cases quickly, effectively, whenever we need a new solution, to help our clients use something that has already been used without having to invent a bicycle. So another important factor is the strong and powerful corporate culture, which motivates us to move forward as a partner. We're all successful managers, we're all kind of CEOs or founders of companies, and we do understand that corporate culture, as Western experts tell that corporate culture, it's strategy for breakfast, right? So Croatia has a continuous investment and continuous development of Croatia products that we see and that we have witnessed, and training and education, which we, as a partners, receive from the vendor and translate to our clients. So all this has motivated me to become a partner, and using my previous experience of working in a corporate business, I decided to start implementing Croatia projects in Kazakhstan. Why is that important? Well, we all feel how time is speeding up, right? That there are different changes in the world and in our companies. And shareholders, the management, and the board, they all must understand how to effectively increase the competitiveness of the business with least resources spent. So no-code is the most optimal approach to development. It is a very short process of a project launch, but what's more important is that no-code gives an opportunity to be agile and flexible when handling the tasks from our clients. So this is important for our client because it helps to reduce this path to market, and helps improve scaling up, and generally quickly address some of the problems. So the main idea here is that the solutions are easily adapted to the existing business processes of our clients. And the process of introduction happens within a very short period of time. And actually what matters is that the company, upon the results of the implementation, I mean, similar to what Dmitry has said, the OTP bank, that the company retains the competences, the skills. And it is important because the company will acquire certain skills, certain competences that will then stay with the company. And for the company itself, this is a significant optimization, with significant budget optimization, whilst the further processes, such as restructuring or adapting to different business processes and changes, happens very quickly and simply. It's similar like playing a Lego constructor, Lego set. So, and the benefit for the team is collecting and gathering a lot of experience and saving money. So our clients are no longer dependent on external integrators and can afford speeding up their growth and evolution. Successful implementation of Croatia is backed by several good examples. We have an Odbasi bank, for instance. We all know how our financial sector has advanced, and we, as a client of financial sector, has kind of heightened expectations from the sector. Currently, Odbasi Bank is a bank that plays a leading role in mortgages market. And amongst the clients, the services a lot of state players. There are many of the Odbasi Bank's clients are teachers, medics, and other people who cannot really take the time from their busy day work and go to the bank. So now, thanks to all these efforts, clients receive their services mostly online. And the main kind of measurement of success is that 84% of the clients are serviced by chatbots, whereas 97% are marked high quality of services. There's another case, Soft Creation, together with Arnur Microfinance Organization. So this is an example of a very speedy digital transformation. And currently, Arnur Credit is in top 10 microfinancial organizations in Kazakhstan. So this company that services micro-entrepreneurs in the south of the country, the clients of the company are more than 20,000 micro-entrepreneurs, micro-businesses, and currently, thanks to our joint efforts, the company has automated lending conveyor for certain standard products. So as a result, the application handling time has been reduced, and most importantly, that's particularly valuable for remote areas, that the process of supplying documents has been simplified significantly. Both the financial sector and its success actually improves the investment attractiveness of the business. And the success factors of our clients is that Odbasi Bank was able to attract the credit line from Asian Development Bank for mortgages for women, and Arnur Credit was able to open credit line with Asian Development Bank as well as EBRD to finance micro-entrepreneurs. So these are the very broad examples of how no-code tools of Croatia, thanks to offer digital, quick and fast digital transformation, leads to successful positioning of the businesses and helps such businesses attract international funding. Why is no-code needed? We, myself and Dmitry, have been talking a lot about the financial sector. Well, this is what I know as an expert. I mean, this is my expertise. So Croatia has a lot of cases, and not only in financial sector, but other sectors as well. And every founder, every leader, every player of a business team wants to grow. So in order to take a bigger share of the market, in order to expedite and improve the quality of our services, expedite the services and improve the quality thereof. We simply want to be the best. We may want to reduce and mitigate our operational risks. Let me give you a brief example. Say you have a new leader for a particular head of department who is successful, who successfully hits the KPIs, and then this particular leader goes to the management and asks for increased salary, and sometime he or she wants to go to the competitor, and we have some significant operational risks, such as losing the key player, losing the clientele, that came with this kind of with this player. And in fact, the easy and quick digital transformation of the business helps manage and mitigate these kind of operational risks. And this example is just a tip of the iceberg of our operational risks. And another important factor is the minimization of corruption aspects, because through these models you can enhance the transparency of the business, kind of explainability of the business. And that's one of the important factors in enhancing and strengthening the attractiveness, investment attractiveness of the businesses. So, and why do we need no-code as a simple and clear instrument and tool of digital transformation? If you ask me, it's not just a fancy or modern trends of ESG. And this is a real tool which will help businesses grow their competitiveness, help businesses increase their investment attractiveness, help businesses scale up. And as you know, currently, scalability and agility is the main edges, so to say, of any business. So thank you. But if you have any questions about my presentation or Dmitri's presentation, we'll be happy to take those. Well, if there are questions, now is the time. Yes, we do have some time for questions, so just raise your hands and we'll deliver the mics to you. My name is Yerjan Dusanbekov, Grant Thornton. It might be related to the first part of the presentation as well, but here's no code. I'm no IT. I'm no IT guy. I'm a financier. Maybe my question is a bit, simple or plain. So, no code can be very difficult to verify, to check. And of course, I might have some questions about safety and security. When the internal team, they created something and it works, it functions, and it's great, everyone's happy, but is it really safe and secure? Is it really safe? It is safer than internal development, in-house development, because vendor is the one responsible for the safety of the platform. So if we are responsible for our platform, we develop in such a way that it conforms to all the safety and security standards, international safety and security standards. And we have the liability for guaranteeing its safety and security. Business analytics who use it, they already use the instruments on that platform, which is already protected by certain methods. And there's certain functionality. They cannot really come up with a backdoor or anything nefarious. They can only, augment or enhance the functionality of the system. They can change some elements, but it does not mean that no code will allow them create a loop in the system. So it's designed in such a way that it avoids this kind of situation.
I do understand your question. To give you a practical example, as of today, no code instruments and Croatia products are safe. And so to prove that, I'll say the following. Odbasi, which is a quasi-public bank, they were attested, and Croatia is attested, and it is connected to practically all government databases. Thank you for your question. Good morning, my name is Janara, I'm from Astana. You said you actually gave an example of Odbasi Bank or Arnur Credit. Obviously, some large-scale transformation took place. So you were involved in these large and small-scale transformations. So based on your experience, can you tell me the following? What did you have to face, so to speak? I mean, in terms of transformation becoming more challenging for you. I mean, what should companies and organizations know in order to get ready for such transformations? Did you notice any trends related to people's mindsets? Processes, were they written out, not written out, and what should you be prepared to deal with? I mean, those companies, what should they be prepared to deal with if they want to work with you? Yes, I'll answer your question, then you'll You'll add if there is anything to add. So, about description of processes or technical specifications. My experience is that things take too long, so you do need to take a decision and then implement it. And the advantage of those no-code platforms is the following. You don't have to come up with your technical specifications, and then you don't have to have them approved by all these units, subdivisions, etc. You need to have a prototype in your system. For example, you as a business, you want a certain solution. Then that person can enter the system and then create a prototype in the system straight away. He'll be able to test it out, change it, etc. If you fail, you can shut it down and then create a new one. That allows you to take a decision faster and then to move into this new era of digitalization, or you'll be able basically to automate your processes faster. And what is important in our region, in our market, is the following. Discussions take too much time, and then descriptions can be too detailed. And in our modern world, if you need more than 2 months to do something, that's too long. And so no code allows you to test things out very quickly, change things very quickly, and then you'll be able to take a look at your results also very quickly. This is a key advantage. So I would like to take this opportunity and also add to Dmitri's answer the following. Dmitri has emphasized the importance of accurate business requirements. No code helps us to be more flexible, and what we do is that 20 to 30% of tasks remain flexible. There are certain external factors, such as all these government databases, etc. So for me as a partner, another important thing is human resources and also our project team. It needs to be ideally sort of free from their day-to-day work and responsibilities. And when top management prioritizes this and gets involved, all that impacts significantly the involvement and engagement of the team, which is the main factor, success factor, as far as transformation is concerned. It looks like we have run out of time. We'll be waiting for your further questions at the Croatia stand. Thank you. I would like to hand this over to you, our sort of letter of gratitude. Thank you very much. Dear participants, I would like to invite our next speakers to the podium. They are from our partner, Forte Bank. They will talk about legacy environment. Their names are Alexander Zhalkovsky and Gleb Gusak. Hello, everyone, colleagues, good morning. So our topic today in this trends and technologies section is something that is not in line with all these standard trends we're observing in all banks right now, and I'm sure you will understand why very shortly. Not everyone works in the banking sector here, obviously, and maybe not everyone understands how banks work. So I think all banks are the same, and it doesn't matter whether this bank is in the States, in Russia, in Kazakhstan. All banks are the same. They all have their core systems, they have products, their cards, and then, cards is a subsystem. That system handles cards and other things related to cards. And so those systems are monolith systems, and historically these systems usually work inside one database. It doesn't matter whether it's a Russian system, American, Indian system, all are the same. And again, integration is also the same everywhere. Every bank has its corporate machine. Some banks have more than one corporate machine, so to speak, 2, 3, or 5. And then there's another common feature, which is BPN. That can be in the form of certain CRM mechanisms or other specialized solutions, but in any event, all banks have them. And quite often that can be represented by several solutions, not just by one solution. So now, how are clients serviced by banks? We have channels that are used by our clients, customers, to receive services. There are some self-service channels. Those are our mobile or web applications. Then there are channels that provide services physically, so to speak. People come to branches, etc. And then customers can call us, obviously. So how are these channels used by banks? Some banks develop things from scratch, some use box solutions. And basically they replicate everything related to processes, services. So if we talk about equipment, so to speak, if we implement certain solutions in a certain channel, we will have to handle certain things. And if we are talking about CRM, then obviously you will have to use your own client database. And so a question will arise very soon: where do we have our master? So how many channels does one bank have? That's another question. And then also banks have all sorts of different products and services that are made available to legal entities and individuals. So if we put all that together, we'll have up to 10 separate solutions, but each of them sort of repeats the logic of these products. And then also, if you do need to handle a request in a specific channel, you will have to obviously sort of repeat those services that you have in other channels. And therefore, the cost of implementation and support that is provided to this number of software programs, obviously that goes up exponentially. So what does each and every commercial bank need right now? And this is something that each top manager feels strongly about, is the speed of change. And the speed will obviously increase because we have to implement everything in each and every channel. And also we need to connect everything to the core systems. So the speed obviously will increase. And also it's common knowledge that when banks introduce certain changes in their channels, they are not able to properly conduct testing. Also, we have another problem. What happens with support? So given this chain, for example, we have this chain and then something happens, an accident happens. And every bank, obviously, when trying to resolve this, they start, each and every unit and subdivision of a bank, they start talking to each other, trying to resolve this problem, and all that takes time. We're not able basically to get back to our client fast enough. So why do banks work like that? And I have a very easy answer to this question. We don't know how else to resolve all these problems. We don't know how else to work. If we hire a different vendor, they can implement certain tools, I don't know, maybe a CRM, an integration solution, or a channel. But again, this will be something that was already done before or implemented before. And as I have said, all banks work the same way and do the same things. So therefore, what do we see in the market? This is not sort of convenient for customers. We are not able to handle our customers' clients' requests efficiently, and the cost of ownership also increases in proportion with the cost of systems, because each and every system basically is the cost of changes that will depend not on one box, so to speak, but on a chain of boxes that are connected with each other. Also, with this approach, we are not able to scale things horizontally. Say, if everybody is saying that they're using microservices, but in actual fact, a real scaling takes place when you increase your resources. In other words, this is vertical scaling, and a system that will enable us to implement solutions in one channel and then connect everything inside the bank with the help of horizontal scaling. That thing just doesn't exist right now, and so costs are rising. We need to spend more implementing things, providing support, etc. Moreover, when your bank is growing, and based on my practical experience, I've seen this many times, several times, whereby the following happens. Say a bank implements a complex solution. For example, my favorite example, the Tinkoff Bank, when they opened back in 2007, they had 50,000 customers. They were handling all that perfectly well, but then when they had 100,000 customers, they basically collapsed. So such solutions change the landscape completely when a certain critical mass, so to speak, is achieved. So what one is supposed to do, what are you supposed to do? Everybody is talking about digital transformation, but they're just talking about that. So what solutions do we have here? What should banks do? The first solution, which is the most straightforward one, is obviously the following. You need to hire an integrator and consultants to be able to implement a solution. But as I have demonstrated before, we will not be able to implement a solution which will change the landscape completely. We will implement just a great mobile application. We will hire best designers, developers. They will come up with a perfect picture. But from the point of view of this bank, of your bank and customer service, nothing will actually change as a result of that. And then we have another option, which is the following. Let's use this modern language. Will things be improved? No, they will not. So what are we supposed to do in this situation? We chose quite a challenging option, difficult to implement option. We decided to transform the bank as best as we can. And what have we changed? Architecture. We have changed the architecture, but we said that we are not changing just one channel. We will change, we said to ourselves, we will change the architecture of the whole bank, and Gleb will touch on that in more detail later on. But the main principle is the following. We create services for all channels of the bank. I'm sure everybody has faced this problem. In the bank mobile application, you see one figure, but then you call the contact center and they tell you that you have another figure or number. And then you get your bank statement that says one thing, but then from the call center you get your bank statement that says completely different things. And so our approach is the following. We want to implement product services once and for all, and then we want to be able to have them in any channel. Also, we create platform-based solutions to unify and accelerate our work in channels and our work on creating services. And obviously, we had to change the team. More specifically, we had problems with certain competencies and skills in the bank, but this is not the greatest challenge that we have faced or faced in the past. The greatest challenge is that we needed to change the mindset of the IT employees. I'm sure you know this anecdote about IT people. Whereby obviously you do have problems with IT. And we decided to devote, actually we have spent more than 1 year trying to resolve this problem, whereby each and every employee needs to feel responsible and be responsible. So everybody needs to be supportable, so to speak. We strive to do the following. So if there is a mistake, an error, then the service itself needs to notify. We don't want to wait until the customer calls us and says things went wrong. And lastly, all these fintech modern approaches, they have this trap. So we create teams, or we have teams, and every team sort of works on its own tasks. For a small company, this is something that can be done. But if it's a bank, for a bank, this can be a problem. So we are not a startup company. And so the challenge here in our work and in those processes that we are building is the following. We need to ensure that there is interaction between a large number of teams and systems. And those things that we're doing, they are challenging, they're difficult. We don't have sort of this silver bullet. I know only one bank that has been able to implement this globally. Perhaps there are other banks that have been able to achieve that. They're just not telling anyone. But those results that we have been having over the past year, they make us feel more hopeful. And this means that we are moving in the right direction. We also have the support of our shareholders, the board of directors, etc., the top management. So part of the work has been completed by us already, and so hopefully you'll be able to see all these fantastic changes that Forte Bank is experiencing right now.
Well, good day. Can you please give the clicker to me? Well, yes, truly, our past isn't easy, and I would like to talk more about our work, of how our path to success is not easy. So I would like to talk about what we do rather than how we do. There will be some issue that we will not be able to disclose because that's a lot of information, and I think that's for our future presentations once we finalize what we have planned so far. Well, the first thing that I would like to focus on is the architecture. Well, we use the event-based architecture. We have packed it into the domain-driven design. So it doesn't matter, actually. It doesn't matter how we arrive to this approach. What matters is that is our approach in omni-channel business domains. That's what Alexandra has already covered in his presentation. We do not design or build the backend for every system. We do not have the system. We actually drop the system as a whole. We have domains. We have the back office, and we have front office, and that's it. And the second flagman, a driver of our solutions, is the platform solutions of the bank. There will be a slide on that. So if we go through the architecture, then it's a classical scheme in terms of the banking sector. There are a number of channels, mobile applications, website, our partners, open APIs. Hopefully that they will once be available at a country level. All of our channels look at the API gate. Some it goes through our API gate. That's a very classical implementation. The routing, there is a layer of authentication, verification, and then in terms of ideology, of course, we do have the SSO, and then we have the most interesting part, which is the middle layer of our domains. They can be of different layers, different levels, can be a low level. To be in touch with ABS and processing, there can be a higher layer. For the transfers, bank transfers, they can be platforms. When we go to the client profile. And we also have processing. That's where the products live. And the logic of the products is that they will stay there. Taking the logic, kind of the target logic, the core logic from ABS processing is the task for our strategy. And we may not actually do that. We are not planning to give up ABS and processing because they are huge systems, huge mechanisms. There is a need and the goal to unify our processes and our system as a whole. So architecture is that we have omni-channels and we have platform-based solutions. So when it comes to omni-channels, we're going back to the classical way. When there is a driver, as a bank decided to change the flagman application for natural persons, for natural persons. And usually it ends up with a great and cool mobile application and a nice backend. So actually, even if it's handled by a corporate block, they will still end up with an application. So as for the production processes, or that is called technological processes, we're not trying to come up with a competitive agile framework approach, no, because this is not identical. They do not overlap in terms of the ideology. We can, in our technical process, we use the frameworks and approaches, the agile approaches. They can be independent in choosing a suitable approach. Some team kind of ideologically kind of fit for iteration-based approach and use Scrum. Or sometimes when there is no one client, then team uses a Kanban approach because they have to service the whole bank. So again, there's features, there are certain teams, there are certain competences. Well, I'm not talking about the business, so when there is certain research or setting up the demands and goals, now that's kind of slightly beyond this focus. Well, imagine the business had its idea, worked on its idea, had development. There is a perfect UI in one of the channels. There are very clearly written requirements, and we need to deliver this idea to our clients from both front end and the back end. So it seemingly is simple if we had couple of teams. But using the omni-channel approach with the demand-driven design kind of generates a number of domains. And for us, actually, the customer is that domain means a team or team means a domain, a separate domain. So means that taking a feature to one of the channels, to internet banking, will be handled by a special team. In order to take one kind of banking transfers to an internet banking, it needs to go through several domains, starting from the high-level domains. We're talking about transfer, then IMA compliance, and so on. There will be ABS, there will be processing, there will be the connection with the client profile will be triggered. So we have quite a number of teams, and organizing them consecutively or in parallel is difficult. Organizing the development in a consecutive parallel way is difficult. So we do the sequence from low level to high level. We do it with test, we go to prop. But then this time to market, of course, is questionable because sometimes it takes too long. And so with the purpose of optimizing the time to market, with the purpose of cutting it down, we came up with the idea of developing this kind of, doing the parallel engineering or parallel development where it is possible. We still have some cases where we do something parallel, we do something synchronously. So it was not an easy task. It turned out to be a challenge for us. In terms of Agile, there are certain frameworks which regulate such processes, SAFe, for example. But something needs to be done in order to achieve the result. They need to be synced, they need to be general planning, kind of overall planning, and so on. But here we're talking about a super glue. We call it a super glue. So the super glue must bind the teams that work on a particular feature, and they need to be competences so that we could work in parallel with all the teams, and so that the competences were there in place once we start working. And our recipe of a super glue for such an approach is solution architecture, or the kind of solution architecture competences. You know, you have a textbooks, right, writing about solution architect, and that's what we have. So the solution architect is something that's brand new for Kazakhstan. I think it's been around for 5 or 6 years only, and there can be some quite interesting interpretations. Sometimes it's software, sometimes it's mixed with enterprise, and actually we developed this solution architect. And then the next one is API-first approach. When our solution architect identifies the handshakes between the teams, and with that handshake, we move forward. So when it comes to API first, we have a masterclass at 4:30. Please join us there. We will talk more about that, and we will explain the prerequisites for that, the advantages and disadvantages of such approach. As for the technical process, I think, yes, handled, we're done. The main challenge with omni-channel architecture is a distributed development and time to market. This is what needs to be thought through, and we need to find the recipe for mitigation of a potentially long time to market for your organization. Well, I have already explained how it works in terms of API first and solution architect, but I kind of tried to demonstrate how the superglue works between the teams, but now I'd like to show how superglue works for a cross-functional back team. So the solution architect comes up with an artifact which has a certain kind of handshake, like I mentioned. The developer starts implementing synchronously based on the QV, based on that contract, starts developing the specification, the specs, and arrives to order tests. And DevOps can also synchronously start developing the dashboards and be ready for certain metrics. As for the platform-based components, there's nothing super new about this. I am confident that top banks of Russia already use this kind of approach. They have identified very clear criteria of their platform that can be on back end and the front end. I know that certain companies in Kazakhstan are trying to arrive to similar approach and similar solutions. But what is needed here is that when you want to do something at a platform level, it needs to be done at the level of the bank, the whole bank. So you can actually start doing something, but then take a wrong turn. When we develop a general kind of service for all or a library of design systems, we decided that will be a platform-based solution, and it will be at the whole bank level. We can say that there is a design system for retail block, and there is a design system for SME, and that is it. That will be the end of the advantage of a platform-based approach. So what do we want to achieve? We want to cut the costs. So we do not want to overlap. We do not want to do things repeatedly. We want to use the resources of our leaders and expertise to do the, doing the design systems and developing them is not the easiest task, because unless you use something from the open source. That is why the coolest or the greatest professionals are involved in this. So if we need platform-based solutions, we will have more and more such specialists. So these are examples that we're already using in our platform solutions or plan to use. I'm talking about the mobile banking for natural persons and legal entities, our website, the software contact center, partners, where we get embedded or integrated, or where they get embedded or integrated. And when it comes to ARM, this is the work office. So office, basically, it's office of manager, bank managers. So let me give you an example. So we have three types of platform-based components. They can be for the channels, or they can be in type of services, and they can be as frameworks. For channels, we say it's the front part, the design system, all the large organizations who have mobile applications. VK or Russian Sber, they have their own design systems. You can also use the open source, but then the flexibility is limited in terms of UI. The design system has the UI part that's developed by UX UI people. And there is also a mirror in form of a code that has a set of molecules and organisms, and then developer as a constructor just has to come up with the forms and mirrors or kind of monitors that conform to a particular business process. As for the platform-based services, we provide a supervised service. There is the client's profile domain, API gates, so SSO, or the bank partner bank domain. They can actually reuse some of the external contracts that this domain offers. And framework, I think this is the most interesting part. Well, clearly, this is not the whole list. There's certain know-how that we did not want to disclose, but let me share you a story. This is part of the super glue used in our technological process. One of the libraries of our back framework, actually, we're trying to do it at the front end as well. We've had some progress so far. So that is auto-generation of services on the basis of production process contracts. So imagine I'm not a senior developer. I'm a regular, just a mid-level guy. I have a couple of years of experience. I love coding. I do not like frameworks. I'm just, well, applied developer. Yes, some people are smiling. I guess you recognize yourself, right? So I have this task. I have my handshake. And from that handshake, I auto-generate a service with all the advantages that there are. Then I immediately trigger this kind of integrational interaction with other teams. So developer doesn't have to really need to think about teams in charge, because that's triggered automatically. Then there are metrics. Majority of the metrics emerge afterwards. When you're pressed for time, You don't have good metrics, you only have data, and then the team can skip implementation of metrics, and that turned into technical liability, and that will never be handled in a backlog, or can be handled only for key sensitive aspects. Out-of-box metrics, they're basic, they can always be amended, and logging, rated logging. I mean, the developer doesn't have to think about the library that he needs to connect to. Everything is already auto-generated, so kind of out-of-box solution, ready-to-use solution. As for the framework, it is important not to do some platform-based solutions in form of libraries, which has business logic. I think it's the scriptures, right? That we control logic via services, and it doesn't need to be kept there as a business logic. A very interesting topic is the potential inertia of the company. You know, the companies kind of used to living in a particular pace and a particular rhythm, and there is this saying that if it works, don't touch it. And actually, that's a slogan that is used not only by IT but also by other professionals. So this kind of inertia is not to be afraid of. And transformation of an IT landscape have a positive impact on all of the departments that are kind of engaged in the process. Usually, digital transformation is a cool driver, cool motivation for the whole team. People start thinking differently because they are given some unorthodox goals, and everything that they used to think are not right, apparently. I mean, so they start thinking this in a very non-trivial way, in a very kind of out-of-box way. So, and after we succeeded, people get really happy because they were able to change their approach. So, these kind of projects, on top of actually being beneficial for the company, they also great in changing the mindset and motivation of other departments. So, and in conclusion, team matters the most. Without a team, you can't guarantee or succeed in transformation. It needs to be an experienced team. It needs to be a team that has already lived through this kind of transformation, maybe not from A to Z, but have an understanding of what risks can happen during implementation. So it needs to be an experienced team. It needs to be a results-oriented team. So all of these aspects will guarantee the success. And I must say that the strength of Forte is in its people. Thank you. Thank you, Oleg. Thank you, Alexander. There is no time for question and answers. Yes, because you're already taking the time of coffee break. But if you have some questions, then you can actually find them in the coffee break and ask those questions. Thank you. This is the certificates on behalf of the organizers for your wonderful presentation. Thank you. We'll see you back at 10 past 11.
ол сылбар емес. Мықтырақ бол. Шабыт береді. Айтқанынан қайтпас. Кейде аңғал, кейде еркін. Келемеждейді. Өзіңді өзгертеді. Өз болмысын ұстанады. Ішкі сезімін сыртқа шығарады. Өз қалағанын жасайды. Оны сезінесің. Яғни күшің жаныңда. Оны дәл кезінде сезінеді. Форте. Күш бойыңда. Сила скрывается в каждом. Она не дремлет. Вдохновляет. Твердит одно и то же. Делает глупости. Смеется над тобой. Заставляет преодолевать себя. Учиться быть собой. Учит говорить то, что чувствуешь. Делать то, что хочешь. Ощущать ее присутствие. Сила всегда рядом. Нужно просто вовремя заметить ее. Форте. Сила на твоей стороне.
Кейпро, наверное, 8 лет там Кейпро, Professionalize Kazakhstan. И последние 2 года мы поменяли фокус. Не просто на профессионалов, которые, вот, скажем, встретились с первым профессиональным кризисом, когда они там обучались одному, а хочется уже чуть другое. Это был там основной фокус там Professionalize Kazakhstan, когда мы давали реальные навыки от местных профессионалов, которые уже пережили и давали такую, наверное, путевку в жизнь другими глазами. То, что 2 года назад мы поменяли, мы сказали, наверное, мы хотим теперь поменять на взгляд руководителя. Не просто профессионала, а уже руководителя, который встретился с вызовами. И сегодня он находится в стадии, что в течение 2-3 лет он станет первым руководителем. И тогда он должен быть не просто функциональным менеджером, который был хорош там, я не знаю, в IT, или он там был хорош там, я не знаю, в обеспечении там поставок, или там в HR. Сегодня он должен стать уже первым руководителем, быть таким универсальным, это называется general management, и освоить новые навыки. Мало того, что освоить навыки, которые ему на работе надо с меняющего ролью, но и он должен еще освоить новые тренды. Те тренды, которые сегодня диктуют каждый день, там, технологические изменения, там, изменения в компетенциях, изменения в партнерствах. То есть это были важные вещи. 2 года назад мы поменяли, но сейчас мы смотрим, что рельсы правильные. Это то, что дает возможность, наверное, очень хорошо развиваться, связывать наших профессионалов с их вызовами, которые стоят. Наверное, пока он существует в таком режиме, мы пока посмотрим. Но, наверное, еще 2-3 года мы посмотрим, как это будет работать.
ол сылбар емес.
Мықтырақ бол.
Шабыт береді. Айтқанынан қайтпас. Кейде аңғал, кейде еркін. Келемеш дейді. Өзіңді өзгертеді. Өз болмысын ұстанады. Ішкі сезімін сыртқа шығарады. Өз қалағанын жасайды. Оны сезінесің. Яғни күшің жаныңда. Оны дәл кезінде сезінеді. Форте. Күш бойыңда. Сила скрывается в каждом. Она не дремлет.
Мықтырақ бол.
Вдохновляет. Твердит одно и то же. Делает глупости. Смеется над тобой. Заставляет преодолевать себя. Учиться быть собой. Учит говорить то, что чувствуешь. Делать то, что хочешь. Ощущать ее присутствие. Сила всегда рядом. Нужно просто вовремя заметить ее. Форте. Сила на твоей стороне.
Кипро, наверное, 8 лет там Кипро, Professionalize Kazakhstan. И последние 2 года мы поменяли фокус. Не просто на профессионалов, которые, вот, скажем, встретились с первым профессиональным кризисом, когда они там обучались одному, а хочется уже чуть другое. Это был там основной фокус там Professionalize Kazakhstan, когда мы давали реальные навыки от местных профессионалов, которые уже пережили и давали такую, наверное, путевку в жизнь другими глазами. То, что 2 года назад мы поменяли, мы сказали, наверное, мы хотим теперь поменять на взгляд руководителя. Не просто профессионала, а уже руководителя, который встретился с вызовами. И сегодня он находится в стадии, что в течение 2-3 лет он станет первым руководителем. И тогда он должен быть не просто функциональным менеджером, который был хорош там, я не знаю, в IT, или он там был хорош там, я не знаю, в обеспечении там поставок, или там в HR. Сегодня он должен стать уже первым руководителем, быть таким универсальным, это называется general management, и освоить новые навыки. Мало того, что освоить навыки, которые ему на работе надо с меняющей ролью, но и он должен еще освоить новые тренды. Те тренды, которые сегодня диктуют каждый день, там, технологические изменения, там, изменения в компетенциях, изменения в партнерстве. То есть это были важные вещи. 2 года назад мы поменяли, но сейчас мы смотрим, что рельсы правильные. Это то, что дает возможность, наверное, очень хорошо развиваться, связывать наших профессионалов с их вызовами, которые стоят. Наверное, пока он существует в таком режиме.
Уважаемые
мы
участники
посмотрим,
саммита,
наверное,
наш
через 2-3
кофе-брейк
года мы
заканчивается.
посмотрим, как это
Прошу
будет работать.
занимать свои места. Мы начинаем через несколько минут.
Итак, уважаемые участники,
Dear participants, I would like to ask you to return to your seats. Our next speaker is
уважаемые участники, просим проходить в зал.
Sergei Mushchenko from West Central Asia. Participants, please return to your seats.
Уважаемые участники,
Dear participants, please return to your seats.
уважаемые участники, просим проходить.
Dear participants, please return to the conference room, to your seats. We are about to start our second session on data management.
Да ты потому что не в тот микрофон говоришь, блин. Вон в тот.
Уважаемые участники,
Dear participants, please return to the conference room. We are about to start our second block, second session.
Нет, этот ты оставляешь здесь, это твой.
Итак, уважаемые участники,
Dear participants, we are starting our second session, data management. Our first speaker in the session is Sergei Moshchenko, General Director of WEG Central Asia. He is going to talk about challenges of data dilemma in predictive services in industries. Can you hear me? Yes. Yes, we can. Esteemed organizers of the summit, dear guests, I'm happy to welcome you all. Hello, everyone. I represent Brazilian corporation WEG. It's my honor to be here. I would like to thank the organizers. I would also like to thank Ildar personally for this invitation. You know, I would like to say the following. In this overview of trends and technologies, there were quite a lot of terms which I was really happy to hear, because when I was invited, I felt like I was invited perhaps to a wrong event, because we represent the real sector, the manufacturing industry. We are from the machine building sector. And here we are joined by the IT sector, by people who basically provide services. But those challenges and those trends that we talked about earlier today, and we have heard about them from our colleagues earlier today. So this is something actually we also have in our sector, in our industry. Our brand, our corporation perhaps is not that well known, but allow me to say the following at the very beginning of my speech. So I would like to tell you who we are. I'm sorry, can you pass my glasses to me, please? So I'll do my best to sort of stick to the time limit. So I'll be quite fast. So in my introductory part, I will tell you who we are, what we do, and how we're connected to the topic of this session, which is data management. So we represent one of the largest corporations in the energy machine building industry. We work on full life cycles of energy, its generation, distribution, etc. We basically make electrical machines such as generators and many other machines. So I'll give you a few numbers. 6 billion numbers is our revenue, 30 billion is our capitalization, 40,000 employees all over the world, 17 industrial clusters from 14 countries with a total area of more than 1 million square meters. The output is, you can see on the slide, and this accounts for 7% of all engines manufactured globally. So what we do basically is the following. We focus on energy efficiency, renewable energy sources, electric mobility, digital solutions for new technological materials. Colleagues, in all of these industrial segments, electrical engine is something that is used widely everywhere. Pumps, lifts, conveyors, mills, etc., etc., and all other machines. Without the engine, all this equipment is just equipment. It doesn't use energy. And electric machines basically use energy. They use up to 60 energy that is produced in a country on average. So energy-intensive industries, they use up to 70% of energy, and electric machines use that energy. Not TV sets, computers or anything, but electric machines. 70% of all energy in Kazakhstan, for example, is used by these machines. And that means that what we make, basically, you spend your money on that. Is there anyone from the manufacturing sector here in this room? Can you raise your hands, please? Just for me to have an idea. Okay. So, here we spend not only on energy, obviously electrical energy, but on all other things, which is the total cost of ownership. And the question is, how efficient and effective are these costs? You can take into account these costs in the cost of your final product, or you can do your best to minimize them. Perhaps some items should be annulled completely so as to be more competitive. Today, digital technologies can optimize costs and annul any losses of an enterprise related to accidents. Those of you who work in the manufacturing sector, you know how difficult it is to get this feedback, focusing on real numbers related to losses of electrical machines, especially if an enterprise stops working because of problems that they have with their equipment. We do have an idea of what happens in developed economies, and those are really high numbers. So these numbers, I mean digital technologies, allow us to minimize these losses. So why did we decide to take part in this IT summit, since we specialize in machine building? We, as a machine builder, already are in this new paradigm of this grandiose digital transition, where change happens fast. Destructive risks, whether we want them or not or don't, are there, and we will feel this pressure more and more, especially when we deal with those strategies that we have as companies and as countries. So we need to look for solutions to be able to handle these challenges. We, as a machine builder, did we face any challenges related to digital transformation? Of course. Since we have a vertical integrated production cycle, we needed to consolidate our efforts to change our development corporate paradigm. And so we have been able to achieve our first positive results. And then we decided to use our new knowledge working with this cycle so that consumers, those of you who have raised your hands earlier, so that you are able to use all these digital transformation technologies in your businesses. And we have this unit now, Web Digital Solutions, that employs experts in software development and in this webnology ecosystem. This division, this unit, basically unites people, processes, and technologies. This is something that you can read from this slide. And so we use applicable sciences, and we work in the digital world. And so the consumer can use that and can take advantage of that to become more competitive and to improve their energy efficiency and to take also advantage of all these innovations. One of the dilemmas that we have here is the data dilemma. Obviously, digital technologies are very progressive, but when implementing them, enterprises are not prepared to move further in order to be able to resolve these contradictions. And so here we have this dilemma. And the master data dilemma obviously is hugely relevant. Companies accumulate a large amount of data, and master data is key, and it is used in solutions and applications by companies. And here we have all sorts of information about customers, products, etc. Now, the master data issue is influenced by several factors, such as various discrepancies in data, changing requirements, and then cybersecurity laws. And another problem is how you own and control your data. We're aware of that problem. So here we think that the human factor plays a key role because people impact situations and requirements and expectations. Basically, humans are the reason behind this dilemma. That's how we see this problem. And nobody is prepared to take a closer look into this problem and to leave their comfort zone. And this comfort zone, we've been there for decades. And here we have this cultural code that is also behind this dilemma. And now the cultural code needs to be changed as soon as possible. Destructive risks are still there, colleagues. In 10 years' time, perhaps even earlier, many professions perhaps will disappear if people are not able to adapt quickly. And we have talked about this problem already today. Companies who will not become sustainable will also be ignored by everybody else. And they will lose their global markets and they will go bankrupt, or they will have to work in their local markets. By the way, one of the existing trends, which is fragmentation, transition to protectionism policies, and focusing on domestic demand, all those things will not help you, especially if you are in a developing country in Central Asia. Those are raw materials markets. And for them, access to global markets is very important. So we need to resolve this problem. And so the data master is part of this new corporate cultural code that will allow us to decrease these destructive risks. And what is the cultural code? Here we have several concepts. One of them is the following: I do what I feel like should be done or is necessary. So for us to be able to adapt to this corporate cultural code, we need to minimize all the above-mentioned risks as best as we can. So let me talk about our situation. Globally, machine builders are developing these solutions, not only in the energy sector, but also in the sector of aggregate machine building. Here we have an autonomous diagnostic block, web scan. This can be used for any electrical engines. This is an analog of the smartwatch that we have, and this can be basically used with any electrical engine. And so we can use a digital platform here using data analytics and dynamics, and that way we'll be able to determine the cost of ownership of an electrical engine. I would like to emphasize that specifically. In Kazakhstan, we don't know a single large corporation that has this electrical engine asset as a separate or standalone unit. Some cost items can be annulled completely by your system. Basically, we're talking to the energy reliability of an enterprise, whereby an enterprise can move to the predictive model. Colleagues, here we're talking about a revolution of sorts. This is a revolution in maintenance sector. So basically, the asset of an enterprise will become a smart element. So we need to adapt to this corporate cultural code. Again, here we have all sorts of innovations, and this is something people are afraid of. And here we have this human factor, the so-called planned predictive maintenance. Again, it's part of a DNA of any regular enterprise. We're not saying it's a bad thing. It's a working model. But today, it's becoming outdated very quickly. And it's lagging behind those trends and tendencies that we are observing right now that allow us to use better technologies. So this is something that is becoming obsolete very quickly. And so without updating our corporate code, we won't be able to do anything. And we need to make sure we understand what the definition is. So we have this planned predictive maintenance system, which is an obsolete technology, basically, an outdated technology. So the developed markets, they are transitioning rapidly to prognostics or to the prognostic predictive model that allows them to, so to speak, annul a significant part of non-manufacturing losses. And so the objective here is the following. Companies, organizations, our clients need to understand how useful this system is. To be able to do that, we need to work on this cultural codes so that people get interested in this, get passionate about this, and are able to move, transition into this new paradigm. All employees need to understand and appreciate the value of this transition that will allow them to achieve results faster. So the predictive model is better. And so here we can have various initiatives from employees, and this needs to be encouraged because employees that way will impact results achieved by their companies. And so the predictive maintenance system can be used not only for electrical engines, but also this can be used in other industries. Those who basically manufacture aggregates, they're moving in the same direction. And obviously we're talking about global corporations now, but nevertheless, our products, our aggregates, electrical engines, they form various assets of an enterprise that impact the cost side and competitiveness of your enterprise. That's why for enterprises to be able to use these platforms, they will need to interact with the manufacturer of this equipment. You don't have to reinvent the wheel here. So how to install this equipment, how to calibrate this equipment, how to impact the optimization of cost of ownership. So all that, you will be able to do that if you work closely in partnerships with manufacturers of this. So you need to work closely with those companies who specialize in this area, because that will be cheaper and more effective than developing your own platforms and data analytics. If you are not an expert in this area, if you don't have any machine building knowledge, you cannot compare data that you collect with the template data. And in Kazakhstan, everybody is trying to reinvent this wheel. You need to understand also that the manufacturer does understand that its platform needs to have its own original base, and the system needs to have cognitive characteristics of machine learning, and also the platform needs to ensure that integration can take place of data or between SCADA and other similar systems. And all data can be stored on servers of your client. So for a competent manufacturer, this is something that is pretty obvious.
All the necessary investments have already been made, and the user only has to find a compromise to address this dilemma on key data. And we, as a manufacturer, have prepared all the necessary software for a whole range of electric machines to enable the consumer to fine-tune effectively digital management of the equipment. So let me give you the examples. Dilemma of MDM, master data management. Dilemma of master data management on electric motor asset. I mean, on an asset such as electric motor. So we do have this electric equipment. So the energy professionals, I mean power professionals, are not ready to really use this innovation because they don't have this task, or vibration diagnostics engineers feel challenged by these new solutions. They're not happy with some of these predictions. And they're not happy, they're kind of reluctant to apply all this news. The technical maintenance surface doesn't know how to categorize the model along with subscription. It is something new, and they do not know what kind of requirements need to be used to assess the characteristics of similar manufacturers. Management is not ready to take the electric motor as a separate critical asset of the company. 60 to 70% of the electric power is consumed by the electric motor, but whilst management is not ready to kind of separate it as an asset. Safety and security services do not want to follow the cybersecurity regulations of the country, though this list is endless. And so what I said, that we come across these situations of endless, siloed, disconnected debates, incomplete, unfinished dialogues. And all of this is proof that this dilemma exists, that all the parties have their own expectations, that they have mutually excluding conditions, and as a result, the dilemma emerges. When we generalize the data and experience that we have, we understand that actually the reason for most of these problems is the human factor, which is based on new, unfamiliar platform, kind of fear of the deployment, where you can't really classify it what is good, bad, beneficial, necessary, unnecessary, and the way out would be to gradually update the production culture, the corporate culture, and to introduce new technologies in a very transparent and clear way so that achievements of every unit could be visible to all. Clear and comparable with the plan. The planning needs to engage the whole company, whereas the solutions needs to align with the mission, with the values, and its visibility for the external world. So basically, we're talking about the sustainable model of the company. So several theses that I would like to note here. So the data must go through the evaluation process. Yes, we do collect data, but actually we do collect data, we process them, digest them, but actually we also must process them in such a way that they acquire value for the business owner. Because at an enterprise, at a company, production company, you can have a very strong and powerful data collection mechanism. But if that data is not used to manage the losses or to cut the costs, then such data will be useless. So it is important to do something to transform this data into something valuable. Value number 3 is that until the data is formed, they have no value, they have no use. Because sometimes data is lost. I mean, the later you start, the later data you're going to collect, and then the more you're going to lose. You may work with some of the businesses, you come up with different platform segments and so on, so you probably understand how much that costs to an enterprise to collect data and to properly process data. Well, but if that data is not, did not acquire any value, then it can be considered as a loss. When it comes to costs, it's equipment, software, hardware, training staff, hiring people, third-party contracts, and the contract wrap-up. That's something that we came across in our practice as well. Sometimes the enterprises had to simply close the project because they didn't succeed. Let me give you a small example. One of the largest mining enterprises in Kazakhstan has its asset in Brazil. Yeah, they have a whole mining complex in Brazil. And this very asset, based in Brazil, is a smart factory. It's a digital enterprise. And the predictions or forecast is not even discussed there, because within 5 to 7 years, this company was able to transform the culture from scheduled and proactive servicing and maintenance. The company has shifted to predictive servicing and maintenance. And this case was proposed by the management to be discussed at a higher level, because that enterprise did not have any losses, I mean, typical losses that a Kazakh enterprise has, especially emergency halts, emergency downtimes. So what did they do? They took one of the objects, one of the assets in this group, and repeated, sort of copied the same architecture, on data collection, sensor installation, computation, detection of deviation, and so on and so forth. And they even copied the monitors and dashboards, Power BI, where they could really see and track and monitor what was happening and build a new servicing and maintenance management. So the chief energy engineer of that group told me, well, we looked at what they did in Brazil, we copied it here, and we spent huge amount of money to introduce that platform. And everything on our monitors is red, I mean, in the red zone, where the company still works, the company still operates. And why did we do this? Why did we spend so much money? This is the attitude. This is what we have, really. And because these losses, they also include the unimplemented project-related losses. And actually, what we have here is the no downtime, no emergency stops, no poor quality products, and so on. Yes, but that's not accounted for or perceived as a bonus, perceived as an achievement. The third thesis: if you're not ready in your strategy to go for these kind of unpredictable losses, you need to come up with a continuous search. So you need to continuously track your progress and products. There is some level of competences which can affect the optimization of the total cost of ownership. To avoid inventing something new, it is sometimes easier to just invite a profile manufacturer who has all these competences and who's ready to tell you what's needed, because they know what the product is like and they know the nature of losses that can be incurred by the owner of such product. This is the solution. And global manufacturers, the large-scale brand, they already have those solutions, and they usually have the ready-to-use integration model. If this compromise is achieved, then the data that will be collected at your production sites will immediately acquire value, and then return on investments will be guaranteed. Thesis 4, without cooperation, compromise can be achieved. Well, let me explain. We have a platform that we offer to our clients. Data is collected from the equipment installed on the side of a client, but processed by us to detect abnormal behavior, to do the diagnostics, and to find the prescription kind of for solution. But we've spent some money as a third party because the code that we use is our own property, and we can also be afraid of giving it to the third party, to a partner. But that doesn't happen because we understand the value of data, and we do have the compromise already. The the overwhelming majority of equipment manufacturers actually have similar models. Thesis number 5 is compromise. Guarantees value formation and achieving the business efficiency. Well, I am wrapping up my presentation. Well, data master dilemma related risks are inevitable, and the company can avoid that only by looking for compromises. The human factor is important when finding the compromise and taking responsibility for some decisions. And these solutions can be implemented only with the updated corporate culture. We had actually similar challenges and experience. And if that happens, it will be easier for the company to use the expert capacity of brand manufacturers to build effective digital platforms of category-based management for the key assets of the company, where electric motor has a very important role to play. Thank you. Thank you, Sergey, for your very interesting presentation. We have time for just one more question. If there is anyone willing to ask a question. Okay. Well, there were only a few people who came, but but you had some theses, maybe. That's interesting, yeah? Thank you. Thank you very much, Eldar. So now I'd like to invite the Amazon Web Services, Igor Schwarzschaffmesser. He will talk about new cloud technologies or data governance in the cloud. Well, good day. Well, I am the solution architect of AWS. I work with colleagues in Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and Central Asia. I am a member of a big part that works with this market. I have a lot of clients, and I would like to talk to you about data governance. Well, before AWS, I worked with a large company outside of Kazakhstan, and we had our own analysts, as I remember. And I would come and say, look, I need a report on our products. What is the revenue that they bring? And they would say, how do you want me to calculate the revenue? Because this product will calculate this way, or this product will calculate it the other way. So what is it that you want to receive? So I had to explain. And then analysts will say, I need a week, and I'll come back to you with data in a week. Usually, the data wouldn't make any sense, because if you want to have a proper answer to your question, you need to know about 70% of the answers. So I would have some clarification question. They would say, oh, I need another week. It needs to be a compatible format, and so on. And we would spend weeks and months before any report would emerge. And in the meantime, relevance will be lost because the market conditions have changed, and waiting for a report made no sense. And actually, it's very difficult. So this kind of story is familiar to all of you, because reporting and reports and analytics, analytical reports, and master data management is complicated. You all may have faced certain difficulties, and usually the company try to introduce data governance, to introduce some centralized policy when all the data is taken, recalculated, when we have kind of data catalog, and after that everything should work smoothly and perfectly. But it does not work like that. It doesn't happen like that, because people have different understanding of data governance. Some think it's master data management, someone think about security, and so on. But in order to align all this, to kind of bring everything in order, they come to us, because they don't know why things don't work, although a lot of resources and time was spent on it. Why did that happen? Well, first of all, everyone tries to apply a very systematic approach, kind of trying to answer this question and understand what data governance is. So there is the Gartner company that spoke today. By the way, they have a very cool description of what data governance is. You see, there are very difficult words, such as big words, specification, framework, decision rights, accountability. This is very systemic and well described, but not practical. Well, in terms of data governance, what is that? Why do you need it? It is an opportunity to make your data of your companies accessible for the business, so that the business could take the decisions, could And for the businesses to be able to use this data operatively, this should not be like shackles. It should not be centralized. Then it becomes a very difficult task. Is collecting in one point all of the people who will be experts is not easy, and then everyone starts walking around and saying like, oh, can you give me a report, and so on. Why does that happen? Because the businesses looked at what can be done. Businesses, again, found a certain approach. The approach that they want data government because they need a business case for that. Because business data governance means there needs to be a system, there needs to be technologies. It means that we need to calculate and estimate the ROI. So the business case is being drafted for this whole thing. Then we, as a company, understand what we already have. We've described the SE system. We described and have written out our kind of outputs. We have the 2-3-year plan. And we start developing and growing these competences. So, and in the end, we need to understand whether we have achieved that value, business value, or not. I'm going to save you 2 years of research and tell you that this kind of approach does not work. You will do it, but you'll understand that it doesn't work. In Amazon, we use a principle that's called working backwards. We're not trying to say, okay, what our users or customer clients need. Whenever I say users, I'm talking about both external users, the consumers, as well as internal users, different units and departments of the company. We're not trying to kind of predict what really people need. We directly approach these people. We ask them questions about their needs. And then we try to find solutions for those needs. And when it comes to data governance, we suggest using another approach. Your company already has some initiatives that you have passed that allows you to be competitive, that allows you to develop your businesses, and so on. And these initiatives, they already need some data. So maybe then you should choose an initiative that is already being implemented, that has already received funding in your company, and try to figure out what data is needed by this initiative to guarantee its success. Say, if you want to understand better your supply chain, or if you want to have a better warehouse storage management. So look at those aspects. Try to figure out what data is lacking, what data is missing, and wants to be done. And for that, and then try to address this specific goal. Try to supply data for this particular initiative. Well, I mean, since we're talking about data governance, just take a step ahead and think for the future and try to understand what will happen after you aligned and corrected and supplied proper data. Is that needed somewhere else? And usually the answer would be yes, because if you have a proper and good quality data set for warehouse management or supply chain management, you will need a similar data set for something else, for another process. Well, company is one mechanism, right? There are lots of vertical processes that could benefit from existing data sets. So this is how your data governance will emerge, when you will gradually, step by step, will collect and aggregate data that will be needed for different decision making.
And that will be available to everyone inside the company. So this data governance, what will it help us with? First of all, we'll be able to find data. We have a lot of data held by various units. We have this concept of silo. Marketing department, they do one thing. The manufacturing, they do another thing. And so when we locate and find this data, we need to be able to work with that data, and we need to make it available inside your company. And so how are we supposed to do that? And here we need some common approaches and mechanisms. So to be able to do that, we need to ensure data protection, and also we need to comply with various compliance requirements. And since these data will be widely available, we need to have certain audit and control so that not to have these data sort of lost, so to speak. And here we basically actually have this data governance thing. So to be able to have this, we need to develop 9 competencies. And I will remind you that those are a combination of people, processes, and technologies. Here we have 3 key elements. To buy an information system and then if you don't know how to use it, nothing will work. So these 3 competencies, we can divide them into 3 large segments. The first segment is curate or data selection. Here, we need to understand where exactly we have our master data, which is our source. Also, we need to know how to integrate these data. By that, I mean the following. We need to have these data mechanically and semantically. They need to be in line. So in all these data sets, we need to be able to work with these data in the same way. And then, of course, quality control, because if we have low quality data, we will have low quality results, which we should not be relying on. The next set is understanding. By that we mean how we understand statistically what kind of data we have here. All discrepancies, everything needs to be sort of understood by us, mathematically speaking. So data layering is basically how these data was obtained and other things. And then categorization of data. So when we complete all these tasks, we need to make these data available in a secure and safe way from the point of view of information security and from the point of view of complying with compliance requirements. Another important point here is data cycling, because data can get outdated. They need to be updated and relevant, and also your compliance unit may require you to store these data, and perhaps you will be required to store it for 5 or 7 years. So basically, this is also one of the competencies that will be sort of provided for by your data governance approach. So if we say, let's do this not systemically, but relying on certain processes, and this is not a theoretical thing, this is something actually that is already used in practice, real life. For example, JP Morgan Chase have adopted this approach. They had a centralized system, and they moved away from this data governance centralized system, and they started managing their data with the help of several teams, and that allowed them to accelerate all the innovations that they use in their company. And this is something that is driving the business, so to speak. And so in order to be able to move towards this data governance approach, we need to have certain prerequisites. So in your company, first of all, you will need to describe your up-to-date strategy for working with your data. Then your organization needs to become a data-driven organization. In other words, your company needs to learn how to work with your data. And after that, you will be able to talk about data governance. So what is this modern data strategy? First of all, this is a flexible plan, because to be able to write a plan, to develop a plan that you will use for the next 3 or 5 years, this is not a realistic thing. 3 years ago, everybody was talking about Gen AI. Before that, nobody talked about that. People just talked about AI. And what are they going to talk about this year? We have no idea. And so whatever you are developing or writing down needs to be technologically justified. We are talking about data governance here, and so this is something that is relevant for the whole company, and you need to take into account your culture, and you need to change your corporate culture. If your company doesn't know how to work with data and what to do with data. And the most important thing here is that this strategy needs to create not just a mechanism from which you will of which you will take advantage, but it needs to create a mechanism that will enable you to benefit from it as faster and faster. And so working with data is basically a combination of changes in the culture, presence of people who know how to work with data, and then also processes and technologies that will enable you to do all that. So how are we supposed to know whether we have a good strategy or not? By the way, in Amazon, they have this mechanism whereby if you have everything done correctly, then your company will develop more rapidly, faster and faster. So this will look like as follows. So you have a certain set of data, and we create a product. What kind of product? We don't just publish some data set and people then test it out. No. It's a product that you buy. It has its own life cycle. It has its quality. And so you need to make these data universal and compatible so that they can be used. For example, if you buy a vacuum cleaner, you don't assemble it. You buy it it can be readily used. So you use the data in order to improve user experience. Internal users, external users, it doesn't matter. When you do something for your user, then your user comes back to you with their feedback. And then this feedback, you can use it in order to, again, improve certain things in your data products. Perhaps you will be able to find new data or something like that. So again, you will go through this cycle, you will improve your product, and with the help of that, you will improve your user experience, and then you will continue your development. You will develop and develop further, and your company will become more and more efficient. And so when you work or you start working with your data, you see certain data sets, and then you say, oh, we have this set of data. Perhaps we could create something new on the basis of the data. And so that way you come up with innovations by basically constantly experimenting. You can come up with a new data set, and then you will see whether this is beneficial for you or not. If it is beneficial and useful, then you will basically develop a new product, and then that way you will constantly sort of be using all these data for your benefit, and you will be able to actually use all these data more and more effectively and efficiently. So that way we will be able to transform our organization into a data-driven organization. The first change that you will need to make in this area is to move away from centralization. Centralization is always something that leads you to this bottleneck. Everybody goes to one place, basically, and everybody basically waits for things to be done. So when we talk about data, centralization looks the following way. You have a centralized data house. If you need to add a new data set, and nobody will be able to do anything before somebody does that for you. And again, the ETL pipeline, again, if you want to move your data somewhere, you will have to wait, and this slows down your company. So what do we recommend? We recommend the following. These competencies need to be handed over to those units of your business who actually work with the data, with these data, because those who are responsible for ATL pipeline, if they're sitting next to you with those people who are actually doing business, they will understand why they're making all these transformations, and perhaps they will also understand that what the business asked them to do needs to be done in a different way, because only the business itself understands what expertise is required for a specific set of data they're working with. So we need to move away from this centralization, and we need to be able to basically make our teams more knowledgeable. And so data governance is this link that connects everyone. So we need our teams to be able to make decisions independently, and they need to make them as fast as they can without waiting for anybody else. But they also need to comply with certain security, safety requirements of that company. And here, data governance actually will help us. So if we take a look at the teams, we will see the following. We have teams that consume data. Those are the teams that take these data sets, then they analyze everything and create value for the business. So these teams need to receive ready-made products. They don't need to be responsible for quality control or anything else. They will deal with ready-made products to perform certain tasks. On the other hand, we also have teams who generate these data. And so these suppliers of data, they have data expertise. They need to be responsible for the quality of these data, for their compatibility with semantics and everything else. And also we need to understand that both suppliers and consumers, they are, so to speak, nominal, because manufacturers themselves or generators of data will also use that data. And so your data team is this link that, I mean, I cannot come up with a good term in Russian, but in English we say enablers or enable. They will provide technologies so that suppliers and consumers are able to interact with each other more effectively. So those are the people who don't just develop standards. They come to you and say, let us help you build the pipeline, or let us help you with training. They unify instruments, rules, they train employees. They are not just a centralized unit that instructs everybody, but they do take part in this work with everybody else. So when you have these two requirements complied with or met, you can talk about data governance. And this is something I've already mentioned. So you take a look at the initiatives that your company has, you select what the most important for you, you look also what data are missing, and then slowly, gradually, you start resolving all these problems. You don't have to develop all these 9 competences all at once. You just need to be able to handle one specific business initiative and then achieve certain results. And that will be the results of your data governance work. Then you move on to the next initiative, next one, and gradually you'll be able to build this large-scale, fully-fledged data governance system. So, to sum up, what is data governance? Data governance is when data is useful for your business or are useful for your business. How do we implement that? You start with those initiatives. I mean, you do not do this data governance for the sake of data governance. Rather, you use all that for projects that already exist. So to implement or develop all these 9 competences, please do not develop them all at once. Focus on those tasks that are the most critical for you, and then build your data governance strategy, change your corporate culture so as to be more data-oriented, and then select data instruments. I'm not going to mention any services that we have here. EWS, they have all sorts of services that can be useful here, but to start with, you need to focus on your business part. If you need to move into the cloud, and if you decide to work with AWS, we'll be very happy to help you. And we can start with this. The QR code will help you to see how you can correctly be divided into teams, what steps you should take, etc., etc. The ideology itself sort of is set out there. And also, if you want to start taking some practical steps and to take a look at specific services, AWS will help you with this. And we have this ready-made assessment. Our experts will sit down with you and will help you to understand better what is happening with data governance in your company, and you will be able to come up with a specific data governance action plan. That's it from me. We have some time left for questions, but before you start asking your questions, we need to say the following. Amazon is a data-oriented company. Please scan this QR code on the right-hand side of the screen. I need to receive feedback from you, which is very important for me. Also, in Kazakhstan, there are a lot of AWS users, and they have their own user group. This is basically a place where users from Kazakhstan communicate with each other, ask questions, and we have quite a few AWS experts in that group, so please use the other QR code for that, and I'm ready to answer your questions. Yes, we have, I think, one question. Oh, we have some time, but only for one question. If there are no questions, I'll be here for the rest of the day. So, Igor, thank you so much for your presentation. This is our letter of gratitude to you. So let's start our panel session. I would like to invite its moderator, Eldar Abdrazakov, the chairman of Kazakhstan Growth Forum, to this podium. So I would like to invite our panelists to come up to this stage. Everybody knows all of them very well, so I'm not going to introduce any of them. So today we decided to focus on data. So during the first session we learned a lot about trends. The second session focused on data management. And so now we know that data without any value are useless. And so Amazon actually has presented a different message. They need to be fit for purpose also. So let's start with you, Bajan. The question is the following. How important are data for the future of your company?
I ask our panelists to be brief and short, because then we'll have more time for each of you, and we'll be able to cover more topics. And hopefully this we'll have also lunch and coffee breaks to cover some of the issues. So, Bajan, yes, very important. Let me explain that we're looking at the data from 2 angles: as a vendor who develops the products for our clients, and as a company who sells own kind of in-house developed products. So therefore, we treat data from the side of kind of increasing the sales, and also from the angle of kind of making the system transparent and making it a transparent box. Data that we see, that client generates inside the documentolog, so that this data was available and accessible to our clients. So AI, I will talk about that later. But briefly, we're all about data. Okay, why don't you introduce your company so people can understand what you do really. My name is Bajan Kanafin. I'm the CEO of Documentolog Global Limited company. We develop the document circulation document turnover system, and we help automate business processes. I think we're one of the leaders in the market. We have more than 100,000 clients. Thank you. Ruslan. My name is Ruslan Umarov. I am the CEO of the First Credit Bureau. The main product is data. Yes. And answering this question, yes, I would say yes, dot, and then yes, dot, and then yes, period again. Because we truly are a company who started doing generating data and working with data. We were the first company that was able to monetize data, and we have extensive experience working with data. We turned 20 this year, I mean, as a company. So we work with this data, we learn how to work with them, we share how to work with the data, and we work with this data not only under a credit bureau, we expand our interest, so to say. We kind of go to other sectors and we collect data there. So therefore, data is very interesting for us, and this is our only asset that we work with. Now, of course, we do have IT projects and others. We also work with the national factoring. We'll be issuing we will be launching another platform on toxic assets and so on, but mostly our product is data. Evgeny, my name is Evgeny Sherbinin. I'm the CEO of Prime Source Company. Our core business used to be working with large-scale clients to introduce different IT system, including the very first data management system. We started back in 2007, and it was called the data mining back then. So we brought the very first integrator, the vendor on data mining, and we were the first one to build the predictive analytical models. But now we are part of an international group, Fat Brain AI. We belong to a company that sells different products worldwide, and the products that are based on data. So monetization and an ability, with the help of data, build new business models. And like you have Ubers or taxi parks, so this kind of concepts are being implemented globally by our company, so that every segment will have transformation with the help of data, so that new businesses could emerge. In that sense, the project that we have 3 layers. The first one is when internally we can help save money or make more money with the help of new business opportunities. Second is a data exchange between organizations that allows new models to emerge and to start making money. And I just returned from New York, and they have the country-level data approach, so that countries could exchange data. And the partners that I work with actually developed similar strategies for Singapore, for one of the Middle East countries, and in partnership with Google. So these are the 3 layers where we are present to create new business areas with the help of data. Kudyarov Saken, Magnum company. I am responsible for BI and analytics. Data is important. We as Magnum use a lot of data and big data because we have about 240 stores across Kazakhstan, and we also have 7 stores in Uzbekistan. Data is used everywhere. Data is mostly in-house data. We have metadata, we have raw processed data, synthetic data. So data really is important for us. And this is a very important topic that you really can talk for can talk for hours. Okay, if you look at CEO, what would be you after CEO? Okay, I will be number 3, I think, in the company. Okay, Malik. My name is Malik Martinov. I'm the CEO, CIO, or digital director of KSL company. We also work with data. Well, data, of course, is ubiquitous, starting from our regular reports. And data seem to be evolving in terms of efficiency. And I'm talking about process-related data. We have a lot of new dashboards. We hung plus TV monitors and on every floors, and everyone has access and can see all these beautiful dashboards. Actually, it means that you can't do much without data, and you can't really evolve and grow without data. Also, we sell analytics. There are many products, new interesting products, which can be customized for the clients. So we can discuss that later. Malik, how much data do you generate, like, in overall? What data that we process make up to 3 terabytes a day, and 1.5 terabyte is fed to our big data, and we have up to 5 petabyte that is handled with a housekeeping. So a lot of data. Yes, Oleg, hello. I work at Kamesk Insurance Company. I'm the CEO of this company. And data, as you understand, is, of course, at core of our businesses, because insurance has a lot of calculations. And we, of course, use it for decision-making, because we use our calculations, our estimations, to take some decisions about our clients. Second purpose for the data for our company is to improve the processes. We do have a lot of on-paper processes that also need to be digitized. And number 3 is to understand and to be able to predict the behavior of our clients. You all have cars, you all drive around, and we actually can tell you when you're going to have a traffic accident, road accident, or which of you, and how soon. So the first digital products that we are introducing in Kazakhstan in terms of insurance are quite complex. They are kind of abstract. They are not tangible, but data is an advantage that can be used by an insurance company in growing and moving forward. Thank you. Well, initially we thought that we will kind of devote this session to master data management, but because our topic was so wide, we decided not to kind of dwell into enterprise solutions, and let us still kind of master data. Let's still touch upon the master data as a subject. Yeah, Bajan, do you use this notion? We don't have it, no. Frankly speaking, well, because we adapt to every client, we kind of tailor our product to our clients, and if the client has master data, then we have no problem integrating and use their master data. But inside the company, we have our local master data, but that is mostly to use for internal purposes, to run and manage our organization, our company. Well, we do have, Ruslan, master data, but because we need to understand who works with us. We have more than 1,000 companies that give their data to us. And every company is responsible, is liable for that data transfer. And each of the companies is confident that their data is correct and credible. So we therefore collect it as data that we receive from the company. So this is kind of the baseline data, the original, right? And then we form the so-called master data file for all the clients that we have. So of course we do have master data as a notion, as a concept. We use it. Evgeny, for many companies, actually, we have introduced the master data management, and that is expensive, even for the company. However, that is very impactful at the same time. So when it comes to warehouse management, and if you have master data management in this field, MDM, then means that you will avoid kind of overlapping with other orders. You will not over-order or under-order and so on. And globally, that's going to be very effective. And secondly, what is like, there's something that's lacking in Kazakhstan between the companies. For some time, we've been introducing services on sales and purchase analytics. And actually, this will be really great for people to plan the supplies, to plan the shipments, and so on. But the difficulty is that there's no uniform catalog of goods and commodities. So in that sense, the MDM as a tool to exchange data between the company is difficult. However, if we overcome this difficulty, it will be really great, and we will actually boost the procurement, because you will be able to save a lot of money. Because currently, if you look at the goods that are being sold, then you can have the different prices, like to 10 different prices for one particular good. So the levels are very diverse. Some companies have the MDM at the 50% level. Some have 5 levels. I mean, country-wide, I think we only the 5 level of MDM introduction implementation. Well, I don't think MDM needs to be taken separately. I think you first need to start with the data methodology, kind of with an understanding and concept of data collection, and then build master data on top of that. But we are lagging behind. Yes, we do have a lot of systems that require a lot of inputs, and some systems are not well aligned. They're not congruent, and they kind of do not conform to the library. And we do have to come up with some good mapping in order to come up with a nice dashboard. So we have those difficulties, but we've been working on that. And I said that we need to create a data office to assign someone who will be responsible for that. We do have several subdivisions, or try kind of to own some of the data, to take kind of ownership, but we still have some silos. So I think we need to centralize the data collection and data handling. I kind of disagree with the previous speaker that centralization is not necessary. No, I think centralization is necessary. Yes, as an analyst, yes, this is a problem. Yes, I agree. Okay, Malik. We don't have a separate solution on master data management. The company has always had kind of some works related to data. There were different competences, different direction. It was kind of self-acquired, hands-on-the-job kind of thing. We started working on centralization of the process, but with the previous speaker's comment, I think maybe centralization is not needed. It's the goal here is to check what's available, what's not, to try, to test. They call it the tests and trials, right? Oleg, maybe you are the only one who drove everyone is VRP, right? Well, yes, we did that, because what matters for us is, when we would want to insure one car or one vehicle with one driver, that will require 1,500 different entries. And imagine how many cars we have over here. So therefore, we had to centralize everything. We do have one ARP system, and everything kind of revolves around it. And thanks to that, we no longer have a monolith system that is not kind of flexible, but it's a system that is proof or evidence that our data is good, solid, relevant, verified, and so on. The only challenge, the only problem we have is the data on paper, such as ID, contracts. We have to sign a contract on paper, something that cannot be digitized, something that cannot be done machine readable. Is a complication. And sometimes we say that our staff or clients sometimes can assign a photo of a cat instead of their own face photo. And actually detecting that cat photo is a difficulty, is a challenge. But do not worry, I'll give you time as well. We would like to involve our audience as well. Can we run on the screen the first poll? Yeah, there it is. Okay, why and what are the expectations about master data management? Okay, let's vote, yeah? Okay, why don't you give let's give the floor to Bajan and then. Well, while I was listening to my colleagues, I think we do have a big master data set because we do have this kind of catalog or reference book for correspondence inside Kazakhstan, where through our systems, all of our clients can kind of identify everything and send everything to a specific recipient. Yes, I mean, it's like a big postal service. On the other hand, also I would like to invite Oleg to invite you because this is what we do. We've been getting reading of paper and digitizing all the process. I thought you have a lot of master data, but maybe we don't recognize it as master data. We don't call it a master data. We do not know what it is. So because we don't have on this side the people who are responsible for the services and the other businesses who are in need of such services. So therefore, yes, we gathered you deliberately to guarantee this kind of this synergies cooperation. Well, you know, the hot sales have started, haven't they? Yeah, exactly. It's a great opportunity for this panel to meet each other, to introduce each other. So we're not kind of encouraging direct sales, but indirect sales, why not? So do you already have the results of the votes? Of the voting? Okay. What is the main goal of master data management? So 35% believe that it's enhancing operative efficiency. Yes, it's on the rise. Second one is to improve the data quality and expediting time to market. Anyone willing to comment on this? What's your take on this? What do you think about this? Well, I do not quite agree with the majority. I think that yes, operational efficiency is great, but it's interesting, but it's not #1 priority because I believe that master data management is about quality of data because you need to have this kind of benchmark quality data that you can work with. Then with that only you can enhance and improve the time to market or operational efficiency and so on. I think when it comes to data management, quality is paramount. Well, if I'm to talk about the very high level, then any sales business is about executive decisions, isn't it? So ultimately, one must take decisions on the basis of data. So it needs to be data-driven decisions in order to be more successful, more competitive, to sell more, because the more clients you have, the better sales you're going to have, and the better it is going to be. So enhancing operational efficiency is something that leads to increased sales. Maybe that's what implied. Well, I guess we all have our own definitions, but you see the comments here coming from the audience here. Someone said, yeah, you said someone improving the data quality, it went up. Then you said, okay, operational efficiency, improving sales, it went up, and so on. Second, what do you have to say? Data quality is important, yes, truly. Because as a company, I often come across a goal to improve the data quality because data is used for decision making and it depends on the assortment, on the lineup at the shops so that we could deliver the goods in a timely manner. It's very, very important. And yes, I have this task of velocity and veracity. These are the most important thing that needs to be achieved via data quality. Well, it looks like no one really cares about the money here, do you? No. So the data engineers, you know, they disregarded completely the financial aspect of the thing. Well, I support Ruslan here. I mean, I support his position because it's all about quality. It needs to be focused on quality. But quality data eventually must give a boost to correct documenting, to correct reports, to the proper and accurate analysis and predictions and forecasts. So that will ultimately, again, contribute to either improved revenue or improved sales. But of course, the data quality is at core. Okay, we looked at the Gartner polls, and actually for them, again, operational efficiency was #1 in Gartner's in Gartner's poll, in Gartner's questionnaire. So I guess data management is a tool via which companies can achieve better operational efficiency. Yes, but we're also discussing like improving the quality, improving operational efficiency. See, this is it's biased. I mean, we have a very agile and very responsive audience. We've discussed it with Gartner. I said, you know, what's interesting in Kazakhstan? People learn very quickly. People are very adaptive, very agile, and I think it's a competitive advantage that we must use and take advantage of. But today, because we have gathered specialists, data specialists, I would like to say this. Data usage or data utilization. What are the best used case for data? Can you give, what is the #1 used case with data that is needed for data?
Igor has said a lot about fit for purpose, and he was talking about targeting cases. So who would like to answer this question? I can start. So if we sort of get rid of the specifics of a company, so why do we need data? We need data to analyze the current status of your company, and then we need to understand, obviously, also what we are doing. So for those things, we need data. If your processes are built correctly, then you measure these things not based on your sort of feelings, but based on your dashboard, your graphs, etc. Okay? For us, the most important thing here is client segmentation. And there's a very simple reason for that. To pay 100,000 tenge to one client, we will need to collect 10,000 tenge from 10 clients. Obviously, we want to have good clients that do not have any accidents, etc., etc. So we need to segment our clients, and we want to promote products among good clients, because if someone is not careful, they will have a lot of accidents. And so we want to have profit, obviously. And for us to be able to attract good clients and to get rid of bad clients. So for us, this is a very important thing, and we pay a lot of attention to that. Our product is quite complex, and apart from auto insurance, this client segmentation, and we do work with big data. Starting from 1996, we've been having this product in the market, and we can come up with great models based on that. But all other insurance types and classes, they do not allow you to attract clients through segmentation to insurance. And out of our 10 hypotheses focusing on attraction of clients, they just don't work, unfortunately. And so this is quite a challenging product because of all those things. And so in real time, our decision makers can actually predict whether a client will have an accident or not, what tariffs should be used, etc., etc. Thank you. Second, over to you. We look at our sales revenues. We analyze this dashboard that we have, and it shows us our sales in real time, what's happening right now, and then it shows us plans and then what we had last year. And so we also do this drill down thing, and then we can take a look at our branches and then at products. So for us, sales are important, because if we obviously have sales, we have profit. So you have this merchandising thing. Yes, we have quite a lot of statistical data for such projects. Back in 2009, we started with banks and risk management. So the first projects were focusing on credit scoring. Back then, we didn't have any statistical data, and we were not able to launch these projects because we didn't have any digitalized data. And so the machine that can predict who can repay their loan or who cannot repay, who will not be able to repay that loan, we didn't have that. And then our credit scoring projects, actually, that's the way we started working with them. And those were our very first use cases. So now everybody's doing that. All banks do that. And also we have this data sharing. We can enrich our data, and then we have this additional boost. And then what we can do, we can enrich our data with the help of our partners' data. And then everything relating to sales, marketing, segmentation, etc. This is our second use case that generates profit for us. And number three, this is something that is not widely used. This is internal systematization. Large national companies, private companies, they have this system of separate accounting, and they can take a look at which unit derives what profit. But here we have a problem, and so we can basically fire some people and do other things. And I think the most effective thing here is the following. I think Malik has mentioned that already. In your business, you can make sure that data are collected properly. Everybody is focusing on their clients and how to attract them, but you also need to focus on your internal processes. And then the second group of use cases is those cases where we have data sharing. This is something that Ruslan is doing right now. They're the leaders in that area, and I think that's where the future is. We can earn just by sharing data with different companies. And I think we have here a potential for further boost. For a further boost, together with your partners, you can use these data and you can develop actually new products with the help of that data. I'm not going to talk about the lending market and use cases. I'll talk about a different thing. I'll talk about how data are used by the government, so to speak. I think everybody knows that the Ministry of Digitalization started to roll out certain services which enable citizens to receive certain public services. And all that actually is based on the data that the government are collecting. And this is something that is already working. And I think we as consumers, we all face all this. I mean, for example, if you have a baby, you need to obtain a birth certificate. And again, we have this digital family map. We took part in that project as well. So all these things have been rolled out and they are working. Fortunately or not unfortunately, actually, we stopped paying attention to these things because we got used to receiving these services, and we receive them very quickly and conveniently, so to speak. And so the previous speakers, they talked about the problems. And so this survey also showed that operational efficiency, basically each and every company wants to improve its operational efficiency. And myself as a data seller, I also focus on high quality data, because if I don't have that kind of data, I won't have anything. And so Bajan, I mean, maybe he doesn't need those data because he focuses on document turnover. He says, I'll give you this environment in which you will easily exchange data. And the important thing is that nobody will get into this environment. And use cases, we have millions of them, and many companies have them. And I would like to focus on public services that have already been sort of rolled out. Thank you to Bajan. First of all, we are the largest SAS provider in Kazakhstan. 98% of our clients work using our cloud, and so we offer our services as a proper service. And so for us, the most important thing is safety, security, data protection, all sorts of ways that allow us to back up data and store it safely. This is something that our clients want from us. They want to be confident, and they want their data to be safely sort of stored and kept. And then the other thing is accessibility of our system. For us, it's a critically important indicator. All our clients are so used to this system being available 24/7 that, I mean, if we have a 5-minute sort of breakdown, it's a serious stress for the company. And here we have several of our users actually in this room. And so it's important for them that this system in which they work 24/7, it should be available to them 24/7. And so for us, use cases are a priority, and that enables us to do the following. Our clients actually prolong their contracts with us for the next year. Use cases in Kazakhstan, this is something that is not used very often. This is something actually that we have been just introduced to in Kazakhstan. And again, if we're trying to create value for this data and then make sure that it's fit for purpose, this is something we're trying to discuss right now in this panel. But now the panelists say we will give you any data in any format, and so businesses are trying to understand where and how they can use this data. People say we want to segment, we want to increase our sales, etc. So use case is a vague sort of term for us at this stage, and we cannot pay a lot of attention to it right now. But my next question is about the following. So we want our companies to become data-driven. We want them to become predictive. Again, we talk a lot about that. But to actually take this first step in that direction, this is not an easy thing to do. So allow me to start this second poll. Who is responsible for data? Who owns data? So can you please open our second poll on the screen? So in your company, who is responsible for master data? Let's start with that question. So people are sort of voting. Who wants to share their experience? I think we should have one person who should be responsible for that. So Saken is looking at me. I'm sure he wants to answer this question. Well, that's exactly right, actually. As I have said before, we have a lot of units. We have commercial units who are responsible for procurement. We have operational units responsible for sales. We have our financial units responsible for all sorts of management issues. And everybody's trying to understand who is the owner. And we have lots of discussions, arguments. People get upset. People interpret data differently. And so when I joined this company, my first sort of objective was to streamline everything so that we have this one thing whereby everybody goes and then makes their decisions. So we're working on this. We created BI, but we still have this other problem. People are trying to interpret data differently. Some people say, I'll give you several examples. So some people sort of take a look at all sales everywhere. Some people work with warehouses and they say, here is our revenue. And other people say, no, this is not our revenue. And people start arguing. And so to resolve that, we need to have an owner, somebody who will say that's the right thing to do, that's not the right thing to do. That's correct, that's not correct. So we do need to have this knowledge base in the company so that we have one and the same set of indicators and numbers. So we're working on that to make sure that we all have the same set of numbers and indicators. And we do need a separate owner for that. I think that person needs to be the CIDO. That person will say, these are high-quality data, these are not high-quality data, and then this is our revenue, this is not our revenue. So I can feel your pain. Second, I work in different boards of directors, and obviously people use all sorts of systems. In our company back in 2012, we introduced this one system. Back then, those were sort of monoliths, and when they started explaining this to me, I couldn't understand how that worked. And so in our understanding, a monolith was something from a different generation. So let's take a look at the poll, at the survey. Overall, I think the audience know what they're doing. So 38% say that CDO is responsible for master data, 19% say head of IT is responsible for master data, then head of operations, CIO 14%, CEO 11%. Do we have any CEOs? Yeah, raise your hands, please, those of you who have CEOs responsible for master data. So who should own data, yeah? This is the question to be answered by them. And then we have head of agile, and then we have CFO. So less than 1% we have there. CFO, do we have anyone here? Okay, not a single person. Who would like to comment? Let me say a few words. So I think that data, first of all, are owned by business owner. So the business owner basically is the ultimate beneficiary, responsible for developing the whole business. In the majority of companies, the business owner is not responsible for operational activities, and so if there is a CDO in that company and they work directly with the owner, then this is CDO. If that company doesn't have a CDO, then that will be CEO. So I understand, in my understanding, CEO needs to be very careful with data. Bajan, I know quite a few business owners in this country, and they are so sort of far away, so to speak, from these issues. I don't think they will be involved in this. I don't agree with you, I'm sorry. Yes, business owners, they make decisions on the basis of data. They are not responsible for data quality. And so accuracy or sort of, as we said, velocity, data velocity, I think CDO should be responsible for data velocity. Yeah, you are completely right. This is the person who collects and then provides all that to the ultimate beneficiary. So if the ultimate beneficiary needs that, then obviously that will be done. If the ultimate beneficiary says, it doesn't matter what you're doing, then CDO won't have to do that. That's what I'm trying to say. I agree. So if the ultimate beneficiary doesn't understand what the value of data is, then it will be impossible to create value. Can I express an alternative opinion? I think business analytics are the most important people in your company. Those are the people who work with data. Those are the people who work with users, who are responsible for data quality, etc. And people on top of them, above them, CDOs and all other people, I don't know. We have this operational department that works with user requests, and they're responsible for data quality. And this profit is sort of formed using the same algorithm, and we can rely on those data. Obviously, IT specialists, they're responsible for storing this data, keeping it safely, etc., etc. But the most important people here, in my opinion, are business analytics or data analytics. Thank you. My opinion is the following. I think CDO is responsible for processes and for forming the environment and this data culture. And ownership of data, obviously, CEO, business analytics, they are responsible for that. And to have one person who will be responsible for all data in one company is not realistic. And everyone will be interested in their own sort of segment. And everybody needs to be involved in this process, because CDO cannot be responsible for this primary data input. He will only be responsible for how this is reflected and what instruments are used to process all that. So this will be difficult. I mean, to train everyone will be difficult. Again, it all comes down to the culture of your company.
Well, I'm now data officer. Well, let me generalize this experience. There is standard models, company maturity in terms of data management. So Bajan is saying that data, it needs to be supervised by the business owner, or at least business owner needs to be interested in data kind of management. And if you want that as a business owner, then you will have it as the biggest product of that. And if the owner understands and is interested in data, then he or she will get the best outcome. They will have the highest number of data usage and so on. The next level is the execution level. How to organize data in such a way that data quality or data quality management is fine-tuned properly, given the business ceiling, so that everyone understands the revenue and so on. What domain is responsible for data, aligning KPIs, that's a role of CDO, for someone who is responsible for organizing this process. And then for data execution, such as data collection, development, business results of using the data, that's something that for which the CFOs will be responsible for. So depending on the maturity of the company, data management penetration will evolve. So you can't have really one person responsible for data. I think it's a multilateral, multifaceted approach. Ruslan, can we move on to another question? Because we're saying some similar things. But what does it need? I'm trying to understand the need for the owners, for business owners. So if you're going to say that this data is going to be monetized, if you give that promise, there will be more supporters among the business owners because they want the data, right? And because they're going to have the monetization. Can you share your experience of how monetization can be achieved or has been achieved? It's not that I think, but maybe you have already some experience. I think first credit bureau should really say about it, should talk about it. Okay, I still want to answer the previous question. So who is the data owner? When it comes to personal data, who is the owner? The user? So the person is the user, is the kind of consumer, and the data owner. No, don't go to the level of constitution. No, I think we need to change the paradigm in the country, because we say that using personal data can be handled by the state. They decide whether they can use your data or not use your data, you know. But we need to understand that a person's personal data is the person's personal data. The state is an operator. The state or the government collects some data, processes data, can provide data, can use the data for certain processes. But data by the government can be used only upon the permission or refusal to use or not use data. So I think this is the core. This is kind of the premise that personal data is owned by the person. However, there is another layer of data that is collected by a corporate company. I agree here with the majority of the speakers that everyone is responsible for the data, everyone at every stage of the company. Even the operations officer in the bank who kind of downloads some of the data, she is responsible for the accuracy of the data. So we can't really say that CDO is the only one responsible for the data. Everyone is responsible, including myself. I think I'm #1 responsible person when it comes to data. Why? Now let's move on to your second question, because monetization forgives no mistakes. If someone wants to buy data from me, then that someone will assess, evaluate the quality of that very data. And the higher the quality of the data, the more clients I have. I have more than 1,000 clients, yes, but there are 25 banks, 250 microfinancial organizations. What are who are those? Who are the other people? Why do they come to me, to the private player? Why don't they go to other state-owned players? And probably that's a sign that they choose the quality over price. Because, I mean, we have the quality, velocity, veracity, but you are the data aggregator, and then what about regulation? Regulator? No, no, we are not a regulator, unfortunately. I mean, the regulator requires no. There are other players, actors, who also have similar data, but they have 2 participants or 2 clients. That's the question. So we say that quality will affect monetization. Yes, the quantity of data per sector, financial sector, insurance sector, and so on and so forth, once you collect all that. So you're going to have more data, and that's going to be of interest for all the consumers, for all the users, because you will be able to provide more aggregate data to ensure better predictability and to take executive decisions. Thank you. Bajan? Well, we are the vendors, right? So let me disclose how we take decisions about our future vectors of development. Our first indicator is the amount of contact points with the documentolog of our client. How often and when does the user come to the system, kind of log into the system, and how much time does that particular user uses the system within a day? And our goal is to increase this time of contact. And what do we do? For the last 2-3 years, we have been very actively introducing the AI, the analysis systems, different algorithms that kind of help us understand whether we are effective, whether some tasks have already been created and others, and there's a comparison with your colleagues. So we help make the documentolog as a company and the work in the company more transparent, so that individuals could see their own efficiency and could compare themselves with the others. And this helps them look at their own, helps them assess their own work and do the self-assessment and be more proactive based on this data. Okay, thank you. You asked for use cases. I have 3 kind of cases and 3 examples, and I'm gonna corroborate what Ruslan has said. That #1 is the quality of data that is shared and that is monetized. So we do have the telecoms. Everyone says, you can use my data. Tell us what you need, and we're going to use it. The banks are also there. As long as it doesn't contradict our interests, please let us know. Or Magnum says, already sells data to their suppliers, and so on. Everyone sells data. But how to increase this monetization? It can be done via quality only. Okay, case #1 is with telecom operators. We asked telecom companies, operators, to come up with a model that will kind of be able to predict that this particular person needs a loan, and that text message will transfer the person to a landing page, And the bank will actually tell us afterwards that the person took the loan. So this model apparently was not effective because it wasn't able to predict accurately. Maybe the algorithms are poor, maybe some data is missing, and so on. The second case was about accounts opening. So we have people working in the gray market, in the bazaar. And I come and I'm going to approach them and I ask them to open their bank account. And I'm going to charge the bank for that. Again, bad representation, poor results, doesn't happen. The next example was in the field of procurement. Clients want to know the demand for a particular commodity from what supplier and for what buyers, because the catalog is not detailed and the aircon AC can be from 5,000 tenge to 5 million tenge, and that's not relevant, and the client doesn't want to pay for that kind of data. So the conclusion here is that the monetization happens at the conjunction between the organizations, and the entry threshold matters a lot. So we spent about 3 months with the telecom operators to start the process and to start exchanging data, although this is a product that's already being offered at the market. So the first is the entry threshold, and the lower you make it, the lower you set it, the better access you're going to have to data, and the better you're going to monetize, the more you're going to monetize. And the second one is to improve the quality of the data for the users, because now the data is turned into knowledge, and you're going to help your consumers, your clients, make more money. It's going to be of bigger value for them. My biggest comment, actually, when it comes to the main insight for us on data monetization, 9.5 out of 10 hypotheses about advancement and promotion of our products with the client were not effective. So we understood that if the product is financially complex, if it's legally complex, and it have to be imposed or pushed to the client, that means that this whole monetization, despite the super quality of our data, is still complicated. And the second, what Ruslan said about personal data. I think this whole personal data thing needs to be cancelled, because for the financial sector and for the whole sector, this personal data thing complicates everything, like, significantly. You've already left your data. Everyone knows everything about you. I mean, starting from your next door kiosk up to super. So why do you worry? Just block those unwanted calls, and that's it. Let the others work with the professional data. Oleg, okay. There is this approach that's so-called unconditional consent, which is started being used in the EU. So without any condition, the client consents to this data, his or their data being used only for the purposes of a particular service. So if a company reach out to an individual and is planning to use that individual's data, it has to be only for the purposes of that individual, or for the needs. Yes, but you see, you cannot not sell your insurance, right? I simply can't stop motivating and remove that client from my marketing plans. I apologize, but we're running out of time, and given this opportunity to ask questions, I think we'll give time for 2 questions. We have a very representative panel. We have the practitioners who've been working around Kazakhstan for quite a while, who have this great experience and been doing the implementation. So we have 2 questions. No comments, just questions. Pure questions, no comments. I mean, unfortunately, yeah. Still, no, Yulia. No. I disagree with Oleg about exchange of data, personal data exchange. No. So here's my question. Well, use case, there are only 4 use cases so far. The first one is when you automate a service because your client asked you to do so. The second one is you automate a service to kind of make it to the market, to be ahead of someone else. And the third use case is when you do some analytics to improve your processes. Fourth is when you do some analytics to sell something, to sell your product. So given that kind of prerequisites, preconditions, you need to collect data. It needs to be proper, high quality, updatable, scalable, with good catalogs, digitalized, shareable, and so on. And given that, do you believe that the biggest problem for the companies today is the properly built processes? I think we lack processes that help companies collect data, process data, and be able to sell this data to the users. Malik? The biggest problem with the processes is the following. There was a question that there is application data, master data, structured and unstructured data. I think there is only type of data which is Excel data. So Excel data or data from Excel sheets is about processes. I mean, yes, okay, going back to the corporate culture, but people, for some reason, like being smarter than the whole company, and they keep that Excel table or Excel sheet, and they keep it to themselves and do not disclose that Excel sheet. Do not let others have this information. I think what matters the most is the whole company's kind of engagement and commitment to sharing data. And it's about process and it's about culture. Malik, we had this question that there are four pillars of digitization: people, technologies, processes, and governance is data. But in order to use data, out of the three pillars, people, technologies, process, where should we start? Where should we start? Can you, maybe quick, Bajan, where would you start? People, technologies, processes. For digitization, for data usage, for data utilization. Processes are made by people, technologies are made by people, so I think people. But now, such a definition as a correct process or ideal process is very, very abstract. Everything is iteration-based. If you did it today and it's correct, this is the process. Okay, you implemented it, you did it, time to market, proof that the process wasn't correct, and you have to adapt it all the time, but that's okay. So I think the correct or the right word is no longer suitable, yeah. I think it all manifested in money, in revenue. Okay, people, okay, this was people. I think processes come first. Because process need to be drawn, you need to explain how, you need to explain your idea and your businesses. And then that's followed by people. And the technology helps implement that. I agree 100%. That you first understand what's needed and how to organize that work, but then you kind of select people, and then you kind of draw in the system, and they generate data. Okay, then no one is indispensable, is it? The processes can also be changed. There is no one correct answer. Bajan is right that yes, people are the ones who make processes happen. Colleagues are right that you need to come up with the processes, but people. Without people, no processes can be identified. Okay, going back to constitution, I see, Oleg. I think processes would be number one for us, because we're all process-based people, right? No, someone is technology-based, no, technology-driven. No one supports technology. Wow, Malik, where do you start? I agree that either is needed. I mean, all of them are needed. We might need to organize the process first. And it doesn't matter whether it's the right one or wrong one, whether it's going to change. And then people will grow. People will start kind of maturing and catching up. So the majority says people and processes. Characteristics hand for the second question, please. Please introduce yourself and also do not forget to address your question. My name is Maxim Chernyshov, Freedom Mobile, and a question to all the participants. As you have noted, Eldar, there are very interesting kind of diverse opinions, that the businesses have one opinion, whereas providers have a totally another one. So you, as an expert in this field, what do you think about this? Clearly, in the last few years, we had quite a lot of things done, even in terms of data maturity. What do we collect, and what do we do with the data? What do you think should what do you think can expedite this process? What can help us expedite this process? What is the most beneficial strategy? Do you think it needs to be a conglomerate? Do we need to merge with others, or kind of cooperate with others? Or is it something that will be outsourced and given to some other third-party companies that will kind of collect data, sell and resell data? Okay, for Kazakhstan, what expect us? Yes, it's a very good concluding question. Okay, television. It's like this whole. Let me start. I have always been the proponent of states' non-involvement in big processes. I think private businesses is something that must advance and take forward some initiatives. If you have initiative, then you need to take them forward. However, the government must allow for integration with its own solution and its in the state-owned data. I think we can do everything ourselves, and I think all we need is just the government should not interfere and should not obstruct our doing. I agree with Oleg. Yes, you know how much I like, in air quotes, the state-owned companies. I think private players must be present everywhere, where the government should simply lay out the framework or the equal and fair playing field, regulating the behavior of data collector, data provider, data owners, and so on. Well, clearly, we will never kind of stop using the state-owned data, but I think the government should take care of its house first and introduce this kind of normal consent or conditional consent, provide this data to the businesses so that businesses could use it for its purposes. So here is a counter question. Or maybe this is my question. That's the most important question for this panel. What is the volume of data market of Kazakhstan? Okay, let's discuss that internally during our lunch break. So you have an answer right away. Okay, good. The rough estimate is something that's connected or correlated to GDP. And it can be up to 5 to 7% in developed countries, the countries that work with data. But I think we need to aim to reach at least 1% of GDP. But we're still underperforming. If we have like 1/500% is a good thing. So 0.005, I mean 0.0 is something that we must aspire to have. So when it comes as to further goals, further objectives, we do have, because 1% is 1 trillion tenge. We have a lot of capacity. We have a lot of potential. This is where the business could really go. This is what we as private businesses can do. I think it's a good completion. Yeah, I think Malik wanted to do it through CF Telecom, and he's going to handle us through Telecom. But given our shortage of time, let me summarize the results of our panel discussion. We say that data, we just started, we just approached kind of the data, the important significance of data is growing. I like this kind of thesis about making data valuable or otherwise making them being useless. So made for purpose or fit for purpose principles are important, and I think we need to understand better different use cases to understand why businesses use this data, what purpose they use it for. There are a lot of data. There are providers and vendors who can actually handle all this data and work with the data. But internally, we need to decide. We need to kind of explain to business owners that data is important. Well, internally, we need to focus on CDO, role and functionalities, and maybe we need to understand that data improves the operational effectiveness, and that they will generally improve the data quality, analytics, and will generally bring some good for the businesses. Well, thank you so much. Let's give it a hand to our panelists for their insight, for their views, and for their positions that they have generally shared with us. Thank you. Now, let's take a group photo. And I think, as you know, being one of the organizers, I must announce a lunch break. We will be back at 2 o'clock. So we have 30 minutes for lunch. Thank you.
Уважаемые коллеги, встречаемся в зале в 14:00. прием, прием, прием. Слышно, да? Раз, два, три, прием. Слышно? Ну, вроде получше. Раз, два, три. Ну все, значит, хорошо. Спасибо.
Проверка, да, проверка. Все слышно.
Уважаемые участники саммита, проходим в зал. Мы начинаем через несколько минут.
Dear participants, please return to the conference room. We'll be starting in a few minutes.
Уважаемые участники саммита,
Dear participants of the summit, please return to the room. We'll be starting in 1 minute. Good afternoon, everyone. We would like to continue our program. I would also like to make an announcement. At 2:30 p.m. we will be having a mentoring session. All those who want to attend that session, please go upstairs. And our speaker is ready. His name is Konstantin Aushin. He is general partner of KPMG. He's going to talk about integration of GenAI in data management strategies. Good afternoon, colleagues. We have had very interesting sessions, but now we will continue the discussion that was sort of initiated before our lunch. And so we'll take another look at this topic, and also we'll take a look at this topic from the standpoint of consultancy or consultants. Obviously, GenAI AI is a hyped up topic, and this issue was discussed in previous years at other events. But what I'm interested in is data management. Why am I interested in this topic? The reason is that also this issue has been discussed many times at various events previously, and I'm sure we are all familiar with various exams and certificates in this field. And so what we will try and understand in this session is what will change with Gen AI. Will Gen AI replace everything? So what will be changed? We do need to say that Gen AI has certain distinguishing sort of features. First of all, those models are quite large. They use a large number of parameters for learning. Secondly, these models increase in numbers. Millions of models right now rely on a large amount of data. And so to structure and manage those data using traditional approaches will and is quite difficult. Also, there are financial organizations who have been trying to use Gen AI to generate data sets, to sort of expand their data sets. Enrichment of data was envisioned in those traditional analytics approach, but expansion of these data sets was not envisaged. And number 4 is embedding by default of language mechanisms, which will simplify your interaction with the model. And so those employees who work with data and who manage data, so if we compare their situation with the previous one, so they will not be able to communicate with Gen AI using these drivers. KPMG has tried to adopt a more structured approach to this issue, and on a regular basis we conduct surveys or a survey. The name is the Gen AI survey, and so here you will see over the first half of 2023 the number of managers or executives saying that they face more risks related to Gen AI went up. So 60% of those who took part in this survey said that those are the risks that they needed to manage. And what are those risks? One of them is related to privacy, data privacy. Also, there are risks related to new laws adopted. Also, there were risks related to intellectual property protection. Also, there were risks related to why this model generated content and how it generated content. Also, there were risks related to misinformation or potential misinformation. Here we have Gen AI generating incorrect or inaccurate contexts. So the result of the survey, the outcome was the following. More than half of those who took part in the survey say that those people who will be involved in data management will not, their number will not go down. And actually quite the opposite, we will need new competences, new skills in our teams. And this is not only about those specialists who will work as engineers. People already are saying that we will need a bias detector, people who will work with the bias detector, those who will identify inaccurate content. Yesterday, I was working with ChatGPT or Bingo. Obviously, ChatGPT was not able to perform one task that I gave to it. So, for example, 125 multiplied by 4, by 30, I got 4. So we do face certain biases, and we do need people who will handle Gen AI model conclusions skeptically and identify inaccurate things. Also, potentially, the number of employees also will increase, especially data scientists. 1/3 said that we need to have a dedicated team that will be responsible for Gen AI. Questions such as how to embed Gen AI going forward. People said we need engineers responsible for that. Then another question was about compliance, ethics, and security and safety. And then another question was about how to promote all that going forward, marketing-wise. But everything starts with data. Any analysis starts with that. And any informed decisions that will be made will need to sort of be made on the basis of data collection. And indicators that we use to train Gen AI, the number of them is enormous. And so we also have predictive models. So to integrate all that data, if not sort of, if we're not able to save everything and store everything, then that means that to be able to do that, we will need to hire third-party providers, including cloud providers. And again, risks increase those that are related to third parties, cloud providers, cloud services providers, etc. Second point, generative AI perhaps will make it easier. I mean, we'll be able to make these choices easier. That will be made easier for us. And then during testing and model validation, this will help us with generation of data sets and tests, etc. But to take decisions and to create a graphic interface, perhaps here we will need to integrate with existing platforms that our organization has, which we are used to. And again, we will need to integrate with external services and external platforms, and so risks related to third parties and other systems again will increase. So if we try and take data and those risks that we discussed with the executives, and if we try and group them and then take a look at the risks that are identified by companies today, then we will see that risks related to data protection, security, safety are ranked on top, and then we followed by other risks. So to be able to explain what the model has done, again, those risks are not that interesting to companies. Also, we asked another question. In what areas do companies struggle working independently? And everybody said that help is needed, especially from partners. As for embedding into existing platforms, here help is needed less and assistance is needed less. And then a large share of the respondents said the following: from the point of view of risk control, the control of risks related to generative AI, more than 16% of the respondents said that it's quite a challenging or difficult question for them. This is something that they need to pay attention first of all, and they need to work on that together with their partners. Again, this is understandable. Again, in the world we have certain examples whereby companies incur direct losses without sort of working on risks related to generative AI properly. Again, those are costly projects that raised a lot of investments, but they were shut down because people understood basically that the model was not properly working. They just decided to shut these projects down. Again, also penalties from the regulator were imposed when it turned out that certain data were not used properly, legally, and then data management governance was needed and is needed for companies to be able to identify these risks in a timely manner. And again, it was found that to get approvals, to make decisions, certain things were not done properly. Information related to race, ethnicity, etc., was not used properly. Gen AI, again, any model that uses that, it faces all sorts of risks. And here we have risks connected with the context of the module. So we have also risks related to entry input data as well. So if we try and group these risks to be able to properly manage data, we'll see the following. We'll basically have 4 viewpoints here. So the first one is related to sustainability. Again, an increasing number of data are being processed, and here we should be talking about a year-to-year growth of data. Data continues to grow, and this needs to be controlled. And we need to understand what amount of data actually we are collecting now, and we will collect going forward. Here again, another issue is related to personal data protection. Another one is transparency and the way we provide information about why we collect data, and then how we communicate further so that everybody understands how exactly we adhere to all these principles of transparency. And so based on that, we have a completely different framework for Gen AI. Less attention is paid here to reference data, So why do we need to do that? We analyze an increasing number of data these days, and we don't pay attention to things such as, for example, we have a wooden table. It's a wooden table, and if there's something related to master data, we don't pay attention to such things because GenAI handles that. Also, we should be talking about adopting approaches that will protect us from any errors so that we know how to document everything properly, how the module works, and using what signals. And also the responsibility issue at various stages of this cycle. Also, issues related to data protection, personal data protection remain. More attention is paid to integrity of data and to protection of data on how it impacts people in the environment, proprietary issues. And then we have the issue of reliability. Those models that we are working on and the data that we use for those models, all that will be used in a stable manner going forward. Obviously, data will be updated, but there will be a certain degree of consistency. Everything's pretty straightforward, and there are some issues that we have here that everybody is aware of, and anyone can give you 3 or 4 points which should be paid attention to. For example, if you ask the following question, what is important in data management? People will say we need to have a vision, we need to have an understanding of the structure, data structure, and also how systems will be built. Then business users need to be involved at various stages so that we can use their ideas and work with those cases that will be valuable for businesses. And overall, Gen AI initiatives should be viewed as a program, standalone program with its own governance mechanisms, etc. But then there are opinions that can be quite critical for implementing Gen AI programs by organizations. People forget that a register of errors needs to be maintained, similarly to those incidents in IT. So it's important to track incidents so as to be able to identify problems. So here we need to track errors so that we understand, for example, if the model stops working. So we need to see those projects that are not working before we invest $5 billion into them. Also, we need to evaluate risks at every stage. So where do we get data? Whom do we give this data to, etc. Compliance needs to be involved, and laws change very quickly. Especially in Europe, there were certain acts that were adopted that obligated people to say that certain content was generated by Gen AI. In certain areas, Gen AI is prohibited, is banned, and so your compliance service needs to be involved at every stage of your design work. And there are more technical issues related to integration with other solutions so that you don't have standalone programs, and then providing information inside your company. You need to have sessions with your employees, etc. In various departments, people will want to use this, and so we'll have this shadow IT risk, and this can lead to the following. We can evaluate risks at certain stages, but then there is the shadow team that didn't think about that. And so we need to embed all these into our communications processes. And also we need to work constantly to improve the quality. We have more and more data. Some small errors will not impact the quality, but we do need to continue our work on improving the quality of this data. Thank you.
Спасибо, Константин.
Thank you, Konstantin. We do have time for just one more question. Are there volunteers? Thank you. It looks like everyone understood everything. Thank God this is for you. Well, now we will smoothly move on to our third block that's called People and Processes. But before that, let me remind you that we have 2 nominations from Kazakhstan Technology Summit that we would like to award right now. Can we please run the presentation? Today we will celebrate 2 winners, the Best CIO and Best IT Project. Here you see the evaluation criteria for these 2 nominations, which have been used by our experts via their 2-tier voting exercise. Let me note that 5 applications have been submitted for the Best CIO, Chief Information Officer. So these are the people from our market: Alexander Kutukov, Aybar Savrambayev, Timurlan Kabulbekov, Malika Mardinov, and Oksana Timofeeva. Following the voting, the nomination committee has chosen the best CIO, and that is Timurlan Kabulbekov, CTO, CPO, CEO, co-founder EasyTap. Eldar Abrazakov, maybe you could appear just to hand over the awards. Thank you, the chairperson of Kazakhstan Growth Forum. Congratulations. So the best CIO has been elected following the votes of the nomination committee, and the best CIO is Timurlan Kabulbekov. Let's move on to our next nomination, the Best IT Project. Let me say that each of the project was presented in a very eloquent, detailed way, and actually making the choice was not easy. All in all, we had 7 applications from such companies as Beeline Kazakhstan, Alter App, Darin Online, Kissel, Eurasian Group, RedMat Robot Central Asia, and CloudTech, and Home Credit Bank, and CloudTech. And the winner of the Best IT Project nomination is the project on development of online accessibility of high-quality school education, secondary education, Darin Online. And to hand over this nomination, we would like to invite Maksat Aybar, yes, the co-founder. You can even come up closer, yes? Anyone you willing to say a couple of words, maybe? Thank you. Thank you to the organizers and to the jury for choosing our project. This is a big recognition and a huge support. We're going to do more. We're going to do better. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for trusting in us, for believing in us. Darin Online is the platform that has been advancing the inclusive education in Kazakhstan. We have recently won the GAZ Awards. So this weekend, we will be introducing our company in London. So thank you. Thank you for this recognition, and thank you for choosing us. Congratulations. Well, we have moved on to the People and Processes session. And now I would like to invite our next speaker, Alisa Plotnikova, Executive Director of Global CIO. And she will speak about the transformation of the CIO roles in different companies and organizations. Alisa, greetings. So here's your clicker. Greetings, everybody. My name is Alisa Plotnikova. I'm the Executive Director of the Global CIO International Community. I will talk about the transformation of the CIO's role in the businesses, in the companies. However, let me say just a couple of words about our community. So Global CIO is an international professional community of IT officers that has more than 10,000 members from more than 80 countries. Our professional community was established with the purpose of bringing together, kind of merging the practical experience, consolidating the database of the participants, of the members, and to streamline the communications between its members. So this is a free participation, free membership, because we want these CIOs have an environment, have a community where they could discuss all of their difficulties, some of their challenges, and develop and grow as well. The business cards of our community are the Global CIO Academy project, the top 100 IT leaders, and the Project of the Year contest. I know that we have some participants of such project. For instance, this time we had 16 projects from Kazakhstan, and that's absolutely amazing, and I hope that there will be even more next year. So what is it that we're going to talk about today? First of all, I would like to say that I will be sharing not only my personal opinion, but also the opinion of our community, of my community. We did have a survey that was contributed to by more than 100 CIO from the CIS countries. And we wanted to find out what they are responsible for in a modern business and how their management sees their role and responsibility. So here is a table describing our respondents. These are IT leaders or CIOs from some large companies, a company that have more than 500 employees from such sectors as retail, finances, logistics, manufacturing, education, and others. So let us have just a small exercise. More than 70% of the participants have been heads of IDs for more than 10 years. Please, those who have similar experience, please raise your hands. Okay. So I still hope that nevertheless, whatever I tell you will be relevant for you and specifically and for the others as well. So let's talk about the role of the CIO. In the modern business, in modern businesses, on top of the CIO themselves, there's a huge number of different IT roles and IT managers who should be responsible for implementation of certain aspects of IT in the company. But what do we have in reality? For starters, we had this question: what should the CIO do according to the management? What do management believe the CIO should do? So almost 30% of the respondents believe that CIOs must be responsible and must lead the comprehensive digital transformation of the company. So here you see, here goes the CTO and CIO, right? 29% believe that their task objective, according to their management, is digitization of business processes, business applications, and services. That is a very relevant direction, of course, which of course strongly influences the competitiveness of the company. 27% quite reasonably say that their role is to support the existing infrastructure. I guess that's a classical expectation. And cost-cutting is an important direction. What do CIOs themselves believe they should do in the company? The result is different, like it's radically different. Only 14% believe that they are responsible for shaping and implementing the IT strategy. Automation and supporting the functionality of the existing infrastructure is 37. Is believed is supported by 37% of the CIOs. 28% believe that they're responsible for retaining and developing the team of IT people. So it's something that has not been even mentioned by their management. And 16% simply want to develop professionally and grow professionally. So what do we have? We do have a disbalance of some sort, where CIO wants to support on maintaining and supporting the IT systems, whereas the CEO wants the CIO be engaged and involved in strategy as an in IT strategy and actually overall strategy of the company, the digital transformation of the company. Why did that happen? Why there's such a discrepancy? Why such that disbalance? It is actually justified because the economic and political shocks that have been happening since 2020 have made CIO focus more on operational activity, on adaptation of the company to the existing changes. But these processes have enhanced the role and impact of IT on the company's success, of the company's performance. And it is obvious that the role of CIO in this kind of growing significance of digitization and digital processes increases as well. And how can we handle that? What should be our response? How do CIOs respond to these ongoing changes? So our survey demonstrates a very flexible approach. Despite the replies that we saw in the previous slide, 15% of IT heads find it to be a great achievement when they have a well-developed, well-built IT strategy. And almost 45% speak about their successes in digital transformation and speak about the successfully implemented large-scale projects related to automation and digitization. So despite the workload, despite different challenges, they still are able to find resources and to find opportunities to implement other projects as well, other than operational effectiveness. So judging by the year-end contest that we have, that we conduct, we see that's a part of work, that's a direction of the work that inspires IT leaders, that inspires CIOs, and that motivates them to move forward. 25% say that they have succeeded, despite all the difficulties, to maintain the stability of the work and kind of reliability, and they were able to cope with COVID-related challenges and everything else, which is excellent. Let's look at the projects that companies plan to invest. That might be interesting as well. So what do we see? Apparently, the companies, 30% of companies plan to invest in automation and business applications. I believe that analytics and data management is slightly undervalued, and AI and robotics have also been undervalued, underestimated. I personally feel that there is much more capacity, but maybe this is what our respondents see, and this is how they have planned their budget. And I'll be really interested to see how these kind of plans come to life and what happens at the end of the this year. So we looked at the future projects. We looked at the projects that have already been implemented. Last year, we kind of tried to understand the expectations that CIO themselves have and their management has with regard to CIO. But now let's try to figure out the role and come up with a definition of the modern CIO. Well, I find this wording very good, very nice, because CIO is a strategic advisor, and a leader of all digital changes, and also is a person responsible for digital initiatives which bring revenue, which bring profit. Let's look at all of these kind of aspects separately. Why leadership? Why is it expected that CIO will be a digital advisor? Well, the thing is, in modern times, the companies pay attention not only to the instruments that are being used, but also to the investment that the company will have to make. That company pay a lot of attention to strategy and to kind of to future strategies for the future success. And for that reason, CIOs must be aware of not only technical aspects of the business, but also must understand different other objectives and different other aspects of the business. CIO must understand what opportunities there are for the businesses that could be covered and satisfied with the help of new technologies. Also, due to digitization and digital transformation, it is important to be able to deliver the values of these processes, to be able to introduce the culture of innovation, the culture of transformation that will help company do better under current circumstances. And when we say about the growing role and growing importance, significance of CIOs, it is clear that all the achievements are possible only with the help of a successful team. And we, when it comes to the current CIOs, we have some good results. So 44% of our respondents said that they are happy with the team that they have. I think it's an excellent outcome. For many, I've been talking about the shortage of IT professionals, and it's excellent and actually amazing that the leaders were able to overcome this shortage and find and recruit professionals who conform to the company demands and requirements. 33% of CIOs reported staff extension, kind of expansion in 2024. And 21% of the respondents said that they plan to reduce the IT teams. What kind of areas need to be developed by the CIOs and what need to be improved? So technical skills of the company are not a big concern for many CIOs. CIOs are mostly focused on organizational skills, planning skills, goal-setting skills. And that's an indication that processes, again, processes matter. The way things are done matters. That technical skill of the staff, of the employees, is something that can be easily adapted, easily upgraded. So upskill, general upskill is possible, provided that interpersonal relations are all set and that the plans of the management are implemented. And it's interesting what CIOs would like to improve themselves when it comes to themselves. Again, technical skills are lagging behind. They're not that important for the CIOs compared to the soft skills. And soft skills cannot be overestimated because the skills of conducting negotiations is important because CIOs have to interact with other departments, other units. CIOs oftentimes have to prioritize some of the project, and they have to take some decisions, or some executive decisions, proving that a particular solution would be more beneficial than other. Team management, kind of managerial skills are very important. Public speaking skills are very important. The CIO must, maybe not must, but should kind of should do the internal PR, should deliver and explain the values of IT and IT solutions, and should be able to explain the changes, transformations, and their significance and importance. And that will help to support the company itself and to introduce the innovations going forward.
I think it's time we sort of summed everything up. Let's focus on what I've just said. So the main points are, today, companies need not just someone who will guarantee the stability of their IT infrastructure, but they need somebody who will lead digital transformation, the person who will implement innovations. The strategic role of the CIO is also growing. CIO will be more involved in not just in IT systems and their implementation, but also in decision making, in making those decisions that relate to the whole company, that are important for the whole company. Also, along with the importance of technical expertise, the understanding of all processes that the company has and the understanding of the business itself is important. Our research demonstrated that, and also statistical data show that CIOs who came from other functional fields, so to speak, their number is growing. And so also the information that I have shared with you is relevant not only for CIS countries, but it can be confirmed by international research studies. So this is relevant for Kazakhstan and for other countries. And discussing with colleagues, I mean, those challenges and difficulties, when you discuss all these issues with your colleagues, and when you also discuss how to develop these competencies, I mean, we can do a lot more. That's why I urge you to join our professional communities. Here we go. Or rather, our professional community, please join us in this community. We'll be able to share our experiences with each other, share our success stories. We'll be able jointly to look at those achievements that our colleagues have, and hopefully we'll move forward together. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you, Alisa. Are there any questions? We have time for one question, or you can just come up to me during the coffee break, perhaps. Thank you, Alisa, for your presentation. Here's our letter of gratitude to you. Thank you. I would like to invite our next speaker to the stage. She's our partner, Agis Konkabayeva, General Director or CEO of RedMat Robot Central Asia. Thank you, Karat. Can you hear me well? Hello, everyone. Hopefully, we have all moved past this food coma. So I would like to ask you to focus as best as you can. My name is Agis Konkabayeva. I worked in the financial sector for more than 16 years. I managed 15 agile teams. Over the past several years, we've been working on our own team. So talking briefly about company locally, we have more than 100 people. 75% of them are developers. During 2023, we implemented 7 IT projects. Also, we are one of the fastest growing IT companies in Central Asia. And I think our main mission is to implement business strategies. We help to do that. We help small and medium enterprises do that. We're not just an outsourcing company. We position ourselves as a digital partner that helps companies to achieve their business objectives and goals using various products. And I'll talk briefly about those projects that we have been involved in or were involved in last year. One of the largest projects was the following. We created a digital bank together with Home Credit. We started basically from scratch. Home Credit is a purely retail bank, and so we built the whole infrastructure for them. And using various hypotheses, we helped them to create this digital bank. One of the projects also that we were involved in was in Uzbekistan, because we work also in other Central Asian countries. So last year, I think we got this very clear idea of what is happening in Uzbekistan. And so in a Telegram channel and a web channel, we helped one of the commercial banks of Uzbekistan with their project. Apart from large-scale projects from scratch, we also work with banks that don't have any infrastructure, and also we embed into ready-made solutions and come up with separate sort of digital services inside those banking systems. We also are very good at building non-financial services for legal entities, for individuals. One of the examples is the online accounting system. We implemented it twice last year for various banks, and without strong experts, without local experts, to complete such projects in Central Asia would be practically impossible. Today we have all sorts of experts, and I will tell you now what challenges we faced, how we hired our employees, and how we plan to grow further. So in November 2022, obviously the company was set up in April 2022. You know, such large projects as online banking, etc., they can take more than half a year. So in November 2022, we had 2 medium-sized active projects which we needed to implement. We had one large pre-sale project. We also needed to launch it in December, and we needed an in-house developer. We were ambitious, we believed in our success, and so the whole team that we had, everybody knew that we were building something new, we were creating something new. Perhaps we were too ambitious. We wanted, by the end of 2023, to have a team of more than 80 developers. Those developers were supposed to be not just developers, but designers, testers, analytics specialists. And so we conducted interviews. And so the way we graded them, so to speak, and so we conducted interviews with the whole teams of 15 people. And so because of that, we were not sure what to do. And so we didn't have any heads of these separate teams. And so Red-Mat Robot is a well-known brand in Russia, in Kazakhstan, in Central Asia. Nobody knew anything about this brand, so we were one of the first companies who introduced this brand to Alpha Bank. And people were not sure who was hiring them. And so for our financial model, actually that was loss-making. And so lead specialists and heads are in high demand. I'm sure you're all aware of that in the IT industry. So we identified donor companies, and those companies were not our partners. And so we decided to headhunt there. And so the people that we hired were those people whom we already knew. Those people were heads of their in-house teams in those banks that they worked. And what we did is, in February of last year, we launched our engineering bootcamp to train junior specialists for 2 to 6 months, depending on the level. Here we covered middle to middle level. And so first quarter of 2023, during that quarter, we already had experts. We hired 9 junior specialists after the bootcamp training, which lasted for 2 months. We had 50 graduates. Out of those 50 graduates, we hired 9 of them ourselves, and the rest were hired by other companies in the IT industry in the country. And so people knew that these specialists were trained using real life sort of scenarios. And so the problem that was outstanding was the following. We didn't take into account the adaptation of these people in outsourcing. Outsourcing is a different business. So when people transition from in-house to outsource, that's not an easy thing to do. And so in this respect, we continued to adapt those people, to make sure that these people are able to adapt quicker and faster. At the beginning of 2023, some lead specialists relocated here, and we understood that we were just a sort of transition country. Those people are not going to stay in our country, and so we knew that those people will leave soon. And so we decided to focus on local specialists during the second quarter of 2023. So we focused on hiring senior and middle strong specialists. Then we continued on working on our HR IT brand. This is something that we still need to resolve. And so we were joined by strong leads, competent people. We were joined by strong engineers. And so based on the outcome of this bootcamp activity, we came up with this initiative, and I'll show it to you later in Telegram. We have more than 300,000 specialists, junior specialists there. 15% of them find work through this Telegram channel. After that, we decided to do the following. When people understand where they want to work, after that, they understood that our projects were quite challenging. A lot of overtime work was involved. And so during the second quarter, we decided to interview. When interviewing people, we decided to tell them that the projects that we do are difficult and challenging. And so if you are ready, then join us. So also we continue working on the following. We decided to focus on skill sets and career paths. We needed our people to focus on efficiency, and we needed to measure this efficiency. So career paths and skill sets, that approach, again, we adopted it from scratch, from zero. In the middle of 2023, we became more or better known in the market, especially when our 6-month banking case, when people learned about that, they understood that they could trust us with more challenging projects. But again, delivery managers, architects, we still had these competences. They are still sort of outstanding, and we need to develop them. And we continued hiring people from various different markets and from different cities. Some of our employees, 11 engineers, they are from Astana. The majority are from Almaty. And then there are some employees from Tashkent who relocated here to join us. And so indirect costs and expenses decreased by a factor of 2. We offered market-based rates to our people, and we came up with a very strong team of executives and then leads and heads, and each of them understands what they are responsible for. And now it's easier for us to basically hire employees. So briefly, we are right now at this stage of, as we say, normal functioning and building processes. We continue improving to improve our processes. Still, our pre-sale numbers that we have right now, so we are in the export market. We work in Uzbekistan, and also we have some pre-sale projects in other countries. And obviously, because of that, we need to improve our efficiency. And so the next stage is obviously efficiency thanks to artificial intelligence. A lot has been said today about that. So going forward, we will be working on our HR IT brand. This is something that we have been working non-stop. Also, we need to come up with a proper corporate culture. Again, today, during the earlier panel session, we were discussing these issues. So obviously, people are behind businesses. People build processes. But without all that, you won't be able to do any scaling. So we pay a lot of attention to processes in all areas. Since we are an outsourcing business, it's important for us that our people feel that they are the same one and the same team with their clients. So we do our best to integrate with our client as best as we can, and we want our clients to be integrated with us so that we end up having great business results and outcomes. So we'll continue training our people, we'll continue focusing on upskilling and growth. Obviously, hard skills and soft skills, they're all important. Let me give you a little bit of some numbers. 40% of our employees upgraded their levels, 15% were promoted to some key positions, and as part of our performance evaluation system, salaries also are growing. At the very beginning, we were lower than the market. We couldn't offer salaries that were higher than those in the market. So we are continuing to improve our efficiency. Again, here you won't see any numbers, but this is our working matrix of competencies. So we use the career track and other things here. Also, we have a clear-cut onboarding process. Every 6 or 12 months, we conduct performance evaluation and review. Also, we continue working on upskilling, and 70% of all time our employees sort of learn while working on projects. 20% of the time they spend communicating, working with colleagues. Here we have certain practices. Once every quarter, we invite people from the market that share their experiences. Those are business analytics, testers, engineers, etc. So 20% of their time our employees spend doing that. So we do our best to sort of do that and to make sure that these things happen. And then 10% they spend that time on personal, professional growth. They read, attend workshops, etc. On a separate note, we also have a mentor school. We trained 30 people. 20 were attested internally through workshops, trainings, etc. And so this mentor-mentee approach, again, we have it. More than 4,000 participants we had in our boot camp, 50 graduates, 9 of them were hired by us. So this is something that we see as our social mission, because we want to have this upskilling in the Central Asian market. We work closely with universities. We have memoranda signed with them. And so when students come and work with us, we have that. And our specialists give lectures at these universities. And then we have another block we work on being proactive, autonomous, and also on developing leadership skills. This is something we try and sort of motivate. And this IT Jolie project and the Telegram channel that we have, actually these are the numbers from my old presentation. We have 3,600 subscribers. People find us through this Telegram channel. We're not going to monetize it. A large number of people actually approach us. And so this was done specifically for junior specialists, for them to be able to share experiences, receive offers, etc. So this IT Jolie initiative, again, our recruiters are responsible for this channel. Actually, this is their idea and initiative. We didn't ask them to do that. That was their own sort of initiative. And also we motivate people developing their leadership skills. We have these meetups. Please keep a close eye on what we will do this year in this area. So this year, hopefully, we'll be able to have more meetups in the market. Also, we have interest clubs, and based on all these activities, as we say, that we have in the company, we want those that are particularly active, those who act as our ambassadors. We developed merch for them. So we came up with logos, colors, etc. And so this is our sort of internal project. And here we have the same approach as with commercial projects. So we basically, that's how we work. And we have the same stages here as with commercial projects. So when you are going to set up a new IT company, number one, you need to hire independent leaders, those that can take on responsibility, that can generate ideas. Number two, skill sets are important. We have efficiency, effectiveness here. And so without that, you won't be able to move forward as a team. You also need to have clear-cut processes in development. When somebody leaves your project shouldn't suffer because of that, because you have all processes written down, and so a new person is hired and you are able to continue.
So HRIT brand really works, and you really need to work on that, especially when you establish a new company. But those 5.6 resume, a CV does not mean the human being. Experience in a cool and great company does not mean automatically cool and great candidate, because you need to really come up with very strict requirements, strict demands to your candidates to see what kind of hard and soft skills they have, and to whether these people, this individual match your needs. And number 7 is teach. Yeah, continue teaching, continue raising awareness, continue developing and growing skills in-house and out-house. Thank you. This is the QR code to my Instagram channel. Please subscribe. Lately, I've been talking a lot about fintech and trends and everything. I think I saved 40 seconds, haven't I? Thank you. Yes, that was very good, very compact, very clear. We can accommodate one question, I believe. No, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Okay, do not go too far, because we're going to talk about Agile, and as far as I understand, you will be in this panel as well. Yes, you can take a seat here. While we are readying for the next panel session, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our general partners, Croatia, Soft Creation, Fortabank, PS Cloud Services, Red Mat Robot, Central Asia, and Central Securities. Well, now I would like to invite to our panel session that's called Rethinking Agile, Sticking with the Classics or Paving Our Own Way, the following individuals. The participants is Maya Kaigorotsova, Agiz Kunkabaeva, Maxim Chernyshev, Yekaterina Ten, Almat Japarov, and Nigmet Abdrahmanov. Good day, distinguished colleagues. Our today's topic is not new for our market, and I'd like to talk about the topic, about kind of figure out what you think, what you know about this. And let me start with the first question: what advantages and disadvantages do you see in classical agile approaches, even when compared with individual approaches? Ekaterina, can we start with you? Well, the difference of classical approaches from individual own in-house approaches, yes, true. Well, we use hybrids. Back in the past, we started with pure kind of agile approaches such as Scrum and so on. But along with the life cycle of your product, you kind of get to understand that it's simply not enough, and you need to adapt more to do more. So I don't think there are any shortcomings of classical agile and individual kind of agile adaptability. Well, we have come up with agile in 2017. I think so. Yes, please remind me. So 2017, at the end of 2017, and gradually the evolution has been growing. There are fewer and fewer discoveries. Your product enhances. You kind of reach certain mature level, and then you start bringing on board some new other instruments from other methodologies, and that's normal. But okay, if you kind of could measure it, like roughly 30%, 40%. What's a deviation from the classical agile? You remember that large companies worked with vendors, and we had very rough estimates, and the difference was colossal. I think almost the difference was could be manifested in years. But now we continue speeding up. Our goal is agile coach, process-oriented metrics, expedition of the teams, addressing all the impediments, removing all the impediments, and bringing on board something new, and being responsible for all the in-house developments. Almat, good day. If I am to compare, the better or worse, then I would agree with Ekaterina that there has to be some kind of individual in-house changes. Of course, when you just start, it is important to follow all the rules, all the events. It is important to teach everyone to do the right things, not to do agile, but to be agile. And then, once you've done that, and once your team already understands, and once you understand, once your team is already well-tuned, and you will understand that all these approaches are simply not enough, then you need to do more. And we all use post-Scrum, yeah. Let me note that we have some of the oldies here, old school supporters of Agile. Maybe 5 to 6 years ago, it was new, and we all kind of used more classical Agile. But I think that most of you have your own developments, and you can share those with us. And if we follow the questions, you will be able to talk about this. Agiz, you already spoke about many of these things in your presentation, how you grew 80 plus. So what's best for you, classics or your own approach? Well, I have different experience and practice of Agile. In Alpha Bank, I was responsible for 15 Agile team, and like I said, 180 developers. So in Alpha Bank, well, as you remember that back in 2022, due to sanctions, the bank had to be dissolved, and the team has dissolved as well. So in 2022, we have already approached the scaling up, we have approached the safe level, and we were already about to choose our way forward. Agile is not just a framework, it's not a methodology, it's not a philosophy. yet you bring to the company, and you just don't bring it to IT. I think what everyone must understand, especially those who are about to choose the frame for themselves, for framework for themselves, Agile must be present everywhere. It needs to be omnipresent in all the aspects of the company. I had examples of Agile being introduced to one of the bank, and they have brought on board the accountant, the lawyer, the hired development team, said, okay, you, as of tomorrow, you're going to be Agile. And no processes have improved, but the teams kind of survived. I have some other examples from the market, and there is quite a number of projects where there's a whole department of Agile in one company. So you either, it just doesn't happen, you either become Agile or you don't. Alpha Bank also didn't have classical Agile. It's not that we started doing it and I kind of started following the rules. No, you have to arrive there. You have to grow up there. And you actually need to adapt any technology, any solution to the business needs and to the context of the reality. But in Alpha Bank, Business Block was responsible for all the IT teams. IT teams were more of a kind of structural subdivision, and their task was to guarantee the accessibility of all the infrastructures and infrastructural systems. In Business Blocks, we had product marketing specialists, the lawyers, we had Agile lawyers. And there were people who would find some teams, would find some solutions for their teams to make sure that the development is designed well, quickly, however, without violating any laws. So it all starts like that. So we talk a lot about digital transformation, but it all starts nevertheless with the management, with the top level. And you can't just go to legal department and say, okay, if they don't need it, let's just skip Agile for them. No. The Agile needs to be built around the system, and whatever framework you have, it needs to be adapted to your business. However, you need to answer the question why you need Agile. To save money, to attract more clients, to do more, to gain more, to do more business, and so on. So, however, given the velocity, given the technology that changes, you cannot live in a waterfalls. The colleagues said there used to be vendors, but no one anymore offers the out-of-box solutions. Everyone offers collaboration, quick launch, and then building and developing an in-house team and transfer of this development to the in-house kind of servicing. If we take Homo, we launched a big transformation at the bank. I'm talking about home credit. All the departments there now are shifting to iterative development. Every week they come up with a new function for the client and comes up with a value for the client. Just a clarification question. Are companies ready for Agile? Some have waterfall, some have Agile, some companies are not ready and they outsource some of it. I understood this question, but because I am the contractor, I cannot really say that everything is bad and is poor shape. No, the market is very diverse and very non-homogeneous, and maturity of the market is very non-homogeneous. Companies like Beeline have their own Agile teams. They have tech company. They have craft codes and so on. There are companies who have great development. They have more than 10 million users. And it's a wonderful and great example that motivates the market to move forward. However, at the same time, there are same big companies who do not have an application for natural persons. And this needs, and you see, this thing is, the whole thing needs to be developed gradually. You cannot just suddenly come up with Agile and try to implement it there. These companies will have to go through their difficulties. They will first have to stumble upon a difficulty. They will buy an out-of-box solution. They will try to adapt it, and it won't work. They will have to come up with Agile principles, and then they will understand that ultimately it is better to work with a partner that will collaborate with them. Maxim? Yes. Agis sounds as a practitioner, yes. People who have ever implemented these kind of agile technologies or flexible technologies are familiar with these difficulties. Peter Larman, the author of social dynamics study, said that whenever you face a change, the first response is to maintain the status quo. Basically to do whatever has been done before, but to call it with new words. So you're not head of unit, you're a scrum master, and you're not wrong, you're just agile team or something. No, and success of a framework of methodology does not depend on our choice, does not depend on the approach. It actually depends on something that happens much earlier, much sooner. This was a very right question. When do we introduce it? How do we introduce it? And what for? Why? And if we answer all these questions, then we have more chances to handle this. However, answering your question about the classical agile or own agile or customized agile, I have not seen a single success story when only one methodology was followed to the dot. The indicator of a success is when you take a technology, take a methodology, a philosophy, and you adapt it to your own needs. And that's the sign that your company is healthy, because your company is unique, the country is unique, your situation is unique, and therefore your process needs to absorb whatever helps your process. And another important thing that we often forget when we look at other methodologies, we sometimes see it as enthusiasts or ambassadors or agents of change, or we see it as the users, because users are the most loyal audience. Or we can apply kind of the lens and optic of methodologies, people who has been through this scenario already and who understand that just putting sticky notes on the walls is not enough, and that the whole culture needs to be changed. But there is another opinion of the business owners, shareholders, someone who is responsible for the money. And without that opinion, anything you introduce will be futile. So people play their roles. Yeah, true. I mean, the fact that is the case. But as an independent expert, I must say that I respect leaders who, to a question, why do you need agile, answer that it is for the purposes of the status. To say, we want to be more attractive at the market, we want to be trendy, we want to be more kind of adept, and we want to say that we have agile. And this kind of answer saves a lot of efforts, a lot of time, and a lot of emotions of the people who try to introduce agile. And actually, that's much better. I think honest answer is always the best answer. Maya? Well, every methodology has its own advantages and disadvantages. And I would like to follow up on what Agis has said, who described her role as the contractor and as a client. I have a similar approach, I mean, a similar experience. And really, when it comes to team management and corporate level, is one thing, and running a company with 10 people is another. So it is important to understand the business model of the company, important to understand the target audience of the company, the approaches and methods that our company, that our client has for our final and ultimate user and consumer. So agile is not a panacea and not a silver bullet, and there are lots of different hybrid approaches or mixed approaches, which are quite successful as well. And I think what matters the most is client-focused approach, client-oriented approach. That has been mentioned by many already, that we do everything so that our clients could do things easier and faster and more effectively. So we use a customized approach in our company. We try to understand the maturity level of the company. We try to understand the competence level of the competence, the level of a large-scale monobank, or is it the level of microfinance organization? It all matters. We're not, gonna kind of compare who's greater and who is not. But there are different competences, different stages of maturity, and different business models. All that needs to be considered. So I think it is important to understand how and what particular framework is best for the client's team, and what particular approach will be most beneficial for the client. Nigmet? Well, you are the product specialist, but a very experienced one. In Sergey Group, we have introduced Agile in 2016. And since then, we've tried different methodologies, Scrum, Kanban, and Scrumban. But for me, the management matters. I mean, their position, their role matters, because that's investment, and that's a long-term investment. You can't expect the immediate results, and you need time to build some things. Also, it is important to understand that one need to rely on the advantages of Agile, which is the structured nature, flexibility, and client orientation. But I think you also shouldn't over-focus on Agile, doing Agile for the sake of Agile. I think it's important to understand the goal, the pain of the client, the project, the type of the project, the kind of project, type of the market, and so on. So we have introduced Agile, and when doing that, we usually focus on the goal for introduction of such Agile. We currently trying to reach out to different markets. We work with different clients. And every time we kind of fine-tune our project, fine-tune our team to a particular need of a particular client. Thank you, Nigmet. Well, let us involve the audience and let's run a poll. And you can also take the questions. You can do them. I mean, you can answer these questions yourself, and let's see what the audience thinks. So what are the main principles of Agile need to remain unchanged, even when the company chooses its own approach? This is probably a question for more experienced professionals who've tried it all. And well, there are not many. Well, speaking of Agile, that's the mindset, Agile mindset. Well, if colleagues disagree with me, I believe without this kind of flexible mindset, nothing can be done, especially in IT. Everything changes, the new technologies keep on evolving, and you simply need to be ready. And there are four. So there are four more main principles, and there are 12, right? So I think this mindset, that unit, I think they all need it. It's very necessary. No, I think it's common sense, right? I mean, it's common sense to have all of them, no? Well, the main principle is the value for the client, value for the user. So this principle needs to be respected at all times. So, and build whatever you want based on the needs and pains of the client, whether that's Agile or not, that doesn't matter. So I think the client orientation, we can argue a lot. In classical Agile, documentation is more important than, hang on. Documentation is number 2. So ready-to-use product is more important than documentation of the process. But not everyone. Some perceive these values very superficially, but no one really reads all the materials related to Agile. And when teams start working in Agile, especially when they're isolated, they ignore and kind of they disregard the documentation. Yes, it makes sense. It's kind of clear, but I think a balance is needed as well. Because Agile is not about not doing any documentation, not keeping track of things. Agile is about responsibility. When you understand that you have launched this product, this process, but you also describe it, because whenever a team is changed, have changed, the documentation needs to be in place. So in that sense, there needs to be a balance. There needs to be a balanced approach to every value, to all the things that there are. But for me, number one is the value for the client prevails.
Nigmet, over to you. Well, I think what is important about Agile is, of course, the way we focus on outcomes and results. We need to understand that the most important sort of value is money, and then the problem that we're trying to solve. And number 2 is our structure. The way we build our processes, the way we interact with units, different units. This also impacts our sales and everything else. And number 3, transparency and communications inside your teams. When you have deadlines, when you have large-scale projects, or when you have problems or risks, when you face them, then it's important to make sure that your team works transparently. And then again, agile in that regard helps you greatly. Thank you, Maxim or Maya. Thank you, Maxim. Obviously, the product is more important than the documentation, but without any extreme things that were mentioned by guests. For us, it's important. I mean, relationships with clients are more important than our contracts. And again, this flexibility that Agile gives us, everybody is talking about that. I mean, your positive attitude towards change, which we always face. I mean, not always our customer, even if we are very focused and we use no-code instruments and technologies, despite that, we face the following during integration or during industrial use. Some things can change. Perhaps a law changes or something changes in your database. So for us, it's important to be flexible. So 20–30% of tasks, obviously, that we have to perform, we weigh them, we evaluate them, but nevertheless, as the previous speaker has said, our main objective when using Agile is to basically make this added value available to the end customer. And we need to make sure that this product is in demand and that it makes our client competitive, more competitive. So our positive attitude towards change and the way we build our relationship with the customer in light of contractual provisions, etc. So in all, given all that, Agile is very important for us. Let's take a look at the screen and see what the results of our poll are. So again, the question was asked, the same question. What core principles of Agile need to stay unchanged? Again, I think the audience is still voting. 49% adaptivity, flexibility, followed by value priority, transparency, communications, cross-functional teams, and constant improvement of processes. Are there any sort of unusual things? Well, one of the important aspects that needs to stay unchanged when working with Agile is your team, your people, and your mindset to a certain degree. Again, it partially correlates with this adaptivity, flexibility aspect. It's important to remember that any flexible methodology for product management is very humanistic. It's always about people, it's always about teams. Kanban, at a certain point, was not considered to be an agile product. It focused on processes more than on people. And then several years later, they proved that they focus on people and clients, and so Kanban after that became sort of one of those products. So if we lose that, I think then the value of this will be lost significantly. Again, this is behind adaptivity and flexibility. Ultimately, we have people, we have teams behind all these changes. They make all these changes. Ekaterina Almat, please. I would like to add, yes, I agree with Maxim. Indeed, if we give an example, then again, people and communications, they are more important than processes and instruments. This needs to be emphasized. Flexibility, adaptivity obviously mean that you need to be ready to change. This is one of the most sort of salient elements. Can I add, please? I think transparency and communications are slightly, or have been slightly, underestimated. Large corporations always have this distinguishing sort of line between businesses and development. So you need to focus also not only on your developers, but also on your business. Is this more relevant for those people who have experience, or this is actually for both? Very often we forget about business, and then there is this distinguishing sort of thing between business and IT. So we are part of one company, so we need to make sure we work transparently, and the business also needs to make sure they work transparently. I think this is significantly underestimated, and that can lead to certain implications going forward. Also, we cannot forget about this balance between client requests and business requests. Obviously, you have some business clients and you have your end client. You cannot satisfy both sort of at the same time. So you need to keep this balance, and you need to remember you shouldn't forget about both the business part side and the client side. Thank you. I will add just one thing. I think agile is associated with flexibility and speed. If we remember the pandemic, before 2020, everybody had some backlogs, everybody was developing their services, nobody was in a hurry, and nobody was trying to create value for their clients. But this is what all businesses, this is how they earn money. And so during the pandemic, everybody started to adapt quickly to changes, and we had our backlog adjusted very quickly. Clients wanted to receive certain spravkas, and all these spravkas, we had them as part of our backlog. And so we needed back then to provide all these notificational informational releases to our clients. So speed, obviously, is something that all businesses need, but requests are provided by the end client. Now let's move on to the next question. How do you handle resistance, or how do you overcome obstacles when working with this methodology in your company? Almat, over to you. I think motivation is the answer. I remember when we were creating our teams, we wanted them to give us results as fast as they could. So what did we do? We moved away from KPIs. We started working with OKR. We had a team, and we had these OKRs. So the team itself sort of sets a very ambitious goal, hoping that they will be able to achieve it. So that helped. And this is how we worked. And we had this team who demonstrated great results. They used Scrum, and then Kanban philosophy they used, and then they moved on Kanban. So when looking at that team, other teams that we had, they got motivated, and so now the whole company works that way now. So our dev team, we had that team, but inside the HR block, legal block, financial block, so they started sort of using that approach as well. And Agis told us how they built a very large, strong IT company. Actually, this is something that we did as well. And so this is a perfect example of how you can motivate your employees, and the whole company can become agile that way. Thank you. Ekaterina. So how did we handle resistance? In our company, we do the following. Whenever we come up with something new, we try and pilot everything. The company is large, people have their own mental models. Obviously, you have resistance, so that's why we do our best and pilot things. And so without the support of your top management, you won't be able to do anything. So what do we do? First, we sell our ideas to our top management, then we launch a pilot project using a couple of teams. We have certain metrics that help us to measure the success of those pilot projects. And if everything goes as planned, then we'll continue working. People see how that gets sort of spread. And so that way you sort of drag people inside your bubble, so to speak. Also, we have training workshops that are available and open to all employees. People go there, and that's the way you sort of drag people in, so to speak. That way they join you. So if there is resistance inside your company, then you need to ask the following question. Why do you have this resistance? There are no business results or outcomes. There is no effect from the work that you do. If that is so, then there's something wrong that you're doing. But if people are just sabotaging, I mean, certain units do not believe you, they sabotage things, so perhaps those are the wrong people then. But any resistance can be handled by this evidence-based approach. Whenever you see results and outcome of your work, I think 90% of or 100% of people don't have any questions for you. Maybe there'll be just some really toxic people left that will continue not believing in you. But such people will just leave your team. So how do we handle resistance? The way we handle sort of natural disasters. So as Agis has said, people need to understand what we're trying to achieve, what our common goal is. And so the involvement of your executive or CEO is important. He will lead the team. And another important factor is the way you communicate. Again, this is relevant for small and large teams. Obviously, for larger, bigger teams, this is more challenging. But if it's a small team, the one that we have, management is easier. We conduct status meetings. We look at results and outcomes that we have using certain instruments. And then the customer, I mean, if there are any sabotage sort of things, then again, we are able to demonstrate added value with the help of our instruments. Maxim, would you like to add? I really enjoyed listening to my colleagues, obviously talking about their experiences. Let me rephrase that. The question should be not about the way we handle resistance, but the way we actually create resistance. Remember those questions that I asked at the very beginning. So what do we implement? How do we implement these things? So what do we implement? Very often we forget about that question. So flexible methodologies, agile, we treat these things with a lot of sensitivity. And so we have people in our company, obviously, and we always have this management methodology. It can be formal, it can be informal, but it allows us to achieve certain things. So it's important to understand that management methodology is not created for your team or for its comfort, but the team is part of this methodology. And the same can be said about this flexible approach, despite its humanistic nature. So if we understand why we're making these changes, then we understand what for we are making them. And if we have a clear understanding of that, and if we communicate with our people properly, then there aren't any questions. And Agis mentioned that. Again, tastes differ. There will be people who will not like this approach. And again, you know what to do with them. A great answer, Maxim. Let's move on to the next question. Who plays the key role in your team? Who is the owner? Is that your owner? Is that your PM? Let me answer this straight away. The client, the consumer. I will always emphasize the importance of the value that your client has. The owner, again, let me share my experience with you. All teams were in the business. All structural subdivisions, as we say, depend on the business, because the business represents requests of the key consumer, of the client. Only after that we have lawyers, IT specialists, and the whole infrastructure that needs to help you and assist you. For me, the most important person is the client, the customer. I would like to add, again, a lot depends on the level of maturity of your team. We have different approaches. We have certain sort of fixed team working on a specific project, and then we have teams that are not sort of fixed, and we don't know what kind of people will join that team with what skills. And so the system gets balanced out. In some teams, there is one person who is responsible for everything, but everything boils down to the client, to the customer, and to the outcome, to the result. If you do have a result, then you're doing something right. Then I have another question. What is the minimal number of your team members? How many members should one team have, and how many roles should one person have, especially if you have limited resources, a PM, analytic specialist, etc. And will that impact negatively the outcome, the result? Well, again, we have certain limitations imposed by the methodology. For example, a company doesn't have a fixed number of employees, but in Scrum teams we have that. So if we sort of expand this methodology, and if we talk about the team-based approach, we have products, we have teams, a lot is simply here. We have dynamics, microgroups, and so our practice shows that 10 people in one team is the optimal number. If you have more, then you will lose your efficiency due to the increased number of internal communications. I would like to add as well, again, I agree with Maxim, 10, I think, people is the right number. Talking about roles, I think the client plays the most important role. And I'll give you an example. When I was an owner, say I have customers, for example, it's a bank, one of the customers is a bank, they need our developers, they need some supplies, and so I need experienced developers, and I headhunt them in the market. And so I set specific objectives for them, but I was client-oriented. Obviously, the client plays a very important role. As for management, if you have a large team, a small team, again, you need to divide it into micro teams, because the larger the team, the more difficult it will be to manage. So if you have 10 people, it's easier to manage them. If you have more than 10, then you will have to divide it into micro teams and manage them that way.
Can we run the fourth part of our poll? And I guess we'll continue answering the question. If we consider all the roles, business analysts, sales analysts, testers, team designers, and researchers from Yes, from 8 to 12 will be optimal number of people. And for Scrum Master, that's also the optimal number of people. I had examples when there was one Scrum Master for one team, there was one product manager for one team, but you need to exercise a very balanced approach, because without 100% focus, and that is an important big project, then you can't really have one business analyst per 2 teams or one Scrum Master per 2 teams, because you will mismatch the rituals and there will be some overlaps, and that's going to be very hard to control and to manage. So this methodology also kind of corroborates the norm of manageability, a manageability norm, because having more than 8, 12 people is difficult to manage. So you need to understand that, and also if you have iOS and Android, and someone on leave, someone on just traveling, so you will need to have substitutes. So it's also important to understand your life and actually to generally be able to do that. And also it depends on the maturity. I think it depends on the sphere as well. For startups, usually they have complete teams capable of running several products and services at the same time, simultaneously. But speaking about the corporations, they will pay more attention to kind of the individual products, the credit cards, bank-wise, bank services, applications, and so on, where you need a very in-depth immersion into the context. Yes, yes, agree. Well, we have little time left. Let us now vote for the last question, for the first question. So what are the biggest misunderstanding or confusions did you meet about Agile, and how did you combat those, or how did you fight with those? So we can see here. Agile is suitable, is fit for all projects and all teams. Understanding that Agile can effectively apply in any situation, irrespective of the project specificity or a characteristic of the team. Agile means continuous change without stability, and Agile leads to chaos and continuous uncertainty in projects. Well, I fully agree with the opinions of the audience. The most widespread confusion or misunderstanding is that Agile can help you solve any problem, because whenever they see uncertainty, unpredictability, and it's everything that we do not know, and once they see that, they think that Agile is the recipe for them to go with. Well, that is wrong. You understand all that. Agile starts emerging in different spheres, in different sectors. So when it all started in Kazakhstan 7 to 10 years ago, we did not know what to do with that. But now look how it is evolving, how it is developing. Even if you look at PMI book, then starting from version 5, there is already flexible project management or agile project management chapter. Back in the past, we could never imagine how to apply agile in public administration or kind of in good governance. But now the Moscow State University has a whole course on agile public administration. So it means that actually we can try agile for many areas, but doesn't say that they will be applicable everywhere or useful everywhere. Usually misusing agile may lead to collapse, chaos, or loss of motivation. Someone gave an example, I think Katya, that communications help improve agile. But it's a big question, because sometimes you can have a team that they have all well-established methodology and everything seems good, but they lack communication. And then we say, why don't we bring on board agile? And what happens next? Because as a result, we have no agile, no communication, and the whole project stopped. Did they really need agile there? Probably not. If you have problems with communication, or if there are some other mechanisms that could address the problems, then those should be applied first, such as HR mechanism, facilitation, conflict resolution, and so on. That will be the medicine for the problems. The agile is not a panacea for all. I think the first misunderstanding or confusion about agile is that you can use agile that it's impossible to plan everything with agile. However, it's important what we understand. That agile is something that doesn't allow you to plan because everything will be changing on the go. But no, you usually have a yearly plan, kind of annual plan that you need to follow with the help of agile. Second, what you need is the management, because when we talk about agile, those are independent cross-functional teams. But these teams are important to implement, to do some job, to implement a particular task. And still, you need to motivate them, you need to direct them, you need to support them, encourage them, and to kind of keep them, keep their eyes on the prize. Because we either make money and we generate revenue, or we solve the problem of the client. So therefore, you do need a business manager, a project manager who will be in touch with the client, who will understand the client's difficulties and the market, and will therefore kind of align and direct the agile team. Well, agile, there is one. Agile means no need for documentation. Yes, we all want to run our hypothesis, we want to test it, we want to report, we want to get the KPI met and get the bonuses paid and move on. No, without systemic processes, and you are stuck, something needs to be changed. And in the process, the whole logic can change, the whole communication can be disrupted, and all of the added value, all of the benefit that we were going to give to the client is not achieved. So the speed, velocity, and illusion, or even a delusion that documentation will be finalized later does not work. That people change and the business process can change halfway, midway, and what we discussed kind of gets lost. That agile is not a panacea, is not a kind of magic bullet, and using other approaches where there is more control is also important. Agis and Katya Nigmete. Well, we often talk about documentation, but the manifest said that we do not deny documentation, kind of the right side where documentation is needed, but we try to stick with the left side, with the left wing. We do have the documentation. We're not as the MVP. We're kind of a mature level of business already. We have new people, have to expand. We need to expedite the onboarding. So clearly we will have the documentation, and it's not that's inevitable. But with the new, just tested solutions, documentation is not needed. So I think we have a common side. As for the misconceptions, I think the biggest misconception that I came across is that agile is a silver bullet. It's going to help you solve all the problems. It's going to be beautiful, it's going to be nice, and simply going to work. No, but it's not true. Agile is expensive, agile is not fast, is not quick, and it takes time. But again, talking about Scrum, it's a revolution. Are companies ready for the revolution? Probably not. And if you want to do not a revolution but evolution, then you may want to use and apply other methodologies. I agree with the majority that Agile is fit for all projects and all teams. But actually, I would like to comment on the second one, where Agile leads to chaos. When people don't understand what Agile is, when they think it's just stick it note on the board, when there are some meetings, meetups, they're changing backlogs and so on, the methodology describes everything very clearly and all the processes are clear. There is no chaos unless you create the chaos yourself. You wreak havoc yourself. So most of the people who kind of start applying Agile can create chaos internally because they don't understand how things need to be done. So I think it's a misconception. It's a confusion, very well common kind of this widespread confusion that it's instability, there's unpredictability, uncertainty, and so on. But also there is instability because the market is unstable. There's a lack of predictability because the market is volatile, really. And within months, not only project, but also needs can change. And Agile is not a chaos. Agile is about responsibility. Agile is about the speed, the velocity, and value for the client. And the last two comments. Yes, Almat. I agree with the audience that what Katya said, that Agile is not a silver bullet. Yes. It has to be number one here. Yes, Agile is not a magic wand. It's not something that's going to help you solve all your problems. And for me, number two will be documentation. Yes, issue about documentation. It is important when the team starts working, when they start already publishing and issuing the products, and they start improving it already, kind of advancing it. Without documentation, onboarding is going to be complicated. And for that, documentation is absolutely critical. Sometimes when you have a product, you have to kind of do increments of your team and have 2-3 teams working in parallel, and that again is not possible without documentation. So I think number two would be that's my priority. Nigmet, your mic is on? No, I don't have any comments. No, do you want me to conclude or summarize something, or if you? I think there must have been the very last point, which must have been underappreciated, that Agile is forgiving. No, but in fact, in order to introduce Agile and to improve it, it takes colossal work of the whole team, starting from the top management down to kind of the operatives, because we're talking about investment, we're talking about changing the culture, and these are whole processes. You need business angels, and you need people, enthusiastic and committed people who are committed to Agile, who are really charged with this, infected with this idea. And you need whole teams of people who will educate people, who will teach people, and who will direct them in Agile. Well, thank you, Nigmet. The coffee break has started, and maybe it's now time for us to break for coffee. So thank you. Yes, we do have a lot of experience. I'm happy that we have you on board, and I hope to see you at another platform. Thank you. So we have some gratitudes, kind of letter of gratitude to all of you for participating in our panel discussion. So, dear participants, we have a coffee break. And let me remind you that at 4:30, Fortebank team will have their own masterclass on API first. And at 5:15, we have Amazon Web Services with their masterclass on new cloud technologies. And at 4:30, we'll have the best practices model on best practices, and PS Cloud Services will speak then.
Әркімнің күш қуаты бойында. Ол сұлбар емес.
мықтырақ бол.
Шабыт береді. Айтқанынан қайтпас. Кейде аңғал, кейде еркін. Келемеждейді. Өзіңді өзгертеді. Өз болмысын ұстанады. Ішкі сезімін сыртқа шығарады. Өз қалағанын жасайды. Оны сезінесің. Яғни күшің жаныңда. Оны дәл кезінде сезінеді. Форте. Күш бойында. Сила скрывается в каждом. Она не дремлет.
мықтырақ бол.
Вдохновляет. Твердит одно и то же. Делает глупости. Смеется над тобой. Заставляет преодолевать себя. Учиться быть собой. Учит говорить то, что чувствуешь. Делать то, что хочешь. Ощущать ее присутствие. Сила всегда рядом. Нужно просто вовремя заметить ее. Форте. Сила на твоей стороне.
Кейпро, наверное, 8 лет там Кейпро, Professionalize Kazakhstan. И последние 2 года мы поменяли фокус. Не просто на профессионалов, которые, вот, скажем, встретились с первым профессиональным кризисом, когда они там обучались одному, а хочется уже чуть другое. Это было там основной фокус там Professionalize Kazakhstan, когда мы давали реальные навыки от местных профессионалов, которые уже пережили и давали такую, наверное, путевку в жизнь другими глазами. То, что 2 года назад мы поменяли, мы сказали, наверное, мы хотим теперь поменять на взгляд руководителя. Не просто профессионала, а уже руководителя, который встретился с вызовами. И сегодня он находится в стадии, что в течение 2-3 лет он станет первым руководителем. И тогда он должен быть не просто функциональным менеджером, который был хорош там, я не знаю, в IT, или он там был хорош там, я не знаю, в обеспечении там поставок, или там в HR. Сегодня он должен стать уже первым руководителем, быть таким универсальным, это называется general management, и освоить новые навыки. Мало того, что освоить навыки, которые ему на работе надо с меняющего роли, но и он должен еще освоить новые тренды. Те тренды, которые сегодня диктуют каждый день, там, технологические изменения, там, изменения в компетенциях, изменения в партнерствах. То есть это были важные вещи. 2 года назад мы поменяли, но сейчас мы смотрим, что рельсы правильные. Это то, что дает возможность, наверное, очень хорошо развиваться, связывать наших профессионалов с их вызовами, которые стоят. Наверное, пока он существует в таком режиме, мы пока посмотрим. Но, наверное, еще 2-3 года мы посмотрим, как это будет работать.
ол сұлбар емес.
Мықтырақ бол.
Шабыт береді. Айтқанынан қайтпас. Кейде аңғал, кейде еркін. Келемеждейді. Өзіңді өзгертеді. Өз болмысын ұстанады. Ішкі сезімін сыртқа шығарады. Өз қалағанын жасайды. Оны сезінесің. Яғни күшің жаныңда. Оны дәл кезінде сезінеді. Форте. Күш бойыңда. Сила скрывается в каждом. Она не дремлет.
Мықтырақ бол.
Вдохновляет. Твердит одно и то же. Делает глупости. Смеется над тобой. Заставляет преодолевать себя. Учиться быть собой. Учит говорить то, что чувствуешь. Делать то, что хочешь. Ощущать ее присутствие. Сила всегда рядом. Нужно просто вовремя заметить ее. Форте. Сила на твоей стороне.
Дамы и господа, наш кофе-брейк заканчивается. Прошу занять свои места. Мы начинаем через несколько минут.
Кипро, наверное, 8 лет там Кипро, Professionalize Kazakhstan. И последние 2 года мы поменяли фокус не просто на профессионалов, которые, вот, скажем, встретились с первым профессиональным кризисом, когда они там обучались одному, а хочется уже чуть другое. Это было там основной фокус там Professionalize Kazakhstan, когда мы давали реальные навыки от местных профессионалов, которые уже пережили и давали такую, наверное, путевку в жизнь другими глазами. То, что 2 года назад мы поменяли, мы сказали, наверное, мы хотим теперь поменять на взгляд руководителя. Не просто профессионала, а уже руководителя, который встретился с вызовами. И сегодня он находится в стадии, что в течение 2-3 лет он станет первым руководителем. И тогда он должен быть не просто функциональным менеджером, который был хорош там, я не знаю, в IT, или он там был хорош там, я не знаю, в обеспечении там поставок, или там в HR. Сегодня он должен стать уже первым руководителем, быть таким универсальным, это называется general management, и освоить новые навыки. Мало того, что освоить навыки, которые ему на работе надо с меняющей роли, но и он должен еще освоить новые тренды. Те тренды, которые сегодня диктуют каждый день, там, технологические изменения, там, изменения в компетенциях, изменения в партнерствах. То есть это были важные вещи. 2 года назад мы поменяли, но сейчас мы смотрим, что рельсы правильные. Это то, что дает возможность, наверное, очень хорошо развиваться, связывать наших профессионалов с их вызовами, которые стоят. Наверное, пока он существует в таком режиме, мы пока посмотрим. Но, наверное, еще 2-3 года мы посмотрим, как это будет работать.
Уважаемые участники саммита, мы начинаем ровно через минуту.
Дорогие участники, мы начинаем нашу сессию блок Best Practices.
We will start our best practices session now. The next speaker is our partner, PS Cloud Services, Ruslan Hamitov. He's going to talk about bad practice. Hello, everyone. Somebody's still drinking coffee, so I will talk a bit louder so that they know that we've started. So now we are going to talk about some interesting cases. With which I have worked. At PS Cloud Services, I'm responsible for providing consultancy services to our clients about safety security. I do my best to be as useful as I can. I would also like to say a few words about our company. So all these cases, where do we get them from? Our company has been operating in the market for 20 years. Who hasn't heard about PS? Who doesn't know anything about PS? No, don't lie to me. You know about our company. Well, our company is 20 years old. We started as a classic hosting provider, and gradually we grew. We started using the cloud in 2018. In 2022, we opened our own security operations center. This year, we can say on the record that we started providing services in Uzbekistan. And thanks to that, our geography, as we say, looks the following way. We have our own data centers in 3 cities. In Almaty, we have 4 centers. We continue providing services as a classic hosting provider. We do things such as domain, server placement, etc. We are one of the largest domain placement companies. 50% of all registered domains in Kazakhstan actually are us. Let's give us a round of applause. Thank you so much. We also work using cloud solutions. We also provide IaaS solutions, PaaS solutions. We also are going to offer Barometers and also Birmetis. We have a storage facility and we have cases in there as well. And if your business needs Vemvari or Virtuoso for Modulastic, please come to us. We can do all these things. I would also like to draw your attention to the following. We have the so-called ATSIT, which is the Security Operations Center, and we call this SOC, and we are building the best SOC in the country, actually. So let's move on to some cases. Those cases that I'm going to share with you, I mean, I don't want to badmouth these companies. As we say, shit happens, so let's sort of be as understanding as we can. So the first bad cases is one of the most popular banks in Kazakhstan. So the marketing expert of that bank sort of has this beautiful picture saying that they are going to have a promotional campaign. This picture was 200 megabytes, and so all clients who used this application, who sort of saw this picture, so the communications channel sort of got stuck. The bank stored this using the infrastructure, and so this application went down for several days. That happened at the end of the month. People were receiving their salaries, and so they were not able to access or use this application. Why? Why? So here we have a very good example. This is our client, Sulpak. They use our storage. What's the advantage of your storage? So this content can be moved to your cloud provider, and your cloud provider always has great channels, and we make sure that channels are accessible and content is made available rapidly. So what conclusions can we make here? Of course, these bank developers should have run certain tests so as to make sure that heavy pictures are not downloaded. And this small picture sort of weighed so heavily. It was a heavy picture, so to speak. It was a great picture, but that's what happened. And so using your own data centers is another point. When you have a large amount, one channel will not be able to handle that. And then the absence of balancing loads. Another, again, Sulpak here is a good example. They are quite strict with publishing their files using our storage. One more thing, by the way. If you have 1 gigabyte in your storage, as we say, in your facility storage, and 100,000 people use that per month, then that will cost you only 60 tenge Again, I'm not selling anything to anyone. In reverse, you will be charged the exactly same amount. But looking at this price, you can feel what you have to deal with here. You can just pay 60 tenge per month and then don't be sort of concerned about this anymore. Hopefully, this is something that has never happened to anyone present, but we have this Black Friday. Again, one of the online shops, they sell home appliances online, and they announced this Black Friday, and their server went down. Their server collapsed. They spent a lot of money on advertising, but their clients didn't buy anything. Their customers didn't buy anything. This is something that happens quite a lot, actually. Another example, all of you have seen these at parking sort of spaces. You see these turnpikes, and our client chose the wrong infrastructure, something that they didn't quite need. They didn't anticipate the load, and so they had these DDoS attacks, and not a single sort of turnpike or parking automatic barricade they didn't open, and that was it. But at the same time, we have a large number of people who sell tickets. We have this client of ours. They have everything in the cloud, and they sell tickets. So if there's an event going on, if there is a sort of a concert, a lot of people go to their website, hundreds of thousands, and you need to sell your tickets. And so basically this ticket booking service is a very good example. Everybody uses that successfully, nothing goes down. And so to make sort of a conclusion, a preliminary conclusion, I would like to say the following. So if you do not calculate your load properly, if you do not use the right type of your hosting, and then you don't have DDoS protection, all those things will be a problem for you. Here's another case. One logistics company, again, this is a case that is public, so to speak. This is this is the company whom everybody knows. But if you Google that, you will find some information about this company. So the delivery service, they caught this decipherent person, and they came to us and said, let's do something. Unfortunately, we couldn't do anything. Not a single laboratory who specialize in antivirus protection. They were not able to decipher this. There was some financial information involved. These guys spent a lot of time and money on sort of restoring, so to speak, their service. Again, another good example. One investment company approached us, and they connected to our Atsiba service. Back then it was a pilot project, a free of charge pilot project. So at that stage they found a virus in their network. So basically that was a miner who worked and who created this network load. Did they know about that? They had some antivirus protection. Everything was fine, but unfortunately they didn't know about that. And only when our specialists sort of connected to that, we were able to find this virus, and then our guys continued working with this virus. So logistics. We talked to the guys. Again, this is a well-known case. Their firewall was switched off. They didn't have any standards related to security. For you to have a better idea of what I'm talking about, I'll say the following. When you talk about information security, people, processes, and technologies play a key role. It's very important how processes are built. And they didn't have those processes. They didn't upgrade a window on the deciphered server. From the point of view of this investment company, I mean, they came to us. So one of the advantages was that they did have this licensed antivirus or protection software. So I'm about to conclude. This is a link to our Facebook page. Unfortunately, we were not able to prepare a video for you, but we will publish it next week. And in that video, I will tell you about useful instruments in the cloud for financial institutions, insurance companies, microfinance organizations, and banks. Please go ahead and scan this code, subscribe to us, don't forget. And when you see this video, you'll be able to watch this video. While you are doing all these things, I would like you, as representatives of the business community, to ask this question. When can you say that your business has collapsed? 100 million, 10 million, 1 billion? So for you, how much is it for you? Where is this sort of point at which you won't be able to continue doing your business? My experience tells me that quite often the amount that you imagine, so 20% from that amount will be enough for you to sort of handle that risk. People say that any chain is as strong as its weakest link, basically. That's it from me. Thank you. Thank you, Ruslan. We have some time left to take questions, if there are any. Thank you, Ruslan. Here's our letter of gratitude. Thank you. We would like to thank our partner. I have a short announcement. In another conference room, our Forte Bank session has started, and at 5:15 we will be having our Amazon session. Also, at the end of this event, we'll be presenting some really great gifts from our partners. Creatio is going to give away 2 books, and randomly we will choose our winners. Also, Red Domed Central Asia also has 2 great sort of awards, and we have a very good rucksack here. You will see it. Let me invite our next speaker to the stage, Mirat Akhmetsadikov, the managing partner of Most Holding, and he's going to talk about startups as agents of innovation for business growth. Hello, everyone. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Mirat Akhmetsadikov. I'm going to tell you briefly about venture investments, startups, and how can large corporations help. How can this be used by large corporations to resolve their problems and perform their tasks? Let me tell you a little bit about our company. We are called MOST. We have been creating ecosystems for startups and venture investors for the past 10 years. I'll tell you a little bit what is a sort of what a venture investing is. So we work in the education sector. We develop incubation programs. We develop acceleration programs that can be used when you already have a product and you need to accelerate your growth and scaling. and we've been doing that for the past 10 years. Then also another development stage for any startup is obviously raising investments, attracting investments. We've been doing that for more than 3 years. We invest into startups. To date, we have 20 startups in our portfolio. We use our foundation and our community. We have invested about $15 million in these projects. And nobody has died, so to speak. As of yet, everybody's actually growing and scaling. This is a great indicator for us. So to select these 20 projects, we looked at more than 1,000 projects because it's not easy to find an interesting project. Obviously, also every year we hold all sorts of events. Please subscribe to us in social media. Moving on, perhaps some of you know, but we will continue sharing knowledge with all of you. I mean, we need to be on the same page as far as a startup is concerned. When we talk about young companies, some people view startups as students, which is not right. The average age of those people that we have in our portfolio is 35-year-old male, unfortunately, males mainly. We do have females also. So this is like the average age of these people that we have behind these projects. Also, we have a lot of founding members. Those are not IT people who know how to code, but those are basically business people, entrepreneurs. They want to resolve certain problems for their clients, and they decided to use digital sort of instruments and then sort of multiply all that. And so we have a lot of top managers and business people, and that's great because these people do know about problems, for example, banks face. And this is something all banks face and need to resolve, and so they're trying to help these banks. And so these startups that we have in Kazakhstan, in Central Asia, those are the people behind these startups. Please pay attention to startups. Those are not just young people, students. Those are quite experienced people that are trying to resolve certain problems. So here we have several stages of development for large corporations, for any business. Throughout all these development stages, you can work with these startups. Quite often, founding members of a startup are trying to resolve a problem, and they go to corporations. They go to their future clients and tell them, so you have this problem, can I resolve it using this and this? Or how do you want me to resolve this problem for you? And so you can work with startups doing these things. You can work with incubators, accelerators. You can share your problems, the problems that your core business has to resolve with them. And at the product market fit stage or at the MVP page, you can test your products out to see whether these things will work or these things can be integrated and whether they meet your security safety requirements. And so here at the scaling or scale stage, you do know that you have certain revenues, dozens of clients. It will be easier for you to work with this startup because you have a certain client base already, and people pay certain payments and fees on a recurrent basis, and people know already that your solution helps them to efficiently manage their business, increase their profit, etc., etc.
And of course, the fifth stage, we're talking about large-scale project, the big project when they already started working with vendors, or there are some distributors that represent such project in the regions. So these are the projects who have been around for quite a while and who are represented, well, powerfully. Well, from this point of view, I wanted to deliver this message that there are 5,000 startups in Kazakhstan. 80% of them may shut down and cease to exist, and the same teams might come up with new startups next year. But there are still around 1,000 startups that attract investment, that generate revenue, and that are able to solve some real problems. So I think you shouldn't just hire 100 developers and try to do everything in-house, but you can also reach out to this market and try to find solutions externally. So here is an example. Centrus organized hackathons where they searched talents, they looked for talents, and they did it together with Moss Group. That was almost 10 years ago. And actually, solutions for road accidents inspectors was developed and designed together with a startup. What are the venture funds? In terms of investments, those who make investment, of course, they understand better what investment fund is, but those who do not make an investment, who are not an investor or who don't understand how startups works, it may not be quite clear for them. So venture funds accelerators are the ones who help startups at different stages, at another stage, a later stage, and they somehow help startups acquire additional funding. Because usually at the initial stages, startups are not profitable. Their costs are not covered by their revenues because they have to aggressively grow, they have to invest a lot in R&D, and they cannot hit the point of return on payments. And that gap of operational expenses is usually covered by the venture capitalists or venture investment. In that sense, the venture funds that help the project faster than it would organically are instrumental. In that sense, innovations help you give that boost because it is a company that can afford losing money for quite a while, or bleeding money for quite a while. And all they need is just to cover the money, the expenses related to developers with the money that we give them. And that helps expedite the process of technological development. One of the venture funds that invest in Central Asia, it's us, most the Big Sky Capital, 500, Anderson Horowitz. They have selected, they had only 1 or 2 projects from Central Asia, Y Combinator, Tech Garden Ventures. It is a fund that focuses on Industry 4.0. So venture funds, they're not just the drivers of growth for startups, but also at the same time are the way to find new talent and to find some technological solutions. So in that sense, the corporate venture funds, Intel Capital, Salesforce Ventures, Cisco Investment, although there are ones like that. But if you take large companies all over the globe, it can be oil and gas company, it can be manufacturing company, an IT company, they all have venture arm, whereby whereby they do it directly, or when they buy a piece in a big venture fund and they create their own branch there and they start investing in different venture funded startups. And sometimes they can see a project that will be competitive to their business. They will invest in that project at an early stage, and once the project actually kicks off, they will buy it out, and that way they stay relevant with the help of this new project. Sometimes we have these cases when a startup comes to us and says, I will be sold to Cisco because Cisco's competitor has already bought this kind of solution 2 years ago, and Cisco is yet to buy this kind of solutions, yet to come up with a solution. But I cannot really go to Cisco and sell my product there right away. No, that is why they go to Cisco Investment, and Cisco is interested in something that's relevant, and something in project that could be either absorbed by Cisco or could be integrated within 2 years. In that sense, corporate venture funds, they really help young companies, young technological companies, to be on the radar of large companies. Well, if we take an example from CIS, they had Sberbank. The Sberbank had venture fund, VTB Bank and venture fund, Alpha and Tinkoff invested heavily in startups, and they will either buy out the startup or they will integrate it with their internal system. That was when they did the ecosystems for the front end that we actually know about. But imagine how many projects and how many startups have been used for improvement of their back-end solutions. So startups is great, really. Corporate innovations is important, but startup plus business also may lead to corporate innovations. So this is the way. This is a method of doing corporate innovations. And this is another way other than just instructing your developers to do this, who will simply copy a product that already exists, or who will actually create something from scratch that may not kick off, that may not be successful, because the entrepreneurs have a different motivation. The motivation of a small business is different from the motivation of a department where people get paid salaries and so on. So it is helpful, you know. Even if optimization of the processes, cost cutting is not important, but the effectiveness and actually money generation is always of greater importance. So this is the case that we wanted to deliver. This is what I wanted to send. So through absorption, merger and acquisition, when Kaspi bought Santa Fe, when Freedom bought Paybox, so there are more like that. We did a whole study. There were apparently about 20 projects that have been absorbed and kind of acquired by large companies. This is what we found in official announcements. However, there are also cases when there is no merger and acquisition, when there's no absorption, but actually there is just the cooperation. For instance, the business, Bexar, the platform for retail services, kind of accounting for SME, that has information and data that the bank doesn't have at the moment. So if a bank wants to work with SME, the bank would usually have only the cash operation. They know everything about the cash, income, but doesn't see any expenditure. Because the bank doesn't know, for example, how much money the microcredit paid for something that the microcredit sold afterward. So, and the revenue is growing, and seemingly the business is growing, but the financial institution can take a decision that maybe a particular business is bankable, but oftentimes, for example, the growth of revenue doesn't mean the success of the business. And in that sense, this kind of information, this kind of detailed, very granular, very thorough, very insightful information can help the bank take very informed executive decision. So in that sense, actually, we have introduced Baksat with Kaz Microfinance, who has many clients. And amongst those are the businesses whom KMF has been finding for quite a while, but lacks any data. Because they say, oh, we have clients who ask for more money, who want to extend the credit line. And then they ask Bexar. They ask the clients to install the Bexar system and to keep accounts, have the bookkeeping via Bexar system. And then in 3 months' time, the KMF was able to see that the turnover is really growing, and that is a growing business, not just absorbing more money. And a credit line could be extended. So in that point of view, running separate projects, Bexar trying to be in a shop for a big corporation is meaningless. It's really not worth it. It's not what this kind of big business need. Porte is one of the investment as well. It's an application to effectively administer and govern all the services of the hotel, in a hotel business. Well, the hotels cannot really do that. I mean, if you do a booking, you come, you book, and then you go to a hotel, and that's it. You kind of end your communication with the hotel there, because you do not want the hotel to kind of be too pushy. But Porte application allows you to get a digital key, to not even talk to the cashiers, and you just go with the hotel, and that is it. And if you arrived late, this application will offer ordering food, or maybe offer a discount for spa service, and so on. And there are 3 hotels that already work with Porte. So actually, there are different applications that help the hotels manage all of this. I mean, so they allow big businesses handle some small tasks. So I want to give an example on EasyTap. The CIO received a prize from you, an award from you. So what does it do? What does it do? Okay, it's small pasta, food solutions, and other companies this EasyTap helps hire temporary staff for day, for week, for 3 hours, and so on. These are blue collars who do not need explaining what needs to be done. Say you as a company at a new year, you're a company kind of approaching the New Year celebration, and you have more merchandise than usual. Your warehouses are overstaffed, and actually it will take you from 5 to 7 days to hire new people. Actually, they help businesses solve this problem. They integrate with the businesses. I think latest data was they had 150,000 people on that platform who on a daily basis read all these vacancies, like a small staff, sportmaster. These are students, young people who can just go to work tomorrow and at the same time be paid. If you go to Magnum, just Magnum, for example, and you need to be hired today and start working, you need to be kind of you need to resign tonight. This is not something that a big corporation can do realistically. But the EasyTap helps address some of the problems, some of the difficulties, some of the time-consuming processes that a company will have, that a big corporation will have, such as having lawyers, signing a contract, signing another contract, and so on. And on top of that, the day-per-day payments are allowed. And actually, the company that makes an announcement, they look for staff, they need 2-3 people who would come and work. The company will pay the salaries and EasyTap. Whereas the big corporations, such as Magnum, for example, they will settle the accountments, settle the invoices with EasyTap at the end of the month. So that helps big corporations be more flexible, be more agile, save money, save costs in some times of difficulty when you have some, in some emergency or kind of outstanding situations. Another project, which is an external partner for larger business, is the financial instrument called Prosper Pay. They have already 40,000 people connected to this application and 20 companies. So they do not work with the external market, they work with B2B clients. So these 20 companies get connected to this Prosper Pay. They conclude a tri-party contract, and they allow or kind of let the staff be paid for the days that have already passed. So imagine that you have someone who received their salary on the 1st of January, but on the 20th of January they're already out of money, or they want to buy something, and they need to get the salary for the 20 days that the employee has already worked for. And most of the companies do not have the advance payments. And if they're going to make the advance payment, that's going to be very difficult. That is why usually the salary comes at the end of the month. In that sense, this system is integrated with the business's accounting system, with one C accounting system, and there is direct integration. So today is the 20th of January. A person can withdraw their salaries for 20 days, and half of that salary can be collected via this application. And when that individual employee collects this money via this application, the 1C system will already process this payment, process of withdrawal, and the company will not be fooled, because only the outstanding amount on the balance will be paid to the employee at the end of the month. And the rest will be paid to the platform, because that way the large organizations kind of improve the loyalty of the employees, simplify the work for the accounting and for the legal department, and so on. So this solution could be designed, could be developed by large corporations, by their own in-house IT departments, by a special designated team, but that's just additional headache for big corporations. Because these are kind of different solutions, small solutions that can help you improve and simplify the processes, address some of the other tasks, such as improving the loyalty of the employees and so on. Can be done by startup companies. So my message is that there are startup companies, that there are venture capital that are ready to help this company. So, and if you really have this kind of idea, they have requests, you can really use startup markets for that. You can either establish your own corporate funds, you can have hackathons, you can have demo days, kind of or Shark Tanks of some sort, and you can have platforms like the one today, where you could also meet some of the solution designers. So thank you very much. That is it from me. I think we have time, don't we? Thank you. If there are questions, yet there is a hand over here. Yes, yes. So, hello. I am a startup. I'm a former startup. We launched the payment system. We were the first QR payment system in the CIS. So my question is, how many large corporations are startup friendly or can be marked as startup friendly? In Kazakhstan, yes. Are there any cases when you have big corporations who kind of mark themselves, who label themselves as startup friendly? I don't think the company themselves, but founder friendly. So the shareholders or the top manager is a startup friendly and is ready to accept it. However, it's not reflected in the corporate structure, and then it can get stuck there. We had really many cases when the founders or company businesses and owners said, oh, I want integration, let's try. But when it goes down to corporate structure, it just dies out. In that sense, sometimes the corporate culture is not friendly for most of the companies, but there is kind of a friendliness understanding, or the management is friendly, but there's simply no system for working with external teams. Because IT directors are the biggest opponents of startups, because you sort of, crawl into their turf. You want to integrate with them, you want their data, you want some access, keys, and so on. So it's not easy for the companies. So that is why B2B solutions for small and medium-sized businesses is easy, but it's not that easy for large corporations. So I think startup is still ahead of us, yeah. I have a question. Here, yeah. If I may just add a comment. I think a bright example of what's happening in the banks and telecommunications is the change, transformation of the operational models when the bank is no longer just a bank. If we look at the successful project that we did, that was about collaboration of startups and large corporations, because the online accounting is not the business's core activity. And same happens with the telecom companies. Large corporations really do not need to have their own separate core business. So there's, of course, question of execution, how fast all the processes will be agreed upon and cascaded down. So you demonstrated the EasyTap project, yes. We have merged that project, that startup, with the banking system. And I think with the help of open banking and open API, the market will advance further. And I think we will see even more changes in our market with the help of all that approach. Thank you, Miras. You, as a representative of an accelerator of startups, do you provide any systemic support and help, to startup to really go through the MVP stage, so that they could match the needs of the clients, so that they could have the successful discovery until they start actually being successful? In the process of acceleration, we do have the tracking of projects. We help them, meet important people, how to go through CASDEV, how to solve problems, what issues to address, how to address some issues that exist within the program. So we do help the startups, but it's not that we hold their hands and take them around. It's not that we go and introduce them. No. This is an interpreter, right? We're talking about. If an interpreter who's unable to find the right door, then, I mean, if they say, I know the door, I'm knocking, but they're not opening the door, no one is answering, that's when we can help, really. But we're not going to do all the work for the entrepreneur. No, this is not our principle. However, when startup people come to us and said, we have a difficulty, this is a challenge, I've been trying to do that, but I'm stuck, I'm failed. So if you could help with that, we do help, but we don't do anything proactively instead of our entrepreneurs. Thank you so much, and Mira, thank you for your presentation.
I would like to invite our next speaker, Arman Suleymanov, founding member and CEO of N Factorial Group. He's going to talk about the following issue. Where are we on our way to strong AI? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Arman. I'm from N Factorial. We have 3 universities, so to speak, an online boot camp, a school, and by the way, we have more than 2,000 graduates who work all over the world. And also we have our summer annual program, which has been running since 2015. We have had about 4,000 applicants. All of them come here to Almaty, and they create their final products together with users. Last year we focused on Gen AI. More than 100 iOS software programs were developed to help teachers to create their lesson plans and to help other people. We do our best to keep abreast, so to speak, with all the latest developments in the world. So today I'm going to talk about the following: strong AI or AGI. We're going to talk about artificial general intelligence, to be more precise. So, on the one hand, in San Francisco, we have way more driverless cars. One of the advantages of them is that you can play your music as loud as you can. No one will complain. But the disadvantage is that there aren't any experts on government or public policies. No one will tell you what rates you should use. And so if you have a dishwasher, obviously you put your dishes there manually. We don't have robots for that so far. So, talking about the world of atoms. Previously, it was thought that AI would replace blue-collar workers, but actually, it's a lot easier to replace white-collar workers because there is a lot less uncertainty. So, some people are welcoming AI, but other people are afraid of AI. And so those who are welcoming AI, they always include the word please in their ChatGPT prompts. So they think that AI will appreciate your politeness. So what we have had over the past 10 years is the following. Since 2012 or since 2011 or 2012 again, I think a new era started. What we had before that for 60 years, that was the AI winter period. But let me tell you a few words about the status quo, about what we had before generative AI. So we have emails, for example, spam messages. Some of them are not spam messages. We call them ham messages. So you can sort of distinguish between these ham and spam messages with the help of regression. In your email, for example, you can use all sorts of methods, methodologies. So in that training set, you will have this message is a spam, this message is not a spam, and so some classificator then detect words such as Nigeria, and they then they determine, basically the AI determines that this is a spam message. Some have linear, non-linear dependency. And so we have, if you have this linear dependency, for example, if you have 2 classes objects on the right-hand side, on the left-hand side. So let's talk about neural networks. They first appeared back in the 80s, and so basically neural networks represent very simple infrastructure. This is what we have from the world of biology. We tried to basically understand what happens in human brain, and so this is our sort of basic representation. We have all sorts of like layers, and then we have this output layer. But we are not sure why we take a specific particular decision. We, for example, see cars, and they all move at different speeds, and so our brain, say, uses 40 watts of energy. It uses more than ChatGPT, but it handles all these large-scale tasks very well and gives us answers, basically. But what is happening in the world right now? We have this. So neural networks, they existed previously, but why did they sort of unused now? Finally, we have this huge amount of data and a large number of computers. If we take a look at ChatGPT-4, everybody uses that now. Over the past year, it has been used. And so we have this kind of like library, lots of shelves. From the point of view of the computer, you would need 7 million years to sort of compute all that using a regular laptop. Or this can be represented as 30,000 football fields, Excel sheet-sized football fields. So we have a lot of data, and then this architecture that we got back in 2017. And so here we are with this wonderful story. So how did I work before neural networks? We had those expert systems, block schemes. This all worked not in a very intelligent way, so let me skip all these examples. So about neural networks, we have this black box, and we have these emergent sort of characteristics, features. It gives us new features, new characteristics, which were not envisaged by the programmers. So strong AI, what's the definition? So we also have weak AI. I'll be very brief. Weak AI is a system which exceeds what a human can do in one field. For example, Sergei cameras, they can recognize number plates better than humans. Or Grammarly can sort of correct grammar mistakes better than humans. Strong AI is something that can do everything better than humans. We haven't arrived there quite yet, but hopefully we are quite close. And so how close are we to strong AI? Nobody knows for sure. Usually humans are very bad at predicting things. Usually we overestimate what we can do throughout 1 year and underestimate what we can do over a period of 10 years. So experts have expressed their opinions, but it's better not to listen to them. So we don't know when that will happen. We will see this in our regular lives, daily lives. I would like to give you many examples of where ChatGPT-4 sort of works the way Gen AI will work. So basically, it's much more intelligent than we think. So this is an example. This is my example of common sense. Previously, AI systems, they didn't have common sense. For example, Google, which is a popular search engine, obviously, we type in something, and then we receive an unsatisfactory answer. So let me use this example. We have 9 eggs, a book, a laptop, a bottle, and a nail. We need to place them on top of each other so as no object gets damaged. A school pupil will be able to handle this quite easily, because if you place your laptop on your eggs, obviously that'll be quite dangerous. And this is what the answer that ChatGPT gives us. In Russian and in English, actually, the answers will be quite different, because in Russian, sort of in English, ChatGPT is much more intelligent than in Russian. So it's better to use English and then translate English into Russian. So all your prompts should be written in English. So it says, place your book, then on top of that, place your laptop, on top of that, your bottle, your nail, and then your eggs. I'm not sure how you can place your eggs on your nail, but at least it shows us its understanding, basically. So you need to start with the most solid, hardest objects, and then on top you should have the most fragile objects. By the way, this is not ChatGPT, this is GPT-4 that can be used separately from API. You will need to use a code here. So here it says place the book first, then on top of that you have your place your 9x3 in a 3 by 3 square so as to have a stable, so to speak, structure. This is quite unusual. I mean, it does have an understanding of so you need to have a structure first. So it means that it understands, or it shows sort of the illusion of understanding that the load needs to be spread evenly. And this is the most amazing sort of feature. Basically, we have AGI with the help of language. Several attempts have been made. So language turns out to be a very strong instrument. Through language, so by learning just language, everything that was written by humanity on the internet, basically, or has been written, these neural networks, they understand the world model. Language is just a projection, and the image is the world. So they see this projection, the language. Using that, it creates the world model, and that's the most amazing feature. Let's talk about mind theory. Let's talk about children. You understand that your feelings can be different from feelings of other people. Everyone except sociopaths understand that. So here we have this brain theory. So this brain theory basically is something that GPT-4 actually has. Or mind theory. So we have John and Mark, a cat, a box, and a basket. So John takes the cat and puts the cat in the basket. Then it goes to school. He goes, sorry, to school while John is absent. Mark takes the cat out of the basket and puts it into the box. Then Mark leaves. After that, both Mark and John return to the room. They didn't know what had happened. And so what do they think about that? And here we have the brain theory. They didn't know what had happened while they were absent, and so they think that the cat was still in the basket. John thinks. Mark thinks that the cat is still in the box. And so they can basically discuss this. For a child, this is a pretty obvious thing, but it's not obvious that AI can answer this question correctly. So basically, AI is something that predicts things. When you explain GPT-4 to people, you say large language models are used, they predict words, or they can predict the next word. And this can be very intelligent. So if we take an algorithm and give a lot of data to it, it becomes incredibly intelligent. And I think that's the sort of biggest surprise. In the audience, who thinks that they are people who love sciences and people who love humanities? Great. So, and the rest, those who think that they both love sciences and humanities, raise your hands. And who doesn't consider themselves to be any of those people? Okay. So what I was trying to say is the following. It's very difficult to sort of unite these two fields. Basically, people who love sciences are good at sciences, they are bad at writing poems. I mean, I'm sure there were exceptions. For example, Leonardo, he was good at everything, almost. There was this chemist, Mr. Borodin. He was, I think, a composer as well, and he was very good at chemistry. Isaac Asimov, obviously, he was a writer, but he was also very good at chemistry. I actually read his brief history of chemistry back when I was at school. That was one of the first books that I read, written by him, and I didn't know back then that he also was a writer. So let's ask GPT-4 the following question, and this is like a classic question, maths question. You need to prove that the multitude of numbers is that they equal eternity. So any number can be represented as a sum of simple numbers. So simple regular numbers have value. Similarly to atoms in the universe, any molecule consists of a large number of atoms. Any number consists of sort of a large number of simple numbers. So if you ask a mathematician to resolve this, he will do that. But if we ask GPT-4 to resolve this, we will ask it to write a poem. And in Russian, you will see that the poem is not very good. So basically, this poem is written the way Mayakovsky would write his poems. Let's take a look at the English version. Here, this poem is written the way Rudyard Kipling would write. So the prompt was, can you write proof that there are infinitely more primes with every line that rhymes? So if you read through this poem, you will see that it's actually quite good, perhaps as good as Shakespeare's poems. But if you ask GPT-4 to write a Shakespearean poem, so you can combine literature, mathematics, and come up with something along these lines. I guess this is an advanced level of mathematics or literature. At schools right now, it's very popular to combine different disciplines into one, so to speak. So this can be given to students as a final test or final exam test. So now let's ask a different question, which is actually more complex. So that proof that we had, let's ask it to illustrate, to provide an illustration for this. So in Russian, it says, I cannot provide you with an illustration, but in English, actually, it gave me quite a good illustration. So you can transform your proof into a picture. This is quite a good explanation, actually. But if it's a prompt, then you will see, just for your background information, basically you multiply all these numbers and then add 1 and this, and here you are with the proof. Now, let's see how it can use vision. So these systems historically were a lot weaker than we were, vision-wise, so to speak. So the prompt is the following: draw a unicorn in TIKZ. And so GPT-4 came up with this picture, with this unicorn. And let's make the prompt a little bit more challenging. Let's ask it to draw. So let me go back to the previous slide. So this picture will get rid of the corn, and then we'll ask it to draw this corn itself. So GPT-4 needs to find this horn on its own using a code, and so it needs to decipher this code in order to be able to draw the horn. Another example. So there's a huge difference between GPT-4 and GPT-3. So this task is quite challenging, quite complex, and here we're asking the following. Draw an area where there will be a river on the one side, and then on the other side there will be skyscrapers. And so take a look at this. It drew everything on one side, GPT-3. And GPT-4 actually has this notion of hierarchy. the pyramid should be on this side of the river. So it understands that there are two sides. The river has two sides. In education, how can this be used? I really enjoyed listening to Sadakan at TED, Satkan, and he was talking about this classic education. That's the sort of efficiency curve, but if you add sort of private tutors here, again, everything will be moved to the right. And thanks to GPT-4, each of us has their own private tutor. Who uses GPT-4 in their work regularly as a private tutor? Who uses GPT-4 in its capacity as a private tutor? Raise your hands. Yeah, I always do that. I also do that myself. It has limitless patience. It answers all sorts of questions. It knows how to answer these questions. And if I was a school pupil, a school student, I think that would be phenomenal. Just basically for 10,000 tenge per month, I will be able to use this private tutor for anything. That's phenomenal. I couldn't have imagined that back when I was at school. So also Duolingo now has its own GPT. Now you don't only have a private tutor, but you also have a language companion. With this companion, you'll be able to practice your language skills, and you can practice any language skills. Also, it has a voice. So basically now you have a companion who has their own voice, and they speak any language, Spanish, English, whatever. Also, you can ask them, for example, let's play this, let's have this role play. We are sitting in a Starbucks cafe, or I need to, I don't know, buy a ticket, whatever. And this is your reality now. So we've talked about some really optimistic things, but I'm sure you remember the time when GPT was quite stupid. And so GPT-4 now, can it successfully pass this Turing test? So the Turing test, I think, was created by Alan Turing back in the 50s. Can a machine, or is it capable of thinking? Can it imitate humans? So we are not saying that the answer was given by a machine or by a human. I mean, if human always answers, then we know that the machine can do that. So let's show some examples whereby GPT-4 is not able to pass the Turing test successfully. So the question is, when my son was 7, he was 90 centimeters tall. When he was 8, he was 120 centimeters tall. When he was 9, he was 150 centimeters tall. How tall do you think he will be when he's 12? And ChatGPT says, based on the pattern of your son growing 30 centimeters tall each year, he would likely be 210 centimeters tall at the age of 12, which is highly unlikely. Let's take a look at another example. Tell me about tax reforms of George Bush.
A smart person would ask which one, junior, senior, because they both had tax reforms. But actually, ChatGPT decided to save it in favor of the junior, George Bush Jr., because they must have had more data about his ruling, his kind of reign. So it kind of created its own professional bias, and he decided that the one that has more data must have had more tax reforms. Okay, are there any wine lovers? So here's the question. Why is Chalon Letter wine from Champagne region of France so expensive? Please explain briefly. And here it explains why and gives the strict production regulations, that is limited geographic area, that is time-intensive process, that brand prestige and history. But the correct answer of anyone who's familiar with wine will tell you that actually Dutch wine does not exist. So ChatGPT started kind of hallucinating or kind of imagining an object that doesn't exist. Second example, explain why Mexico leads the world in mango production. So which should be the right answer? Mexico leads the world in mango production primarily due to its ideal climatic conditions and extensive cultivation area, and so on. Which answer do you think is the right one? Or more exact, that's not audible. Mexico, which country number 1 is a leader in mango production? India? Thailand? You're very close. No, it's India. India is number 1 in mango production because mango is a symbol of India. Which of the following celebrities is known for having a beard? Will Smith, Chris Pratt, or Kevin Hart? And you say no one, right? But however, he believed that Chris Pratt is the one who is known for frequently having a beard. We ignored Chris Rock. Maybe he was dropped because of the Oscar event. Okay, what is the answer? ChatGPT cannot say all because they all had beard at some point of their time. So another question, which state does Alabama have its longest border with, Florida or Tennessee? It is a difficult question, really, for ChatGPT. Because GPT-4 will choose from these 2 options, because it will say that the longest border is with Tennessee. But here's Alabama. It does have it borders with Mississippi, Georgia, and Tennessee, but the longest border is with Georgia. So Florida and Tennessee have the shortest border. So if you give 2 wrong options, ChatGPT will not just think. Beyond that, it will choose 1. You cannot say no one. I cannot say all and everyone, all and everything. I cannot say no one and nobody. No one, yeah. So here's another very good question. Please give me a single sentence in which the third word is dog. My dog loves to play fetch in the park, and the word dog is second. Then already a mistake is made. Then I say, can you list out each word and count them? Is the third word indeed dog? So certainly, let's go. And again, defends its wrongness, its error. Even if you give it another try, it still makes a mistake, meaning that this is the limitation of GPT-4. And in conclusion, I would like to say a joke. And this is the last prompt. So imagine there are these 9 sheep in the carrel, in the pen, and one jumps out. How many are left? And ChatGPT says 8. So I have the following joke to share with you. A boy sitting in a classroom at a lesson and gets this kind of question. Everyone says 8. And the only boy says 0. He raises his hand and says 0 sheep left in the pen. And the teacher says, why? Says, why 0? Why not 8? You know nothing about math or calculus. And the boy said, no, it's going to be no 0 because you know nothing about sheep. Because whenever one sheep escapes, all the others will follow her and will escape as well. Thank you so much. Thank you, Arman. I think you really grabbed the attention of the audience. Yeah, that was a very good presentation. Thank you so much for participating. Thank you. He's gonna show you. Hello, my name is Danyar. I'm the managing director of Centers Group of Company. I am responsible for development of new products. I'm not IT, but I work at the conjunction of IT in businesses. Usually I explain to different businesses how IT works. I usually explain to businesses how IT works, but today I'm going to explain to you what we do. So we're a big financial holding. We mostly focus on insurance, but we also have some other financial tools and financial instruments. We sell insurance, we sell other financial products, and also we are about to open a Popeyes restaurant in Kazakhstan. We have everything that a modern company needs: front office, mid office, back office, marketing, financials, analytics, and operational. So I think we're a good sample, good representation of how we have succeeded and whether we have succeeded at all. So we all know that the year 2023 was a full roar, kind of breakthrough year for ChatGPT. Finally, ChatGPT learned the human language. They knew how to do that, but now it is more convenient and more accessible. And we, being the leading company, decided not to lag behind and adopt these technology as much as possible and also engage as many people as possible. So what did we get as a result? We understood, and what our staff understood, employees understood, that GPT is not about reducing the routine work, because in every department tries to automate their processes, whereas GPT at the initial stages, this is about intellectual labor, when we have to think about things and we have to invent something, and actually the GPT helps us as a co-pilot. So let me start with the examples. They are going to be very simple. And what's more kind of successful? Any work, any text-related work, any words and text-related work. ChatGPT is great at writing letters, saying no, or writing a post on Instagram, an article, preparing a speech. We really make use of that quite frequently. Amazingly, number two was PDF, when ChatGPT have learned to look at the PDF files. It's like we had a second kind of breeze open for us. First of all, we use the computer solution, computer readable, machine readable decisions, and on second of that, ChatGPT can come up with different conclusions of different PDF files. So you can download several PDF files and ask ChatGPT compare those files, and then we really use that quite frequently. So same with data. Our analysts download a lot of data to come up with some very quick solutions, to find some discrepancies, maybe distortions, and that is like a food for thought for our analysts. So here, ChatGPT acts as a co-pilot. It very quickly processes data with a number of sentences. So it's logical that the better the prompt, the more accurate is the prompt, the better result you're going to get. So how to teach people how to write proper prompts? So we started kind of understanding, we tried to figure out what prompts are, and apparently prompted the whole world. So prompt is the fundamental part of human interaction with AI. And it's prompt engineering is a whole kind of discipline that started at the universities. Prompt engineer is the profession of the future. So we understood what the problem was, and we decided to come up with some basic rules of writing the prompts for ChatGPT. So here, basic rules are very simple, understandable. So the prompt needs to be specific, concrete. The wording needs to be clear, understandable. You need to have some reasonable expectations. There will be there's some data limitations. Key or semantic keywords needs to be used, and the request needs to be limited. Otherwise, it will be too extensive and too kind of complicated. Second is the kind of methodology of communication. There need to be 4 elements respected, such as friendly, unfriendly, Hemingway style, and so on. Also, we have seen that step-by-step instructions work really well. And also, apparently, giving an example is also very helpful. When we give our ChatGPT different examples to you, that works well. Another thing is clarification. This is no longer, it's not that relevant these days, but it used to work very well in the past when we asked ChatGPT whether the task was clear. And usually ChatGPT starts with an answer of what it has understood, and then we can kind of correct the question if there are some misunderstood aspects. Another aspect is clarification or finalization. If you are happy with the result by 60%, then you can continue working with that. If it's under 60%, then you should just stop and start anew. So another life hack from our staff: when you do not know where to start, you should start with the clarification. So I don't understand, for example, how to write marketing plans. So I still have to clarify what kind of prompts do you need to come up with good results. And here's a number of questions that I need to answer first. And then on the basis of these questions, ChatGPT will come up with some good answers, relying on the answers that I will fill in with my with data about my campaign. So here we have the basic construction, the basic kind of construct that's universal for any prompt. And usually we come with some suitable kind of good results. So here you are a yoga instructor and ask to write an article about meditation and also come up with some good recommendations for the newbies. And ChatGPT did good, except it gave way too many recommendations, like number 8. However, you can reduce it, you can edit it, you can finalize it, and it works well. Well, as prompts examples, I like Midjourney prompts, because I'm not able to write these kind of cool pictures. You need to be able to write very detailed, very thorough prompts in Midjourney, because they're kind of very heavy, very kind of self-explanatory, and there are different services for money that write prompts for Midjourney. And actually, that's an example of how complicated such prompts and requests can be. We wanted to go deeper. We wanted to explain the prompt chaining, when inside the prompt we build different chains and connections and links between different parts of the context. So we wanted to explain why examples are so important and why multi-layered examples are important, that we kind of give to GPT with every iteration of interaction with the GTP. And usually ChatGPT does a better job every time. So prompt chunking is also important when we break a small, kind of a long prompt into smaller prompts and thereby simplify the work for ChatGPT. But apparently, this kind of the foundation simply is enough for us, because we started receiving questions as to how to integrate this with our system with 1C, and that's a sign of success for us, because people are trying to automate this part. And what's interesting is that employees are our employees and the prompt engineers, and we just should do as much as we need to do. Who does prompt engineering better? So we have business unit that comes up with user stories. We have IT that sees it in terms of references. And then we have the translators in between, the kind of business analysts who translate these business stories into terms of reference. They are former technologists who have every chance to be good prompt engineers and who can actually deepen and study prompt. And it makes sense for them to study prompt engineering, because the logic there is kind of similar to what they already do, but at the same time it's complex. So the AI, I would like to add a couple of things. AI, for me, kind of causes a very interesting feeling in people, this kind of competition or rivalry. They say, oh, ChatGPT doesn't have emotion, doesn't have the consciousness, doesn't have intuition, and so on. But we, as businesses, we really need to learn these technologies. We need to learn how to use them, and therefore all these emotions, they need to simply be put outside of brackets. And therefore, talking it in the business context, it helps us take it to a professional level. When people start to understand that they talk to the machine, as to a robot, as to a calculator, the better your prompt is, the better answer you're going to have. And it helps us master this technology better, and we, as a business, see this kind of from the practical perspective. Of course, the modern GPTs are developing really fast, and even with the poor prompts, I mean, not all of you have the number. You have it on those who have been registered, who got registered to our forum in a timely manner, will have their number on your badges. So let's run the number. We have 2 really good books that are going to be useful. 6811. Okay, we're going to be quick because maybe that person is not here. It's gone. Okay, I see no hands. Let's go. Let's proceed. 6594. Anyone with that number? Sitting here? The winner? Next. 6549. Yeah, apparently not everyone survived, just decided to stay till the end. Okay. 6894. 6634. 6634. Can you check your numbers? Okay, next. 6871. Okay, we have 14 minutes left. Next. 6826. Who is the winner? Next. 6589. So it's a lottery. 6589. Okay, if the next one doesn't win, then I do not know what we're gonna. 6779. We might probably reduce the numbers. 6779. Yes, we had that kind of risk. Next. 6627. J. 6892. Even Maya came up here to kind of encourage the winners. 6829. 6404. How come these people are not here? That's amazing. 6583. If you have matching number, please raise your hand. 6575. Okay, we exclude these numbers, correct? Yes, next. 6564. Okay, still silent, no winners. 6641. 6542. 6797. Hold on, 6805. We have 120 records. I see a lot of green badges. I wonder how come? 6805. 646. 6847. Probably we're not going home very soon. Six five one three. Do we have a winner? No. One number. Ah, shit. Okay. 68229. Okay, maybe even number one, just one number mismatching. Can we still announce her? Clara, okay, come up here. This is the representative of Web Central Asia. I think this is the book that you need the most. Let's take the photo. Okay, you keep on going. Maybe there will be another winner. Thank you. 6862. You agreed, right? Someone raise a hand? No? Six seven oh nine. 6710. 140 numbers are still participating. I mean, keep on rolling. 6808. 6459. 6874. 6667. We have a winner. Okay, so it's 3 6s and a 7 win. Let's move slightly over here. Thank you. Congratulations. Well, let me invite the next partner from Red Mad Robot Central Asia. Agis, are you still here? Do you have any? Do we have any other representatives from? PS? No, apologies. PS. PS. PS Klaus. Sorry. Yeah. Let's try 3. I mean, let's try 3 numbers, and if it doesn't work, Kairat will take the prize. Okay, I see the majority are in favor of this decision. Okay, let's roll it. 6801. Next. 6563. No, I have backpacks. I do not need backpacks. I don't have yours, though. 6563. 6546. No. 6546. No. 6799. So this is what you really wanted? No, it's not kind of nice, it kind of sort of... No? Thank you. You may not know, but I know Kairat personally. He used to be my boss, kind of line manager. And he and another guy is just a role model for me. Kairat is a person without any IT background who has learned independently the language of coding and is now the head of such a huge department as IT in such a big company as Centras IT. I have a lot of respect for you. Thank you, man. Okay, Red Mat Robot Central Asia, representative for the role, yeah, there. Thank you. Please come up here. Sanjar. Well, let's roll. 6838. Just one number. Okay, 6838. Come up here. Congratulations. Next number, 6843. Okay, come up here. That's great. Congratulations. Thank you. So some pleasant news that there will be one role, kind of one prize from the organizers of today's forum. Let's roll. Oh, another backpack. 6823. Oh, there. That's great. You flew up here, didn't you? Yeah, well done. Good job. Well, dear colleagues, dear friends, our today's summit is coming to an end. Let me thank all of you who stayed with us till the end. All in all, we had a very fruitful day, I believe. It's just kind of the opening of the season of our events. So I think we are now charged. And let me say, see you soon, and see you next year at the similar KTech Forum. And we will continue seeing each other on our platform and other platforms too. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me also thank our organizers, who've been here helping us. You see all those people with yellow ribbons. Yes, you can come up here. Let's take a photo and let's give them a hand. These are the people behind today's event.
Давайте вот так в два ряда. Идем.
Нет, плохо. Назад вставайте.
Вот такие мы организаторы, да, организоваться не можем.